got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got peace, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
This channel runs without ads. If you enjoy the content and want to help me stay motivated and make more videos, please consider supporting me through my Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon links in the description. Now let's continue.
Okay. Ash and Ember, Kanto. Onyx barely dodged a shadow ball sent by the opposing Jengar and retaliated with Rock Slide. The match was between Elite Four members Agatha and Bruno, filmed to inspire new trainers to battle to the top. Twins, Ash and Ember Ketchum, sat on their knees, shoulders pressed together and fisted held up as they watched the intense battle on TV. It definitely inspired them to fight, but not in the right way. "Come on, Jengar!" Ember shouted and punched the air. "Blast the rock snake to rubble." Ember Ketchum was 10 years old with black hair, cropped short and spiked, and warm brown eyes. Her skin was sun-kissed from years of exploring outside. She was currently in her PJs decorated with little dittos. 2 little squiggle birthmarks sat under her eyes. "No way!" Ash shouted back, "Onyx will totally send that ghost to the afterlife." Ash Ketchum resembled his sister in many ways, though his hair spiked upwards on its own. His PJs were covered in little pidgeys. "Yeah, right. Jengar is way faster and has taken far less hits, idiot," Ember scoffed. "I'm not an idiot, but brain," Ash's face colored. "Booger eater. Poop sniffer. Trash face." Ember slugged Ash's shoulder. He rubbed the spot and glared at his sister before tackling her to the ground. It only devolved further from there. The name-calling became more childish and the twins were rolling on the floor trying to pin the other. "Just what do you think you're doing?" Their mom's voice cut through their arguing. Both twins froze, Ember managing to pin Ash down in that moment. They exchanged looks before gulping to face the wrath of their mom. "It's way past your bedtime," Delia Ketchum said, tapping her foot, arms crossed. Ash tried to find the right words. "We were preparing for our journey," Ember started. "And we got caught up in the exhibition match," Ash continued. "So we lost track of time." They finished speaking together. "Sorry, Mom." Delia sighed and changed the channel on their TV. Professor Oak was explaining the typical 3 starters new trainers received. "If you two are going to prepare then at least watch this," Delia said. "Once it's over please go to bed. You don't want to be tired when meeting your new partners tomorrow, do you?" She knew how to work her kids. Both twins went wide-eyed before scrambling off each other and back to their backpacks. Delia left with a good night. "Gary wants Squirtle," Ember said as she kept glancing at the TV. "I think I heard Leaf say she wanted Bulbasaur," Ash added. "So that leaves." They exchanged looks and sat in silence for a moment. Professor Oak wouldn't forget to. Ember trailed off. "No way, he's incredibly smart. He would never." Ash didn't finish. They chewed their lower lips before deciding to turn in for the night. Ash set the alarm, the twins deciding to sleep next to each other on the floor rather than in their own rooms. They were already excited, at least they could be excited together. Nothing could stop their journey from starting tomorrow, but it could be delayed. What were the chances of Ash grabbing the Pokeball-shaped alarm clock in his sleep and throwing it at a wall, or both twins sleeping through the noise it made with well-timed snores? Who's to say? Definitely not the little green fairy-like Pokemon that made sure everything went as time commanded. Light filtered into the bedroom and landed on the faces of Ash and Ember. Both blinked themselves awake for a moment, feeling well rested, before reality hit them. "What time is it?" Both shouted as they jumped up. Seeing the broken clock, Ember bolted to her room and screamed before running back to Ash. "We're late!" she shouted. Without further prompting they bolted from the house in their PJs and didn't stop until they reached Oak Laboratory. A crowd was in front of the lab with Gary at the center of it all, in a sports car, surrounded by cheerleaders. "Well, look who finally showed up," Gary Oak taunted as the twins passed. If it isn't little Ashy Boy and Emmy. Thought you two were too scared to. Hey. They didn't stop as they passed Gary and ran straight inside. Leaf Forest was still in the lab, petting her new Bulbasaur. Professor Oak gave the twins an amused smile as they collapsed to the ground panting. Leaf was a childhood friend, much like Gary, but she was far, far more bearable. She was on the short side with long brown hair and green eyes. She currently wore a white hat that looked brand new, a light blue blouse, 2 black wrist cuffs, and thigh-length red skirt. Her yellow shoulder bag sat at her feet. Unlike the twins, she looked ready for her journey. Glad you two could make it, Professor Oak said. Leaf giggled. Nice pajamas. Her Bulbasaur joined her laughing until Professor Oak regained everyone's attention. Now Leaf, here is your Pokédex and Pokeballs, he handed the items to her. Her Pokédex was a pale green with dark blue borders. Ash and Ember watched enviously as she accepted them and scanned her Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon, the bulb on Bulbasaur's back provided with nutrients gathered from the sun. When sunlight is unavailable, the bulb receives nutrients from the food Bulbasaur eats. This Bulbasaur is female and has the ability Chlorophyll, which boosts the Pokémon's speed when in harsh sunlight. He knows the moves, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, and Grassy Terrain. Leaf grinned at her new partner before she turned to the twins. I'd challenge one of you to a battle, but... She giggled again as she eyed them both. Maybe next we meet, Ember chuckled while Ash blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Leaf bid them farewell and left with Bulbasaur by her side. Now for you two, Professor Oak turned to the twin. They instantly leapt to their feet, fist clenched in eagerness until they noticed something. There was only one Pokeball left on the table. Professor Oak scratched his nose with a slight blush. It would seem I miscounted when I set everything up, he laughed nervously. I'm afraid I only have one Charmander left. Ash and Ember exchanged horrified looks, before coming to a wordless agreement. We'll wait, they said in unison. Professor Oak blinked at them in surprise. If we can't start together, Ember said. Then we won't start at all, Ash finished. Both knew it was difficult to say, but they didn't want to leave the other behind. Not now, not ever. Well, Professor Oak nodded, that is very mature of you two. However, both twins snapped to attention, I do have another Pokémon. It's not a typical starter. And it isn't tamed yet, but if one of you are willing. I'll take it. Ash shouted. That way Ember gets Charmander like she wanted and we can go on our journey. Ember grinned and nodded in agreement. Professor Oak hit a sigh and pressed a button on the table. A second Pokeball came out of a secret compartment, a lightning bolt on it. Ash didn't think twice as he grabbed the Pokeball and pressed the button. Ember gave Professor Oak a suspicious look, he had that ready fast. A Pikachu appeared with a confused growl as he looked around his surroundings. Oh great, the old man and 2 brats, Pikachu grumbled, his cheeks sparking. He watched the kids exchange looks before Ember spoke. Professor, I think I hear someone at the door, she said. Oh, excuse me one moment, will you two be all right? He asked. The twins nodded and waited until he left before they crouched to Pikachu's level. Hey, Pikachu, my name's Ash, and this is my twin sister, Ember, Ash introduced. And? Why should I care? Pikachu muttered. Because, I'm your trainer now and we're going to be traveling all over together, Ash answered. Please nobody's my, wait, did you understand me? Pikachu squinted his eyes suspiciously. Yep, Ember nodded, Ash and I both can. If you stick with us, we'll show you how and I'll help you be the strongest Pikachu in the world. Ash finished. Pikachu's ear twitched as he thought about it. He wanted to be strong, but with a human. Please, Pikachu, won't you join our family? Ash asked and held a hand out to Pikachu. That made the yellow mouse freeze and his expression turn hard as he scrutinized the boy in front of him. What does that word mean to you? Pikachu asked. Ember tried to speak, but Pikachu held up a paw. I want him to answer. Family are the people that love you no matter what, Ash said, even when you mess up or do something stupid. Ash smiled up at Ember. Family helps you feel strong when you're weak and loved when you feel down. Sometimes you might fight, but it never means anything serious. Family supports you, win, lose, or draw. Pikachu's face softened as he asked his next question. Even if I never become strong? He whispered. Even if you never want to battle, Ash nodded. We'll be best friends, Pikachu, I promise. Pikachu and Ash stared into each other's eyes for a long moment before Pikachu placed a paw into Ash's hand. They smiled at each other, then Pikachu used Ash's hand as leverage to spring up his arm and onto his shoulder. Ash laughed and stood up, rubbing a hand under Pikachu's chin, much to the mouse's pleasure. Great, my turn, Ember said and turned to the last Pokeball. Sorry for the wait, Professor Oak stepped back inside with someone behind him. He froze when he saw Ash and Pikachu before his face broke into a grin. My word, I'm surprised to see you not electrocuted, let alone on good terms with Pikachu. You should never doubt a Ketchum, the person behind Oak said. Both twins broke into grins. Red! They shouted as their older brother stepped around the professor, his arms held out. He was ready for the collision as the twin barreled into him for a hug. Pikachu shifted to hang off Ash's back to no get smushed. Red Ketchum was the eldest child and had started his journey 8 years prior. He had held the title of champion for a year before handing it over to Lance and went off to train and travel more. He had similar features to the twin, though his hair always laid flat and his eyes were a sharper brown, nearly red in the right light. He was a very respected trainer in the Kanto region and someone the twins strived to imitate. He had helped raise them when their parents decided they weren't in love. All right, Red chuckled and stepped back. We shouldn't keep him waiting anymore. He motioned to the last Pokeball. Indeed, Professor Oak nodded as he picked it up. Now Ember, before you meet Charmander, I wanted to let you know something. I actually considered keeping this specific Charmander for myself to study, but I realized that wouldn't be fair to him. He's got quite the battling spirit and honestly I knew you would be the right trainer for him. He handed her the Pokeball and Ember pressed the button immediately. From the way he was talking, Ember expected a shiny Charmander, she was not prepared for the giant orange lizard. A normal Charmander stood at 2 feet on average, this one was at least twice and then some. His bright blue eyes sparkled as he looked up at Ember and growled in such a way that didn't fit his size. This Charmander has a rare genetic defect called giantism. It doesn't have any known negative effects, but it causes massive growth in the afflicted Pokémon. Professor Oak lectured. In short, Charmander will only grow larger as he evolves. It doesn't seem to be genetic and little is known about it, so I hope you'll keep notes on Charmander during your journey. Of course, Ember grinned and squatted a little to be at eye level. Hi Charmander, I'm Ember, she said, do you want to join me on a journey to become a Pokémon master? Charmander agreed instantly and latched onto Ember in a hug. Would you like a nickname? I had one picked out for a while now, but if you don't that's okay, Ember said. Yeah. A nickname. Charmander nodded. How do you like Charlie? Ember asked. Perfect. Charmander, now Charlie, cheered jumping from foot to foot. How about you, Pikachu? Do you want a nickname? Ash asked. Pikachu shook his head. Very good, Professor Oak nodded then moved to grab their Pokédexes. Ash's was red while Ember's was purple, both had black borders. Red watched on as he was forgotten by the twins at the moment. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon. Pikachu are often struck by lightning on their tails during storms. The electric sacs on its cheek are restored overnight, sometimes they will discharge in their sleep when having nightmares. This Pikachu is male and has the ability unknown, further information is required. He knows the moves, Thunder Shock, Tail Whip, Charm, Thunder Wave, Nasty Plot, Disarming Voice, and Volt Tackle. Everyone looked at Pikachu with interest. Pikachu only have 2 abilities, I thought, Red said. As did I, Professor Oak nodded, but as I often learn, Pokemon will never stop surprising us. Ash, please keep an eye on that for me. Any information on a new ability will help. Right. Ash nodded and scratched Pikachu behind the ear. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. The flame on its tail indicates the Charmander line's life force. When healthy, the flame will be incredibly bright. The flame is also used as an indication of the Pokemon's emotion, as the flame will change the way it moves. This Charmander is male and has the ability Blaze, which powers up fire-type moves when health is low. He knows the moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Pulse, and Ancient Power. Note, this Pokemon's size indicates a genetic defect known as giantism. Neat, Ember said and rubbed Charlie's head. Here are your Pokeballs, Professor Oak nodded. Now I won't keep you 2 any longer. Good luck, and keep in touch. We will. The twins said before turning to Red. Their older brother nodded and led them out of the building. You're going to have one scary Charizard someday, Red said as he eyed Charmander. Just you wait, both twins said, their fist in the air. We'll be challenging you before you know it. Red chuckled as they walked home. Wait. Ember scrutinized her older brother. Were you actually at the door? Yeah, was just about to knock when Oak opened it, Red said. Figured you 2 were up to something, so I bought you some time. Thanks, Ash grinned and scratched Pikachu's chin. They walked the rest of the way in relative silence. Ash and Ember were too busy marveling over their Pokemon and Pokédexes. Red was never much of a talker if it wasn't required. In front of their house sat Red's large Venusaur, Brutus, soaking in the sunlight, and his Arcanine, Flame Burst, sleeping close by. Flame Burst twitched when they neared before hopping to his feet to greet his trainer. Brutus just grunted in their direction. When did you get home? Ember asked. About 10 minutes before you 2 ran out, Red smirked as the twins flushed. They hadn't noticed him, or his massive Pokemon. Inside they were greeted by a bright flash as their mom took a photo. Red's Electivire, Rod, stood behind her snickering. Oh, I'm so proud of you both, their mom said and took another photo. Delia Ketchum was the single mother of 3, and while her children resembled their father more, they all possessed her caring nature. She was a force to reckon with when angry, not even her children's friends wanted to incite it. She worked part-time at Oak Labs, helping to rehabilitate any abused or neglected Pokemon that passed through, but most of her time was spent at the family restaurant. She had Pokemon of her own from her younger years, most lived at Oak Ranch, but her Espion and Meganium lived at home with them. Espion purred as he strutted over to the twins with a change of clothes floating over his head. The twins chuckled nervously at the pointed looks they received before taking the clothes and hurrying off to their rooms to change and grab their gear. Don't forget to pack clean underwear. Delia yelled after them. Charlie sat on Ember's bed, his tail held over the side and his hands over his eyes. When Ember gave him the all-clear, he turned to look at his trainer in her full travel gear. Loose blue jeans with a standard Pokeball belt, a plain purple shirt and thin black jacket. Around her neck sat a silver chain with Charlie's Pokeball attached to it. She tapped it and winked at her starter. First Pokemon gets a special place, she said. Wow, Charlie's eyes sparkled and slipped off the bed to hug her. Let's build an awesome family together, alright? She said, hugging him back. Yeah, Charlie clenched his hand into fist, and I promise I'll be the best team leader ever. Ember grinned and grabbed her backpack. It was filled with so much, but hardly weighed a thing thanks to Sylph Company. The company developed the bags with the same tech as Pokeballs, allowing for an almost infinite storage. Red had gifted the bags to the twins on their 10th birthday along with 2 new TM cases, TMs not included, and advanced med kits for Pokemon and humans. Let's do our best, Ember cheered and threw her door open. Ash ran around his room tossing things towards his backpack. Pikachu sat on his bed with an amused look as Ash spoke a mile a minute. You and me Pikachu, we're going to be the greatest to ever live. We'll catch every Pokemon and make the coolest team and family. No one will ever be able to defeat us. By the time we're through not even Red will stand a chance. Pikachu snickered as he decided right then, he liked this boy. Ash changed into his travel clothes, a plain black shirt, sleeveless jean jacket, green fingerless gloves, jeans, and sneakers. He finished it off with his official league hat that he had sent in thousands of slips in to win. He shoved the last few things he needed into his bag and settled it on his shoulders. Alright, Pikachu, Ash turned to his partner, let's do this. Sure thing. Pikachu cheered and leapt from the bed to Ash's shoulder. He could definitely get used to this. Alright, smile. Delia had her 3 kids stand with their starters, arms slung around each other. They were outside so Brutus could be in it too. The Venusaur held vines over each kid's head. Pikachu was grinning madly, having finished some of Delia's cooking before this, and Charlie was latched onto Ember's hip with sparkling eyes. Oh, Delia wiped a tear from her eye, I'm just so proud of all of you. Mom, the 3 groaned. She took another photo before Brutus took the camera from her with one vine and nudged her toward her kids with another. He took a photo of the 4 of them, using 2 other vines to lift Pikachu and Charlie out of the shot. Needless to say both of the younger Pokemon weren't thrilled. Pikachu attempted to send a thundershock down the vine, but it did little more than tickle Brutus. Charlie's Ember mixed with his thrashing tail's flame annoyed the grass type a bit, but nothing more. Come on, Brew, put them down. Red smirked as the 2 Pokemon bolted for their trainers and glared at Brutus from behind them. What, you needed a human family shot, Brutus said. Red couldn't understand him like the twins could, but he got the gist. Well, Delia sighed, I suppose you 2 want to get on your way. The twins nodded eagerly as they grabbed their gear. Just remember to call, and brush your teeth, oh and don't forget to change your underwear. Delia listed off. Mom! The twins yelled, mortified. Red snickered, not so fun when it's you, is it? He looked his siblings over one more time before taking his hat off and setting it on Ember's head. Need a hat, Red said, only the best trainers wear hats. Ember stared at her older brother with wide eyes before adjusting the sizing on the hat. It was a simple red and white hat, a bit worn around the edges but still in good condition. A shiny black and white metal button was pinned on the white part of the hat. Good luck you 2, Red said, and if you need any help, just call. Route 1, home to the most common Pokemon in the Kanto region. There are stronger and rarer Pokemon that live in the area, but they stay far from the lower areas of the route. Leaf and Gary had already gotten a head start on the twins already, but that didn't deter them. First things first, Ember said, training to beat our first gym. Right. Earth badge here we go. Ash didn't finish as he was smacked to the ground and groaned in pain. We are not going to challenge the Earth badge first, Ember said and shook off her hand. Ash has a hard head. Remember, Giovanni only accepts challengers with 7 badges or more. Even if he did accept ours, he doesn't hold back. Charlie and Pikachu would be annihilated. Is this guy really that strong? Charlie asked. He's about the same level of the Elite Four, Ember said. Then a thought occurred to her. Do you know about them? Both Pokemon nodded. Most Pokemon do, Pikachu said and waved a paw. The Pokemon are legends to most. Every Pokemon wants to be as strong as possible and the elite are who we all strive to be. My parents. Pikachu hesitated a moment. They told me and my siblings all about them. Ha, the more you know, Ember said. Okay, Ash groaned and stood up. So who's first then? Brock, up in Pewter City, Ember said as she scrolled through her Pokédex. It says he specializes in rock types, so, either we catch some effective Pokemon, or... Ember went silent as she flipped through her Pokédex. Or... Ash prompted, looking over her shoulder. We can teach them steel moves, Ember said. Both can learn Iron Tail, though it looks like Charlie would have an easier time learning Metal Claw first. Alright. Ash cheered and pulled his own Pokédex out. You ready to learn Pikachu? A move that'll take down rock types. I'm so in, Pikachu said, his cheeks sparking. Hold up, we should at least travel a little farther today, then when we set up camp we can. Ember started. Test out the moves you two already know and then start on new moves, Ash finished and nodded. Good point. As the four traveled, Pikachu and Charlie took shots at the wild Pokémon. Neither twin wanted a Pidgey or Rattata, though a Spearow caught Ash's eye for a moment. The thought made him shudder suddenly and decided against it. There was a distinct lack of trainers on the route, but that was common. No one really had a need to be on Route 1 unless they were going to see Professor Oak, but those trainers could just fly to Pallet Town. So how about an explanation? Pikachu said. You did promise us one. He hopped off Ash's shoulder to walk beside Charlie. Yeah, Charlie nodded. How can you understand us? Can other humans do that? Well, Ember and Ash exchanged looks before Ember started. A few years ago, a man named Riley came through town with his partner, Lucario. They were there to talk with Professor Oak about some research in the Sinnoh region, where they're from. We met him one day when we were exploring the woods. Ash picked up the story. We ended up wandering into a training session between the two. Riley was fighting Lucario hand to hand, blindfolded. It was amazing. Then, all of a sudden, they stopped and turned toward our hiding spot. According to Riley, Ash and I had a high level of untapped aura unlike any he'd ever seen. He and Lucario came to a decision then to help us HRNSS it and started to train us in the way of aura. We kept it quiet, not wanting anyone to make us stop, but Red found out. He kept it secret for us when he saw what it meant to us. When Riley had to leave, he left us with notes on how to continue our training without him, and last year sent us a whole book worth of instructions. Which included how to help Pokemon tap into their own aura. Ash finished off. Pikachu and Charlie stared at their trainers for a long moment. Both humans smirked and continued to walk, their arms behind their heads. It's supposed to make attacks twice as strong, Ember said in a teasing voice. Enough to affect even those resistant to the moves as well, Ash added. The two Pokemon looked from their trainers to each other before racing after them with a newfound excitement. The four kept going until late afternoon before settling next to a small pond. Once their camp was set up, taking longer than either would have liked, they set to work. First came a move evaluation. Okay, Pikachu, Ash said as he scanned over Pikachu's moves, let's try, Thundershock. He pointed to a rock and Pikachu blasted out a thin stream of electricity. It charred the rock, but not much else. Now, disarming voice. Pikachu took a few seconds longer with that one and cleared his throat before letting out a scream. Faint pink waves came out of his mouth, but it didn't do much more than grate against everyone's ears. Volt Tackle. Pikachu charged forwards, a light stream of electricity coated his body as he charged forward and smacked into the rock. He shook his head before grinning widely at the cracks on the rock. Awesome! Ash cheered. The rest of your moves are status, so we'll work on those later. Except, can you do a few nasty plots? Oh yeah, Pikachu's grin turned malicious, a faint black aura flared around him and grew stronger. Ember and Ash watched with interest before Ash gave his next order. Now Thunder Shock, full power. Pikachu reared back and let loose a vastly stronger stream of electricity than earlier. Bits of the rock were blown off from the blast. Pikachu cackled before releasing the nasty plots. Now that will be useful, Ember said. Ash grinned like a madman as he thought of idea after idea. Our turn. Ember pushed Ash out of the way and pointed at the rock. Pikachu calmly walked out of the way. Alright Charlie, start with Scratch. She called. Charlie charged forward, claws glowing white, he slashed at the rock and left shallow gauges. Now show me Ember. Charlie reared back a moment then stopped and pointed at his trainer. Everyone stared at him in confusion before it dawned on them. Ember face-palmed. I meant the attack, she groaned. Charlie snickered before turning back to the rock. Ash and Pikachu were in hysterics. He used Ember at close range, the small fire pellets caused mini explosions that charred the rock further. Ancient power. He took a moment before his eyes flashed white and minuscule white orbs floated out. His body. He couldn't hold the attack long, it didn't even make it halfway from his body before it fizzled out. No worries. Try Dragon Pulse. Charlie reared back and sked in air until he couldn't any longer, he moved forward and burped. A small blue-green spark fell out of his mouth. Well. I give the burp a solid 8, Ember said as she moved beside her starter. She scratched his scales while she thought. Most likely those moves will get better once you evolve. Charizard have a better grip of draconic power than Charmander. Ancient power we can work with more, if anything we can just work on the energy in it so you can get the power boost. Also you were doing the energy form, we should start with physical form. That's the easier one anyways. It'll be better once we start the aura training, it'll let you tap into the power of other types easier. Add Metal Claw on top of that should be our priority right now. Ember blinked when she noticed the bewildered look her starter was giving her. Not all at once, she assured, and Charlie relaxed instantly. Just long-term plans, sorry I tend to think out loud. But now. Ash ran to one side of their campsite and pointed dramatically at Ember. Ember smirked. I challenge you to a battle. They said in unison. Charlie and Pikachu hopped in front of their trainers, just as eager, and glared at each other. All right Pikachu. Ash shouted, he may have the size advantage, but we have speed. Run around and use nasty plot. Pikachu took off and started to circle Charlie, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Smoke screen. Ember called. A black haze spilled out of Charlie's mouth, obscuring him from view. Don't hold still Pikachu. Keep running so he can't tag you. Ash called. A faint white glow began to trail behind Pikachu as he picked up speed. Spin and use Ember. Ember called. The attack. She muttered as an afterthought. Her plan worked, sort of. Ash and Ember had to dodge away from the fire pellets, though thankfully none touched their camp equipment. Pikachu was clipped by one pellet and cursed before charging into the smokescreen. Scratch. Thunder shock. The twins shouted. Electricity glowed in the black cloud, followed by a cry by both Pokémon. The smoke cleared to show Charlie panting and looking a bit disoriented and Pikachu favoring a paw. Thunder wave. Ash called. Pikachu tensed up before sending a weak blue bolt of lightning toward Charlie who couldn't dodge. Ember didn't miss a beat either. Keep calm, Charlie, and use Ember. Ember pointed forward. The Ember pellets shot out and slammed into Pikachu at close range. He rolled head over tail, his chest fur singed. DMN, that hurts, Pikachu touched the fur and winced. Charlie tried to move forward, but his body locked up. Call, both twins said before walking to their Pokémon. Ember grabbed her bag and pulled out a paralysis heal and burn heal. She tossed the burn heal to Ash before spraying Charlie. Ash did the same before grabbing 2 potions from his own bag and tossing one to Ember. That was awesome, you too, Ember said as she rubbed down Charlie's scales. You were amazing, Ash said and scratched behind Pikachu's ears. That was so awesome. Charlie cheered now that his movements weren't restricted. That was my first real battle. Did I do okay? I got kind of dizzy, is that normal? You did great, Ember assured. We can work on that spin move later until you can go without getting dizzy. You got some good hits on Pikachu too. What did you think Pikachu? Ash asked. Pikachu looked like he was thinking about it before he jumped onto Ash's shoulder and nuzzled into his cheek. I could get used to this, Pikachu said. And you? He pointed at Charlie. We will have a rematch, many in fact. You're on. Charlie agreed and clenched his claws like he'd seen his trainer do. Pikachu imitated him as the two glared at each other before both broke into giggles. The next morning, Pikachu and Charlie woke to their trainers fighting. Not shouts and name-calling, but punches being traded. Blue glows could be seen around their fists. Ash ducked left and brought an arm up to block Ember's kick. He twisted to throw her off balance and was met with an elbow coming toward his face. A shimmering green shield popped up, causing Ember to curse as she backed off to rub her elbow. Her left hand glowed brighter until a small orb rotated in the palm. She threw it with deadly precision, causing Ash to block again, but didn't give him enough time to block her roundhouse to his ribs. Ash swore as he rolled away and back to his feet and created his own aura sphere. His was larger but less stable. He had to throw it fast before it destabilized, but Ember was ready as she went on the defensive. Ash pushed off the ground with more force than a 10-year-old should have had and tossed the sphere at Ember. She made a less than perfect protect shield, just able to defend against the sphere, but she wouldn't let Ash get her with the same trick she did to him. She moved in as he did and spun into his open spot. Both twins swung their fist at the other's face and stopped at a hair's breadth from the other's cheek. They were panting as they stepped back and bowed to each other. Ember wiped at the sweat on her forehead when the clapping started. Pikachu and Charlie were in awe of their trainers once again. I want to learn that, Pikachu said. He swung a fist down, then swept his tail around. Take that, rock types. We can work on that later, Ember said, grabbing a towel from her bag to dry off before putting Red's hat. We wanted to make more ground toward Viridian City, Ash continued. Hopefully we'll run into some beginning trainers from there that we can battle. But first. Breakfast. They said in unison, and their Pokémon wholeheartedly agreed. Chapter 2. The second day of traveling, the twins ran into new trainers from Viridian City looking for easy catches. Most of them had baby Pokémon as starters like Magby, Elekid, and one Cleffa, but the richer kids had exotic Pokémon like Litwick, Oricorio, and one had a Skarmory that he could not control. Charlie took the Skarmory out rather easily after it decided to take a nap rather than listen to his trainer. Neither twin lost a single battle, and both Charlie and Pikachu found themselves enjoying every battle. Pikachu learned Quick Attack during his fight against Elekid, and Charlie took his time against Skarmory to practice Metal Claw before finishing it with Ember. Skarmory's trainer shoved money into Ember's hand and stormed off. I think he expected easy pickings, Ash said while Ember pocketed her winnings. Why does everyone ask what you feed me? Charlie asked. Because you're huge, Pikachu answered. Yeah, they expect you to be half the size you are, Ember said and scratched his scales. Good job, by the way. Metal Claw is coming along nicely, and that Ember was fantastic. Wow, conceited, Pikachu snickered. Ember glared at the mouse before sighing. I can't wait until you learn a different fire move, she muttered. Should we stop here for lunch? Yeah, I think we could all use a break, Ash agreed and unslung his backpack. He dug through it a moment before pulling out 2 cans of Pokémon food. Ember did the same with their last 2 sandwiches. After these it was pre-packaged trainer food until Viridian. After lunch we should work on Metal Claw and Iron Tail more, Ash said. Or, maybe catch a new Pokémon. Everyone glanced around them, but saw nothing of interest. Or we wait until Viridian Forest, Ember suggested. Ash agreed and took a large bite. Viridian Forest. Pikachu gulped a pellet. If a Pokémon could pale, he definitely would've. Yeah, it's the only way to Pewter from here, Ember said. Why? Is something wrong? Ash asked. Pikachu shook his head vigorously and went back to eating. His face was contorted strangely. The twins exchanged looks but didn't say anything. Pikachu would talk to them when he was ready. When they finished lunch they set to training. Ash tied makeshift weights, made of rocks, onto Pikachu's tail. Pikachu flexed a couple times before running to a rock and slapping it with his tail. A light sheen began to develop over his tail as he went. It wasn't perfect, but it was getting there. So focus on the rock, create the energy around it, good, now lift and strike. Charlie held a white glowing rock in front of him, his control of ancient power was far better when physical. On Ember's command he smacked the rock with metal claw and sent it flying away. He lost his control on it after a few feet and the rock exploded in all directions. Sweet, Ember's smile was almost manic as she thought of the possibilities. It's still too slow to be anything just yet, but that'll be awesome when we perfect both moves. Charlie nodded before flexing his claws, holding the sheen. Ember was about to make another comment when an angry roar shook the area. What was? Ash turned in their direction and froze at what he saw. A Nidoking stomped out of the trees and brush, rubbing at his eye, a pebble in his hand. His eyes locked on the trainers and he roared again. Run! Ember shouted. Both twins scrambled to grab their bags and hightail it out of the area. Charlie tried to keep up, but he wasn't built for long-distance running, so Ember hastily returned him. Pikachu clung to Ash's shoulder with his eyes squeezed shut. Nidoking charged after them and was gaining fast. The twins searched for somewhere to hide, but every place was either trees or bushes that Nidoking could destroy. Then, the ice beam struck. It hit the ground just behind them, but the force was enough to send the kids flying off the ground, screaming. They rolled to a stop apart from the other. Ash called out to Ember as Nidoking charged another ice beam straight for her. Ember tried to form a protect shield in time, but it wasn't necessary. Ash watched a purple blur swoop in just as the ice beam hit. When the dust cleared, Ember was nowhere to be seen. Ember! Ash shouted. Pikachu clung tighter to him and stared in horror as Nidoking turned his attention to Ash. He began to charge something that didn't look like ice beam. Nidoking, a cool, calm voice called out, DSPLN. A second Nidoking appeared in front of Ash, far larger than the attacking one. His armor was a deeper shade of purple and littered with battle scars. He had to be nearly twice the size of the one attacking, leading to the realization, that was a baby, this was an adult. Ash. Ember's voice made Ash's head snap to her direction. She was standing beside a man in a business suit, an unreadable expression on his face. Don't just sit there. Run. He didn't need to be told twice as the younger Nidoking released his attack at the older, a high-powered energy beam. Ash booked it toward his sister only to be scooped up and carried over by the purple blur. It landed with him behind the man and snickered at his bewildered expression. It was like a large bat, with a dangerous stinger on its tail and wings meant for gliding more so than flying. Glisker, he said his name for the twins, before they were drawn back to the Nidokings. The older Nidoking took the hit without so much of a flinch before releasing his own beam, far stronger, brighter, and wider. The young Nidoking screeched in pain and was sent flying tail overhead. Despite the direct attack, he got back up and roared his rage to the sky. Another ice beam was fired and met with one from the older, again his was far stronger and overtook the younger Nidokings in no time. Whoa, Ash and Ember said together. Was that a hyper beam? Ash asked. Yeah, Ember said. That Nidoking is a beast. Yes, we're told that quite often, the man said. He glanced at the twins, his eyes widened a fraction before he turned back to the, well, not battle exactly, more like ruthless beatdown. The younger Nidoking tried to get up, but the older was done wasting his time. He stepped on the younger's neck and growled for him to surrender. Come on, blast him again. Glisker cheered. Show him his place. Or don't, Ember muttered, catching Glisker's attention. Did you just? Glisker looked at Ember with interest. The young Nidoking slumped in surrender and the older roared his triumph. The man nodded and raised a pokeball. He released a large Nidoqueen that took in her surroundings before stomping off away from the Nidokings. She gave a low rumble barely audible to the humans, and an entire Nido herd came into view. The Nidorans ran over to Nidoqueen with the Nidorinas following behind. Nidorinos flanked the group, though they were staring wearily at the two Nidokings. A young Nidoqueen was the last to appear. She was far smaller than the man's Nidoqueen and far less aggressive than her male counterpart as she bowed to the older matriarch. "This herd belongs to my two Nidos," the man explained. "Recently some poachers have been seen in the area, so for protection, they allowed a Nidorino and Nidorina the chance to evolve. Nidoking grow very aggressive after they evolve and can take weeks to settle. Mine just needed to remind him who was in charge." "That's so cool." "Wait," Ash scrutinized the man. "Holy Arceus, you're Giovanni," Ember finished. "No way." Ash didn't get a chance to finish that as Ember smacked the back of his head. "Ow, right, got excited." The older Nidoking seemed satisfied with the younger's SBMSN and released him. He gave a warning growl as the younger got to his feet before allowing him to return to the herd. "Ensure he knows to not attack trainers," Giovanni said. His voice didn't raise but he was clearly heard by his Pokémon. Both of the older Nidomonarchs nodded and growled orders to the herd. When they were satisfied they walked back to their trainer as the herd moved to a more secluded area. Hey, Nidoking. Nidoking. Glisker waved a massive claw at his teammate. "What?" Nidoking growled, irritated. "This kid can understand me." Glisker grabbed Ember's arm, gentle for such a large Pokémon, but still surprising for Ember. "Watch. Cheese pajamas." Ember's expression made Glisker laugh. Giovanni and Nidoqueen watched uninterested while Nidoking looked annoyed. Ash started laughing hard. "See, look." Glisker lifted Ember's arm until she was off the ground. "You can understand me." "Hi." That irritated Ember. "Alright mister," Ember began to scold, "I get you're excited, but this is no way to treat someone. How would you like it if some grabbed you like this? Put me down right now." Glisker lowered her more in shock than anything else. "I know you were raised better. So what makes you think that would ever be acceptable, huh? Now apologize this instant." Ember crossed her arms over her chest and glared at Glisker who looked so bewildered. "Sorry." He tried. Nidoking and Nidoqueen began to laugh at their teammate. "I like this kid," Nidoqueen chuckled. Giovanni looked at his Pokémon before clearing his throat. He got their attention and held up 3 Pokeballs. His Pokémon nodded and disappeared into their Pokeballs. He turned his attention to the twins. Ash and Pikachu was doubled over in laughter while Ember looked annoyed. "Your Glisker needs manners," she said. Giovanni raised an eyebrow and allowed a small smile. "Do you two require a lift to Viridian City?" Giovanni asked. "That would be nice," Ember said, casting a glare towards her brother. Giovanni nodded and gestured for them to follow him. A jeep sat a little ways away. Ember pushed Ash away from the front seat and he stuck his tongue out before climbing into the back. Pikachu slumped into Ash's lap, one paw gripped Ash's jacket. Ember fidgeted with Charlie's Pokeball but decided against calling him out. Giovanni probably wouldn't appreciate it if she set his car on fire. "Thank you for your help, sir," Ember said. "Yeah, we would have been killed," Ash agreed as he scratched Pikachu. "Beginning trainers?" Giovanni asked. "Yes, sir, we started yesterday," Ash answered. "We're from Pallet Town." "That's my twin brother Ash Ketchum and I'm Ember Ketchum," Ember continued. "Ketchum," Giovanni murmured as he drove. "Yeah, you might know our brother Red," Ash said. "Of course," Giovanni nodded. He was quiet for a moment before asking another question. "What Pokémon do you have?" "We both only have our starters right now," Ember said. "Mine is a Charmander and Ash has Pikachu." Said Pokémon made a low groan as Ash massaged him. "We're teaching them Metal Claw and Iron Tail so we can battle Brock, but," Ash explained. "We're hoping to find another Pokémon on our way through Viridian Forest," Ember continued. "To make it a little easier and to build our teams up," Ash finished. "Do you two do that often?" Giovanni asked. Do what? Both asked in innocent voices. Giovanni smirked. So between the two of you, rock and ground types have an advantage, he stated more than asked. Yes, sir, Ember said. We've heard you can find some grass types in the forest, though. He nodded, but didn't say anything more. The air around him made so the twins didn't feel compelled to talk either. Ash took it as a moment to meditate, channeling his aura towards Pikachu. The mouse relaxed further and let Ash do whatever. He had a stressful afternoon and damn it he was going to rest. Ash closed his own eyes and focused. He could feel the coursing electricity through Pikachu's body and aura. A slight tingle went through his arm as he allowed his own aura to flow alongside Pikachu's. The mouse leaned into Ash's hand as he felt Ash convey his love and serenity and hope into his aura. Pikachu's aura allowed itself to be teased closer to the surface, causing bits of electricity to crack across his fur. Ember glanced back at her brother when she felt a slight shift in the air and smiled. She wanted to try that with Charlie. It was a good first step to getting someone used to feeling their aura. Riley had them hold their hands over his while he spiked his own aura until the two could feel their own without issue. She looked up at Giovanni, his face was relaxed yet focused. She took in his features, it almost felt like she'd seen them before. We're here, Giovanni's voice broke the silence. He drove through the outskirts of Viridian, took a turn down a road where the twins could see the red roof of the Viridian Pokemon Center. He pulled up to the entrance and put the jeep in park before glancing at the twins. Nurse Joy can help you inside, he said. His expression made the twins feel like they weren't dismissed just yet. His face softened then and he gave a slight nod. Come to my gym tomorrow, 2 p.m. sharp, he said then turned away. They took that for what it was and left with a quick thank you. They waited until he drove away before heading inside. The Pokemon Center was nice, comfy-looking sofas made up the waiting room, against one wall were video phone monitors and a trading room beside those. The front desk was where a Nurse Joy sat, typing on a computer, 2 egg-shaped Pokemon moved around behind her. The other side of the room had 2 doorways clearly marked as cafeteria and dorm rooms. A few trainers sat on the couches flipping through magazines as they waited for their Pokemon. The twins stepped up to the desk right as Nurse Joy pressed a button on her intercom. Alex Rainer, your Pokemon are ready. Alex Rainer. She smiled at the twins after that. Hello, welcome to the Viridian Pokemon Center, she said, how can I help you today? Would you mind checking our Pokemon, please? Ember asked, handing over Charlie's Pokeball. Of course, Nurse Joy smiled. Nurse Joy, Ash said, Pikachu doesn't like to be in Pokeballs, is that okay? Not to worry, it's more common than people think, Nurse Joy assured as she placed Charlie's ball on a tray. If you'll just sit on here, please, Pikachu. Pikachu looked at Ash in uncertainty. It's alright, buddy, Ash assured, Nurse Joy is just going to make sure you're healthy. Alright, if you're sure. Pikachu hopped off of Ash's shoulder to the counter then walked a little hesitantly onto the tray. I'll have them back to you in no time at all, Nurse Joy said and walked off. She could be heard talking quietly to Pikachu as she went. Let's call home, Ash motioned to the phones, where only one other kid was sitting. They took one of the phones at the end and dialed their home number. After a few rings Red's voice came over, sound only. Ketchum residence, he said. We're watching you, Ember made her voice raspy. There was a pause before Red spoke again. Damn it Ember, where are you? Red asked as he turned on the video feed. The twins snickered at their older brother's face. Did you two make it to Viridian already? Color me impressed. But your color is red, Ember said. Red groaned and buried his face into his hands. I told Mom I would have been fine as an only child, he muttered. Mom. Come talk to your spawn. He got up and left. The twins giggled while they waited for their mom to come over. Delia Ketchum appeared a moment later looking overly excited. In Viridian already. I'm so proud of you too, Delia said. It took Red 4 days to get there. You aren't hurt, are you? Did you eat well? Did you remember to change your mom? Both twins groaned. Red could be heard snorting in the background. We're fine, Ember said. We just got in. There was a little incident with a Nidoking, Ash said. At their mom's expression he quickly tried to reassure her. Nothing happened, we just had to run and we were saved by a league official, Ember jumped in. Ash gave her a look but didn't say anything. He was looking for the Nidoking. It just evolved and needed to be calmed down. He gave us a lift to Viridian. Are you sure you're alright? Delia asked. We're fine, Ash said. Promise, Mom, Ember smiled. Delia sighed in defeat. If you're sure. How have things been over there? Ember asked. Oh fine, Delia said, then began to talk about the work she was doing with Professor Oak using Red's Pokemon on comparative Pokemon power between species and ages. After a while their name was called over the intercom and they said their goodbyes. Both Pokemon are in perfect health, Nurse Joy said as she handed them back. Pikachu leapt onto Ash's shoulder. Much better, Pikachu said. Thank you, the twins said. Could we rent a room for the night, please? Ember asked. Of course, if you'll just hand over your IDs for a moment. Nurse Joy took their Pokédexes and slotted them into her computer. After a few seconds it beeped and she returned them along with a room key. Room 18, just remember to return it before you leave. Ember let Charlie out in the room and spent a moment reassuring him everything was fine before the twins worked on their game plan. The main question is, do we leave after 2 tomorrow or wait another day? Ash said. I want to head out right away, but we don't know what Giovanni wants with us, Ember said. I wanted to ask, Ash eyed his twin before continuing, I felt your shift in comfort in the car, and you lied to Mom. I didn't lie, Ember said, technically he is a league official, it's just. Ember went silent for a moment, her eyes locked on her feet. Tomorrow, do me a favor, she met Ash's eyes then, look at Giovanni, and I mean really look at him. I think I noticed something. No hints to what? Ash asked. He could feel the uncertainty rolling off Ember. I don't want to influence anything, Ember said. Just tell me what you feel tomorrow, okay? Alright, Ash conceded and changed the subject. So what do we do after? And why does he even want to meet us? Your guess is as good as mine, Ember said. She moved to sit on one of the 2 beds in the room. Charlie hopped up with her, curling his tail around his body to keep the flame off the blanket. Ash sat on the other bed and moved Pikachu to his lap, scratching his head. We can spend the rest of today doing aura work with you too, Ember said. Then do some regular training tomorrow morning, Ash continued. After the meeting. They both trailed off and thought. What do you two think? Ash asked the Pokemon, would you rather stay here another night than get an early start the next day? Or leave right after the meeting? You're asking us. Pikachu asked then shook his head. No, I should have expected it. His ear twitched in thought. If we stay another night, we can do more aura work before the forest. His face contorted some as he said the word. What's wrong with forest? Charlie asked. The one around the ranch was fun to explore, if not a little flammable. Nothing, Pikachu snapped. Just thinking. He muttered the end. Ash jumped in before his starter became any more uncomfortable. I agree with Pikachu, he said. We should wait and get an early start. Sounds good, Ember nodded. She checked the time on the small clock provided by the center. We can work on aura until dinner, then maybe get a little training on the practice field. I want you guys to have the steel moves down before we get to pewter. So how do we start with aura? Charlie asked. Ash and Ember moved to the center of their respective beds and crossed their legs. Ember motioned for Charlie to sit in front of her, while Ash kept Pikachu in his lap. The first step is meditation, Ember explained. There's a unique ability aura wielders can do called an aura connection. Ash and I established it ourselves last year. It's actually how we do the speaking thing like this, Ash said. Before it we had some form of twin telepathy with each other, but this enhanced it. It doesn't exactly allow us to read the other's mind, but rather feel what the other wants, Ember said. We can do this with Pokemon as well, though we've never tried. We'd like to establish it with all of our Pokemon, but only when they are ready and willing. Why wait? Charlie asked. An aura connection doesn't just connect aura like the name suggests, Ash said, but rather connects those involved to their very core. By doing this, we'll know everything about the other person, their lives, hopes, dreams, fears, everything. So we want the full permission and trust of our Pokemon before we do it, Ember said. If either of you don't feel ready, just say so, we'll understand. I want to, Charlie said. I trust you, Ember. You're my trainer and you've already become my friend. I want to do this. Ember smiled and scratched under Charlie's chin. And you, Pikachu? Ash asked, trying desperately to keep the hope out of his voice. Pikachu's ear twitched before he shook his head. I'm not yet, sorry Ash. No, it's okay, Ash assured. Like we said, it's when you are ready. He rubbed Pikachu's head and smiled. We'll work on bringing your aura to the surface. That will help increase your power, especially your electric moves early on. Pikachu nodded and waited for Ash to take the lead. He took Pikachu's paws and instructed him to close his eyes and breath evenly. Listen to the sound of my voice, Ash said, his voice low. Nothing will distract you. Do you feel that tingle in your paws? Good. That's my aura. Ash's voice began to fall away as sensations took over Pikachu's mind. First it was calm, rolling waves of quiet, but behind it was boundless energy. That was Ash, but he kept his distance. He was only there to guide, not join. Then, a barely contained storm, bolts of lightning everywhere, building, stronger and stronger every day. He felt something close to this, the night when he evolved from Piku to Pikachu, moments before he was captured. He felt the storm flowing through him into his cheeks and back out, a constant cycle. It was getting stronger now. It was moving, closer, closer, the cycle was spreading, wider now. It was rising to his skin, into his fur. It should have hurt, but it didn't. It felt great, like he was full of energy, like he could take on the world. He couldn't feel Ash anymore, but he was there, he wouldn't leave, right, not Ash. The boy had shown he was trustworthy, right? He couldn't do this alone, it was too much. Pikachu cracked an eye open and stared in shock as his hands glowed with crackling yellow light that he could only assume was his aura. Ash wasn't touching him either, he was still in front of him, his smile warmed Pikachu. It was filled with pride. Remember how that feels, Ash said. The light dimmed down until fading completely back into Pikachu's body. That is only the first step. Soon you'll be able to call it at will. Then we'll move on to more advanced stuff. Like what? Pikachu's interest was piqued. We'll discuss that more later, Ash waved his hand. For now let's focus on bringing it back to the surface. Pikachu nodded and closed his eyes, focusing on that feeling of static and lightning he had felt. When nothing happened, Ash took his paws again and helped him feel it. Pikachu didn't need to ask. Ash knew when to help. Ember, meanwhile, took Charlie's claws into her hands and instructed him much the same as Ash with Pikachu. The key here is trust, Ember said. If either of us have even the slightest doubt it won't work. Understood, Charlie nodded, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. On the exhale he felt something shift in him. Behind his eyes he saw a raging fire, the potential of a volcano, explosions, and violence, and love. Warmth on a cold night, protection from the dark, security for those around him. Life, like his own, tied to the flame on his tail, but fire destroyed and created, it was needed for everything to survive. It didn't get the credit water did, but it didn't need it. Fire was there, whether wanted or not. Then, he felt a new presence. It was calm and frantic at once, as if both sides fought to be more dominate. It reached out for the fire, unafraid of being burned, but stopped halfway, waiting for him to meet them. It promised love and understanding, a lifelong friend he'd never lose. He didn't need any more than that as he reached his own power out and met the other. That's when things changed. Charlie was suddenly human, 3 years old, and he broke his arm. Ash was there and panicking, but he kept trying to assure Charlie. Then he was 6, cowering against a tree as a Pokemon called Vigoroth growled menacingly at him. He tried apologizing, but the Pokemon had just evolved and was raging on hormones. Vigoroth lunged, but was stopped by a psychic blast. An angry Alakazam appeared and Charlie was flooded with relief. He was 8 and felt the pulsing power of aura for the first time, a bonding of love and trust between twins. The proud smile of a man that felt like a father figure and his Lucario who looked just as proud. 9 and studying hard on all things Pokemon, he would be ready for his journey. 10, eager for the day to come, to start exploring, to be the best. Anxiety, what if he failed, what if none of his Pokemon wanted anything to do with him? The thrill and excitement and fear that coursed through him as he picked up a Pokeball, the one that would contain his first Pokemon partner. The relief when the Charmander accepted him. Ember saw life as a Charmander, hatching from an egg into a new world and greeted by her mother, a giant if she'd ever seen one. She was nuzzled and cleaned, bathed in her mother's flame, then joined by her siblings. She was bigger than them, but it didn't matter, not to any of them. Her father came in, a beast of a Charizard with a multitude of scars. He commanded respect but looked upon his children with adoration. He took interest in her. Weeks passed and she grew too big for the nest, far sooner than her siblings. Her father took her then, away from her home to a new one. The old man, her father's trainer, took her in and told her about being a starter Pokemon. She was young, but the stories she was told only fueled her to go on adventures. She was allowed to explore the ranch, but had to come back before dark. One night she didn't and became lost. She was alone, she didn't like to be alone. The professor found her, she was scared, so scared. She didn't wander far after that. Then the day came to meet her trainer. She heard from her Pokeball the Squirtle got chosen, then the Bulbasaur, then 2 voices. She felt her spirit sink, neither were going to start now. Then joy, the professor came through. She had to wait, but when she was released, her eyes locked on the smiling trainer. Her partner, her friend. She would never be alone again. Ember and Charlie opened their eyes at the same time and stared at each other for a long moment. Grins broke out across their faces as they leaned into each other for a hug. Charlie's tail moved out of the way in time. Never alone again, Ember assured. I'll never let you fail, Charlie said. Ash and Pikachu stopped for a moment to watch the other two. A physical flash of light had indicated the bond being made. Ash felt the light tug on his own connection with Ember and couldn't help the smile on his face. He felt envious of her, sure, but he'd get there one day. Pikachu was in awe of it all. He was definitely glad with his decision to have a trainer. The next morning was spent on the training field behind the Pokemon Center. Pikachu's iron tail was coming along nicely. Charlie and Ember were trying to use their new formed connection, but despite everything, the two weren't in perfect sync. The aura connection made them closer, but a true bond is formed in time. Eventually Ash had Pikachu work on his other moves. His electric attacks were clearly more potent now. He still couldn't hold a constant stream of aura, but he was getting the hang of it and the increased focus of aura helped. Alright, Pikachu, Ash stood in front of him, Thundershock on me. Pikachu hesitated, eyes wide. Don't worry, I want to practice my protect shields. Alright, but don't blame me when you start tasting nickels, Pikachu said. He charged up and shot a Thundershock at him. How do you know what Electrico, Gah? Ash threw up a hasty shield that barely did its job. Pikachu snickered and decided to have some fun. He slipped into a quick attack to keep Ash on his toes. Ash grinned and closed his eyes, using Aura Sight to track Pikachu easier. He spun to his left as Pikachu had to stop to shock him. His Protect was stronger this time, though he had to time the cooldown of the move. He didn't quite have the power to do multiple shields in a row. Pikachu continued his attacks until Ash recognized a pattern. Switch it up. You're becoming predictable, Ash said. To prove it, he shot a small aura sphere towards Pikachu. It wasn't enough to do damage, but enough to make Pikachu jump and change course. Oh. So that's how it's going to be. Pikachu laughed as he continued to run. He could feel his stamina slipping as he began to use Nasty Plot. Ash grinned wickedly and made another aura sphere just as Pikachu stopped to attack. He threw the sphere into the overpowered Thundershock, which by this point was beginning to look like a thunderbolt. The two attacks exploded in the middle, creating a giant dust cloud. Really, Ash? Ember coughed. That was awesome. Ash cheered as the dust settled. Did you see that? He ran over to Pikachu and picked the mouse up in his arms, spinning around. Pikachu laughed alongside him, his cheeks still sparking some. Ember glanced at Charlie, who got the gist of what she wanted. He focused on the spot beneath Ash's feet, his eyes glowed white, and the ground broke away into ancient power. Ash yelped in surprise as he was dumped off the rock. Nice, Ember praised, much better control there. Thanks. You were right, physical is way easier, Charlie said. Why? Ash groaned. Pikachu kept laughing, having landed on Ash and not the ground. Come on, let's get cleaned up then lunch, Ember said, dusting her clothes off. Yeah, Ash grumbled and glared at Pikachu half-heartedly. Traitor. Pikachu laughed harder. Chapter 3. Ash and Ember stood outside the Viridian Gym, their Pokémon beside them. It was intimidating to say the least. Appearance-wise, it was just another building, with the word gym written across it, and guards at the front door. Yup, just another building. State your business, one guard ordered. Giovanni asked us to be here at 2 p.m., Ash answered. And it's 1:59 p.m., ha. Made it, Ember grinned. The guard scowled and looked at a clipboard. Names? He asked. Ash and Ember Ketchum, they said together. The guard made a tick mark on the board and nodded to the other guard. Second door on your left, he said. What does she feed that Charmander? Ember heard one guard mutter. The bones of our fallen enemies. Ember called over her shoulder. Charlie snickered as he flashed his fangs behind him. Ash and Pikachu hid their laughs. The room they were directed to turned out to be a battlefield. Giovanni stood at the center with a young boy, about 2 years younger than the twins, with shocking red hair. Good, you're here, Giovanni nodded to them. Ash, true to his word, was observing the man without being too obvious. Maybe, there was something in the way he looked. His eyes looked almost familiar, his hair color, the facial structure. This is my son, Silver. The twins froze as their eyes locked on the boy. He looked nervous under their gaze, but smiled nonetheless. Nice to meet you, Silver bowed slightly. What do you feed your Charmander? Ember eye twitched ever so slightly before she smiled. Oh, you know, fruits, vegetables, ground-type carcasses, moo milk, the basics, Ember shrugged as Silver's face paled a little. What was that? He asked. Moo milk. Ember answered innocently. It's very nutritious, you should try it. Silver's eyes were wide as he stared at Ember. Giovanni cleared his throat, a little amusement in his eyes. I want to request the two of you battle Silver, Giovanni said. Just when the twins thought they couldn't be shocked anymore. A double battle will suffice. He looked over the twins and their Pokémon. Silver moved to his side of the field and waited for the twins to do the same. They took a moment, a bit of prodding from their Pokémon before they got moving. Sandile, Swinub, time for battle. Silver tossed his Pokeballs into the air. A small crocodile and furry pig landed on the field. Charlie. Pikachu. Let's do this. The twins decided to just go with it and got into the battle. Charlie roared, though it wasn't very intimidating, and Pikachu sparked his cheeks. Pokédexes came out as well. Swinub, the pig Pokémon. This Pokémon uses its nose to sniff out food. Because of this it often discovers hot springs. They have such a love for food they run headlong after any enticing smells. Sandile, the desert croc Pokémon. Sandile dig under sand and are able to move through it as if they are swimming. It sneaks up on its prey from underneath and drags them under the sand. Ground types, Ember muttered. Pikachu. No electric attacks, they won't have any effect. Ash called. Pikachu nodded and waited for the signal to begin. Go. Quick attack. Ash called. Don't stand still, and charge up, he said quieter. Pikachu blurred around the field, a trail of white behind him and faint black aura forming over his body. Dig, both of you, Silver said. Ancient power, small, go for the boost, Ember whispered. Charlie nodded and focused on the pebbles at his feet. Nothing happened for a while, but eventually a slight gleam shone across his body. Ash, Sandile are dark types, too, Ember whispered. Ash took a moment then grinned. Go for the Charmander. Silver shouted. Get ready, jump. Ember called. Get to Charlie. Ash called. Charlie leapt away from where he was standing just as Sandile's mouth chomped out of the ground. Pikachu bolted to Charlie's side, trusting his trainer. Disarming voice. Pikachu grinned with glee before releasing a screaming burst of pink energy, enhanced by the nasty plots. Sandile cried out in pain, as did Swinub, who had popped out at the wrong moment. Ember. Ember acted fast and for once Charlie didn't make his normal joke. The fire pellets shot at Swinub with deadly precision. Sandstorm. Silver was beginning to panic. Swinub reared back and stomped his feet down to create the sandstorm. Sandile, on the other hand, looked annoyed and jumped back into his hole. Pikachu, Ash whispered. A twitch of the ear showed his Pokémon was listening. Run to the hole and use disarming voice. Pikachu followed orders, a little too eagerly, and screamed with all his might down the hole. There was a resonating scream from inside the hole. When nothing more happened, Pikachu hopped down the hole. Charlie, spin. Ember called. Her Pokémon got the meaning and started to spin and shoot Ember out as he did. Several hit the hidden Swinub, judging by the grunts of pain. The sandstorm, half-formed, dissipated when Swinub lost focus. Charlie ran forward with metallic claws and slashed at the smaller Pokémon until it fainted. Silver recalled Swinub and stared at the whole Sandile and Pikachu went down, chewing his bottom lip. There was some muffled noise followed by a small boom, then Pikachu popped out of the hole, dragging an unconscious Sandile behind him. Silver recalled his other Pokémon and sighed in defeat, staring at the ground. Ember and Ash praised their own Pokémon for a job well done before walking over to their opponent. Hey, Ash said softly, you did awesome. Silver glanced up at them. You need to work on your confidence, though, Ember said. When you get nervous your Pokémon can feel it. Yeah. I guess I panicked, Silver sighed. I've been training with Swinub for a couple of weeks now, but Father just gave me Sandile today. And you did as well as I expected, Giovanni said walking over. His hands were folded behind his back and a stern expression on his face. He did great, Ember said. She felt a strong urge to protect Silver. Just work on your technique some more and next time we meet I'm sure it'll be a close match. Yeah. If you work hard and trust your Pokemon, then you can't lose. Ash said. Well, you can, but that's not the point, Ember murmured. Well said, Giovanni nodded. Silver is still young, after all, and has much to learn. Thank you both for helping him learn that. He brought his arms around, each hand held a Pokeball. These should help you on your journey, he said. Ember's eyes narrowed. Why? She asked. Why give us Pokemon? Ash elaborated. Because I believe you two have potential, Giovanni stated, and these Pokemon will help you reach it. He handed each Pokeball to them, both accepting them a bit hesitantly. They're still young, and require a great deal of work and time to evolve, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Now, he turned to Silver, you have lessons to get to. Yes, Father, Silver bowed to him, then to the twins. Thank you for the battle. Next time, it won't be so easy. I don't doubt it, Ash grinned and Ember nodded along. Silver bowed again with a large grin, then left through a back door. If you'll excuse me, Giovanni said, I have work to attend to. You may show yourselves out. Giovanni, sir, Ember said suddenly, making him stop, though he didn't turn around. We know, Ash said. He figured it out. It wasn't hard when he really looked. The twins always wondered about their father, and here he was. A gym leader, giving them Pokemon, and pitting them against the little brother they never expected. Did Silver know? Then don't disappoint me, Giovanni said and left. Know what? Pikachu asked. We'll tell you at the Pokemon Center. After getting Charlie and Pikachu looked at by Nurse Joy, the twins sat on their respective beds staring at their new Pokeballs. Neither had checked what the Pokemon were just yet, both were mulling everything over in their minds. Should we tell Mom? Or Red? Ash asked. Ember thought for a moment before shaking her head. If they wanted us to know, they would have told us, Ember said. I mean, the first place we'd end up is Viridian City, where he lives. Maybe they thought we wouldn't run into him. Ash wondered. Maybe. Ember muttered. But why give us Pokemon? Ash asked. Do you think he feels guilty? I don't know, Ember closed her eyes and leaned back. Are human sires different than Pokemon sires? Charlie asked. He placed a paw on his trainer's leg for comfort. Ideally, both parents raise the kids until they're adults, Ash explained. Our dad helped raise Red, but he and our mom just didn't love each other, Ember said. So he left before we were born, Ash continued, and I guess had Silver a little later. I wonder if he's married. He wasn't completely absent, I guess, Ember tried, he would send money to Mom for all of us, and sent cards on our birthdays, but I don't, it never felt right. Red wouldn't tell us about him, and then he left for his journey, so we never got to learn anything about our dad, Ash said. Both twins went silent as they stared at their new Pokeballs. Pikachu's ears twitched as he thought, before he settled a paw on Ash's arm. He waited until Ash looked at him before speaking. We should meet our new teammates, family members, he said and tried for a reassuring smile. Charlie nodded in agreement, cuddling closer to Ember. The twins smiled back and took a deep breath before pressing the buttons. In a flash, 2 Pokemon materialized from the ball. From Ash's came a small green, bipedal Pokemon with a red belly and a horn atop its head. Black diamond-shaped marks sat on either side of its stomach, and it had a small feathered-out, circular tail. From Ember's came a small orange Pokemon with an oversized head that was mostly mouth and a small body. A white line outlined the Pokemon's lower body by its round stumpy legs. They sat there gaping at the new Pokemon. The twins were speechless. Larvitar were common in Johto, and their final stage Tyranitar were just below legendary status. While they may have dreamed of catching one of the powerful Pokemon, they never expected for it to really happen, at least not this soon in their career. Now Ash was in possession of the first stage. Trapinch was another matter. Ash knew more about the line than Ember, having gone through a prolonged dragon-type phase. Flygon were strong in their own right and incredibly speedy, able to fly without being a flying type and access to bug-type moves without being a bug type. Both Pokemon would be amazing in their prime. Even now, few would anticipate them coming from rookies. The twins had a shared thought: if this was how Giovanni apologizes, then they were no longer mad. Hi, Ember smiled at the two Pokemon. She decided that their shock could wait, first impressions were important. I'm Ember, this is Ash, we're your new trainers. If you'll accept us, that is. We're on a journey to be the greatest trainers there ever will be, Ash continued. If you come with us, we'll make you the strongest Pokemon possible. Larvitar looked between the two trainers while Trapinch stared straight ahead. Larvitar thought for a moment before nodding her head. Trapinch did the same. This is Pikachu and Charlie, they're our partners, Ash said. Said Pokemon waved back, trying to look as friendly as possible. They pulled out their Pokédexes. We're just going to scan you with these, okay? Ember asked. When they got the nods of approval, they turned on the devices. Larvitar, the rock-skinned Pokemon. Larvitar are born deep underground. After they hatch, the babies must dig their way out in order to make it to their mothers. It is theorized that because of this, Larvitar have adapted their primary diet to be soil and rocks. This Larvitar is female with the ability Guts, which increase the Pokemon's power when afflicted with a status condition. She knows the moves: Bite, Leer, Sandstorm, Screech, Iron Defense, Iron Head, Focus Energy, and Stealth Rock. Trapinch, the Ant Pit Pokemon. Trapinch are very patient Pokemon, able to go weeks without eating until their prey come to them. They live in deserts below the sand and create sand pits to drag their prey down to them. Sandile are their natural predator. This Trapinch is female and has the ability Arena Trap, which prevents most Pokemon from being able to escape once they come within a certain range. She knows the moves: Sand Attack, Bite, Feint Attack, Bide, Bulldoze, Gust, Quick Attack, and Signal Beam. Wow, Ash was the first to speak. Is something wrong? Larvitar asked, her attention directed at Pikachu. Nah, they're just thinking. Give them a moment, Pikachu answered. Ember cleared her throat. Would either of you be interested in a nickname? Ember asked. Larvitar touched a hand to her chin in thought, while Trapinch gave a minute nod. You don't talk much, do you? Ember asked, sliding of the bed to crouch in front of her new Pokemon. Trapinch shook his head once before returning to stare at her. Ember smiled before asking to pick her up. Another small nod and Ember lifted the surprisingly heavy small Pokemon and sat her on the bed next to Charlie. I would like one too, Larvitar said, then nodded her head towards Ash. Ash crossed his arms in thought and started listing off the first names that came to mind. Many like Tai, Rocky, and Mountain were rejected instantly, while Ember rolled her lips in an attempt not to laugh. Names were never Ash's strong suit, but he was trying. Ember opened her Pokédex to scan through the additional info on the Trapinch line, including the evolutions. Ash snapped his fingers together. I've got it! He exclaimed. Larvitar pat her head in interest as Ash tried to explain. There was this old legend involving a Pokemon that embodied the power of the earth. She was powerful with devastating power, but she was also kind and gentle and protected those around her. What was her name? Ash kept snapping his fingers as he tried to recall the name. Larvitar's eyes began to sparkle at the description. That was a Pokemon to live up to. Ember. Ash looked at his twin, who was smirking as she scrolled through her Pokédex. You know it, don't you? Use the memory techniques, Ember said. Dragonfly? She glanced at Trapinch, who shook her head. ISCK at that. He groaned and fell back on his bed. Pikachu helped Larvitar climb up the bed before they both went to check on him. Ash had his eyes closed tight in concentration. Breathe, Ash, Ember reminded without looking at him. He let out a breath and let himself relax. Desert? No. Sandstorm? Ember glanced at Trapinch. She thought of it for a moment before shaking her head. How about Sahara? It's the largest desert. Trapinch thought again then nodded. Alright, Sahara it is. Ember smiled and scratched under Sahara's chin. She didn't react much beyond leaning into it, but Ember took that as a win. Charlie tried to engage Sahara in a conversation, but the Trapinch wasn't talking. Gaia! Ash shouted, shooting up. Larvitar and Pikachu fell back in surprise and stared at their trainer. That's the name, Gaia. What do you think? Larvitar blinked for a moment before realizing the question was directed at her. Gaia? She could get behind that. I like it, she said. Oh, I mean. She nodded her head. They can understand you, Pikachu said. Gaia blinked again before looking at her new trainer. Really? She asked. Really, Ash nodded and rubbed a hand down her back. The twins gave a brief breakdown on their aura abilities before they moved on to discussing training with everyone. With 2 ground types we have a better chance against Brock, Ash said. With a good set of moves as well, Ember said. We'll need to evaluate you, see where you both stand and where we need to work. We can also start you 2 on aura training, Ash added. It'll make your moves far stronger once you get the hang of it. Yeah, it's only been a day and I was able to shock a ground type, Pikachu added. The twins whipped their heads towards Pikachu. What? They both asked. Well, yeah. That's how I beat that sand whatever. I kind of got frustrated and shocked it, Pikachu explained. That shouldn't happen, Ember said. Not even if you had full control over your aura. Ash added. Wait, Gaia held up her hands. Are you telling us that you, an electric type, can actually shock ground types? I don't like that. That doesn't sound fun. Agreed, Sahara added. You do speak. Ember mused and started to pet both of her Pokemon while she thought. We'll have to test this further. Why don't I like the sound of that, Gaia sighed. That evening the twins tested their new Pokemon, deciding on doing the real training in the forest. They bought all the supplies they would need for the 2-week trek through Viridian Forest before dinner. Now they just needed to know where they stood. The best way was a quick one-on-one battle. Start with Sandstorm, Ash called. Use Sand Attack, Ember said. Gaia concentrated her power. The dirt on the field began to lift up and created a small sandstorm. Sahara kicked her foot through the ground and sprayed dirt into Gaia's eyes, make her grunt in surprise. Now Screech, then Iron Defense, Ash called out. Gaia screeched at the top of her lungs, causing everyone to cover their ears, except for Sahara who didn't have the capability. Sahara cringed under the effect before she could finally hear Ember's next command. She blurred forward at a speed most of her stage didn't possess and slammed into Gaia, whose body had gained a metallic sheen. It felt like hitting a brick wall. Bite! The both shouted. Gaia tried to twist herself to grab hold of Sahara, but the Trapinch was showing the benefits of her body shape. Sahara on the other hand felt like she was biting into a mountain, though she kept herself latched on. Screech and roll on the floor. Ash called, then clapped his hands over his ears. Gaia scraped Sahara off her. Now Iron Head. Bide. What does that do again? Ash asked. Gaia slammed into Sahara and sent her rolling across the field. Sahara righted herself, but didn't move beyond that. Gaia lurched forward again, landing a bite this time and instantly regretted it as Ash tried to call out for her to get away. Sahara glowed white with energy and blasted it all out into Gaia. Sahara panted heavily, her legs shook a little. The bide did less damage on Gaia than it would a non-resistant Pokemon, but she still trembled from the blast. Signal Beam, follow with Gust, Ember called. A rainbow beam shot from Sahara's mouth and landed a direct hit, though not very effective. It did hurt the weakened rock type. The follow-up gust was more of a breeze released from her mouth, but it was enough to knock Gaia over. Focus Energy and Stealth Rock, Ash called. Those are the last moves to test. Yeah, I have one more too, Ember nodded. Feint attack. Gaia's eyes glowed red as she concentrated her power, then called up a series of rocks from the ground and left them floating in the air. Sahara ran forward, went to lurch left and suddenly twisted to the right when Gaia went to block and slammed into her undefended side. Stop, the twins called. Their Pokémon panted heavily as they looked to the trainers. The half-formed sandstorm fell apart as Gaia released her control. Here's what we noticed, Ember started. Charlie and Pikachu walked over to join the evaluation. Gaia, right now you have a limited means of attack, though if we can set up Stealth Rock and Sandstorm early then we can gain an advantage on most opponents. Bite and Iron Head are your only attacks at the moment, but those can be handy if you can boost your own defense and lower the opponent's. We need to get you a ranged move, definitely, but you're great at tanking hits for certain. I'll need to look further into what moves you can learn naturally and what might take more time without TMs, but we have plenty time to work on that. Iron Head will be great against Brock. Ash finished with a finger to his chin. If you can learn Iron Tail then Pikachu can teach you. Maybe Sahara can teach you Bulldoze too. Ember nodded along then addressed Sahara. I think right now your problem is endurance. You managed to take Gaia's hits for Bide, but that almost did you in. You're the opposite of Gaia since you mostly have attacking moves, so Sand Attack is all we have at the moment, but if we do an exchange, Bulldoze for Sandstorm, that'll be a good setup for you, especially when you evolve. Quick Attack addresses your current speed issue and you have 2 cover moves for grass types, though Gust needs work. Endurance training will be our priority for now. Dig would be a good move for everyone to learn, Ash said. Also we'll have to test Pikachu's electricity on other ground types, Ember said. Plus I think you should work on Dark-type Aura with Pikachu too, he does really well with Nasty Plot. Yeah, what do you think about when you use that move? Ash asked. Pikachu looked away a little shifty. Nothing, he said unconvincingly. So. Ember stared at Pikachu for a moment before continuing. Let's get you 2 healed then head to bed. We have a long day tomorrow. As they left the Pokémon Center that morning, Nurse Joy called out to them. You're heading for Viridian Forest, right? She asked. Yes, ma'am, the twins nodded. She beckoned them closer with a smile and leaned over the counter, her voice low. League Scouts returned this morning, she said, reporting on the migrating Pokémon passing through the area. A lot of rare Pokémon were spotted in the forest from the Sinnoh and Hoenn region. Their eyes widened and sparkled a bit at the thought. Now that was a chance they didn't want to miss out on. Thank you, Nurse Joy, they said together before rushing out of the center, their Pokémon running after them. The twins and their Pokémon stood outside Viridian Forest. A light mist settled in the early morning and the first few Pidgey were awake and chirping. Gaia was panting a bit, not used to runs like that, yet. Sahara waddled behind them all, using quick attack whenever they would get too far ahead. Charlie was a little more used to exercise even if it had only been a couple of days, while Pikachu rode on Ash's shoulder, much to everyone's envy. Let's do this. Ash cheered, sending the Pidgey scattering. Is he always like this in the morning? Gaia asked. Yes, Charlie answered when he noticed Pikachu wasn't going to. The mouse was hanging on to Ash with a distant look on his face. Ever since we were little, Ember muttered. They started down the path into the forest, the copious bug types made themselves known instantly. It only took an hour of walking before the bug catchers made themselves known as well. None of them stood a chance. At first, the bug catchers had the very common Weedles and Caterpies found in the forest. Metapod and Kakuna joined the mix shortly after. Ash and Ember took turns battling, though they managed a couple of double battles when the opportunity arose. Spinarak and Lediba showed up and by lunchtime Ember and Charlie took down a young Scyther and Ash and Gaia took out a very aggressive Venomoth. So many battles, so much money, Ember grinned. Charlie started a small fire while she pulled out the prepackaged food to heat up. Ember smiled a bit at the color on Charlie's scales. The orange was starting to turn a bit red. Before long he would look like a walking sunset. It wouldn't be long before a little bump started to form on his head and he'd be ready to evolve. Sahara was still as orange as ever, her evolution would take far longer. Ash on the other hand was trying to have a heart-to-heart with Pikachu, but the mouse wasn't having it. He'd battled twice since they entered the forest, both times were against flying bug types and he never left Ash's shoulder. One boosted electric move took them down instantly and left the trainers angry and storming off after paying Ash. Gaia took most of the other fights, using them as a chance to work on learning new moves. Nothing could really hurt her though. That Venomoth was another matter. She had a bastardized version of Rock Slide going beforehand and used it at the right moment to take down the moth. She was finding a lot of joy working with Ash. Something is clearly wrong, buddy, Ash tried. You can talk to me. I'm fine, really, Pikachu said. I just don't feel like fighting. You said you wouldn't force me. I won't, Ash sighed and sat by the fire, but why won't you come off my shoulder? Comfy. Pikachu held out his paws to accept his food from Ember. He shifted to sit easier while he ate and glared at Ash whenever he moved too much. After lunch let's do some training, Ember suggested, trying to change the subject. Ash nodded as he accepted his food from Ember. The first week went by much the same: battle, eat, train, battle, eat, sleep. They searched for rare Pokemon, and though they found a few bug types, Wurmple and Burmy for instance, they had no interest in the ones they ran into. By the time they were halfway through, Charlie looked more like a Charmeleon, mastered Ember and Metal Claw, and was learning Fire Fang and Dig. Sahara learned Sandstorm and Dig, both were helped along by instinct, and was trying to get Gus down. Gaia mastered Rock Slide and was halfway through learning Dig while mastering Iron Head. Once she finished that she planned to have Pikachu teach her Iron Tail. Pikachu on the other hand had begun to relax a few days into the forest and started participating more. His foul mood cleared up for the most part, though every now and then he would tense up at a sound or scan the area as if expecting something. During his moments of relaxation, he, Ash, and Gaia worked to see if he really could shock ground types. The answer was a mixed bag. Sometimes Gaia could feel a tingle, other times she actually felt pain, then nothing at all. They were all stumped. Ash and Ember spent every morning working on their own aura and at night dedicated time to each of their Pokemon for their own aura. Charlie was having the easiest time with it. His bond with Ember made it so they could connect faster and pull his aura to the surface. Gaia had some trouble. She wanted it to work, but she kept getting distracted with Pikachu's problem and the reason he didn't do the bond with Ash. It left her with a doubt that prevented the bond from forming. It was the morning of their 9th day in the woods. Ash was meditating at their campsite while Ember flowed through some kata. It was decided they would work on their weak points that morning. Ember had trouble with keeping aura going through physical means and Ash with focusing it inward. Charlie was busy shredding a rock into pebbles with Metal Claw. He had become more agitated that last 2 days. Ember assured him it was from his nearing evolution and possible growth spurt. She'd taken to measuring him every night since entering the forest. Gaia and Sahara worked on Dig while Pikachu tried to shock them every time they popped up. They in turn would try to tag him with their own move, Rock Slide or Signal Beam respectively. Pikachu was focusing on increasing his electric power without boosting moves. His Thundershocks were starting to grow stronger on their own. Ash shot up suddenly with a yelp. What? What? Ember turned to her brother who was looking around, wide-eyed. Ash shushed her as he focused. He seemed to hear something that no one else could and took off into the trees. Ash! Ember called after him. She made to chase him, but stopped herself. Someone had to stay with their stuff. Pikachu and Gaia, however, were already racing off after their trainer. Should we? Charlie gestured after them. If Ash needs help. Ember chewed her lip for a moment before finishing, then he can call on me through our bond. He'll be fine. Ash crashed through the brush, nearly tripping over his own feet more than once. He'd felt a pull on his aura while meditating. Someone needed his help. He broke through the tree line in time to see a herd. Some kind of giant, flying, green and brown Pokemon take to the sky. A trainer was harassing the one still on the ground with 2 fire types Ash did recognize. A Magby was shooting embers trying to corral the remaining Pokemon while a Growlithe ducked in and out, biting at their feet. "Hey!" Ash shouted. "Leave them alone." "Beat it, brat," the trainer scowled, "I'm working here." 2 more managed to take off on their leafy wings, leaving 3 left in the field. They were clearly young if their size meant anything. One kept blocking most of the fire attacks from hitting the other 2, yelling at them to run. His body was a deep red, shocking compared to the green of the others. "Gaia! Rock slide!" Ash yelled, "Pikachu nasty shock!" Both of his Pokemon leapt to action. The 3 wild Pokemon cried out in fear until they realized the newcomers were defending them. Pikachu managed to tag the Growlithe with a boosted Thunder Shock, turning the puppy Pokemon's attention onto him. He lunged forward to bite Pikachu, who quickly blocked with an iron tail. Using the moment, Pikachu sent a bolt of electricity through his tail and into Growlithe with enough force to paralyze. Gaia slammed home a ruthless rock slide into the unsuspecting Magby and ran it home with an iron head to the gut. Magby went flying backwards and slammed into a tree, knocking him out for the count. She turned to the opposing trainer and roared in victory, clenching her claws and glaring at him. The guy swore and tossed another Pokeball, releasing a Poliwrath. Gaia fought back the bit of fear that crawled in her stomach and released a powerful screech. Poliwrath grunted, but quickly shook it off and cracked his knuckles with a malicious glint to his eyes. 2 of the wild Pokemon managed to take off in the scuffle, but the last one stayed behind, smacking Growlithe with his tail and slamming it into Poliwrath. The water type pushed his fallen teammate away without a thought and followed his trainer's next orders. "Hydro pump them all," the trainer growled. Poliwrath reared back and released a blast of water with barely controlled force. He tried to direct it, but it was easy for Ash to see he didn't have much training. "Dodge it!" Ash called. "Pikachu, use nasty shock on the water, quick!" Ash ran forward and threw up a quick protect shield in front of the wild Pokemon. The blast of water pushed Ash back a bit, but it was gone before it could break through, sweeping towards Pikachu. Pikachu leapt forward and released a powered bolt into the stream. It traveled up and shocked the water type pretty badly. Gaia managed to dig beneath it and tunneled her way beside Ash for safety. A faint glow started behind Ash. He glanced back to see the wild Pokemon's wings glowing, his wounds healing some, then a light formed in his mouth, coalescing into a ball. "Move!" Ash called to Pikachu. The mouse glanced back before shooting away with quick attack. The wild Pokemon released his attack and it barreled into Poliwrath, exploding on contact. "Useless!" The trainer shouted, stomping his foot as he returned his Pokemon. He screamed and threw an empty Pokeball towards the wild Pokemon. Pikachu leapt up and slapped it away with his tail. "What is your problem?" Ash yelled, his hands held out to defend the wild Pokemon. "You are." The trainer shouted, his face red. "I won't forget this, you DMN brat." He turned and stormed away. Ash waited until he couldn't see the boy anymore, regular sight or aura sight, then turned to everyone. "Are you all alright?" he asked. "Yeah," Pikachu nodded. "Though this will be a real ache in the tailbone." "I'm fine too," Gaia nodded, "nothing actually hit me." "Good," Ash sighed, kneeling in front of his Pokemon and rubbing their backs. "I'm glad." Pikachu and Gaia smiled back at him. "I'm fine too," the wild Pokemon said. Ash looked up at him and really took him in. He was over 5 feet, clearly still young, most of his body was a deep red, though on closer inspection Ash could see faint green streaks running through the red. 4 leaf-like wings sprouted from his back, each as deep red as the rest of him. Burn marks created holes in the wings, some still smoking. Under the red was a brown body with a long neck that curved down to look at them. The red appeared over his face again like a helmet. Light orange fruit were growing from under his chin. "I think your family is gone," Ash said. "Sorry." The Pokemon looked up to the sky, but there was no trace of anyone there. "No, it's okay," the Pokemon sighed, then looked Ash up and down. "I wanted a trainer, maybe you'll do." The Pokemon stepped back, shook his body out, and issued a challenging roar. "Wait, Ash grinned larger and leapt back with more force than a 10-year-old should have. "All right." Gaia stepped forward and roared back a challenge. "Gaia, iron defense, then screech," Ash called while he fumbled for his Pokédex. Gaia followed through, putting all of her power into the screech. Tropius, the fruit Pokemon. Tropius typically live in tropical areas, though some have been found as far north as Sinnoh. The fruit that grow on Tropius are incredibly delicious. Despite the large size, this Pokemon is able to fly long distances. Note, the coloration of this Tropius is an unusual defect, but not the noted color of the shiny variation. Tropius are grass and flying types. Ash called. "Use Sandstorm to hide, then Rock Slide." Gaia nodded and summoned up a swirling storm. She waited a moment to see if he would move, but when he didn't, she fired her Rock Slide at him. She heard him flap his wings and her rocks were sent back toward her, her storm disrupted. "Oh no, you don't," Gaia growled and dug underground. She focused her power into hardening her body. She still wasn't as good at dig as Sahara was, but an opponent as big as Tropius was easy enough to find. She dug up right beneath him, just as he lifted off the ground, and sent rocks flying at him. Tropius roared in pain and slammed back down, landing on Gaia's head. Her horn dug into his stomach some before she fell back into her hole, dazed. She could barely hear Ash calling to her. "SCELO." She shook her head and focused. Screech from below. "Oh." She pulled herself up some further and screamed her lungs out under Tropius. Tropius groaned and slammed his foot into the ground, an energy ball forming in his mouth, and shot it down the hole. Gaia groaned, but was still in the fight. The ground absorbed most of the attack for her, but did it hurt. She made a last-ditch effort and shot herself out of the hole and bit onto Tropius's leg. Tropius grunted and tried to shake her off. He met her eyes and received a leer for his efforts. His leaf wings glowed as he showered Gaia with razor leaves until she passed out. Ash recalled her, lucky he had his Pokeball belt on, and Pikachu charged out, a Volt Tackle already forming around him. He slammed into Tropius with enough force to daze himself and knock over the larger Pokemon. Pokeball. Go. Ash threw an empty ball and it SCKED Tropius in. The ball rocked, once, twice, 3 times, and click. Ash released a breath he didn't know he was holding and let loose a cheer. He scooped the ball up and held it to the sky. "We caught a Tropius." Pikachu jumped up as well. This Tropius is male and has the ability Harvest, which has a chance to regenerate consumed berries. Under direct sunlight this ability works 100% of the time. He knows the moves: Leer, Gust, Growth, Razor Leaf, Sunny Day, Energy Ball, Synthesis, and Ember. Note, the coloration and unusual move indicates a genetic anomaly. Further research is required. "Ember's going to be so jealous," Ash said to Pikachu. He nodded back, taking his customary spot on Ash's shoulder. Ember had packed up their campsite and sat with Charlie and Sahara, waiting for Ash to return. They were all meditating. Ember had a hand placed on both of them to focus their auras with her. They probably looked like sitting ducks, which is exactly why the stupid kid with a katana thought he could sneak up on them. Ember twisted her torso, and smashed a palm into the side of the blade as it slashed down toward her. A little burst of aura and the blade snapped clean in half. "What the?" the boy shouted. Ember stood up and stretched, eyeing the boy up and down. He was wearing a full samurai outfit, both hands still gripped the hilt of his now broken sword. Charlie and Sahara were on their feet and in front of Ember, growling at the boy, or in Sahara's case giving the boy an icy stare. "You broke my sword," he cried. "You attacked me," Ember shrugged. "What do you want?" You." The boy scowled before he found his train of thought. "Are you from Pallet Town?" "I am." "Are you from Loud Town?" Ember rubbed her ear. "I have challenged and lost to 2 trainers from Pallet Town already," the boy, Samurai, declared. "In order to reclaim my honor I challenge you to a battle. I may have lost to the first girl, but you will not best me." Ember glanced at Charlie then to Sahara. Both of her Pokemon had the same expression as her. They were annoyed. "Fine," Ember waved him off, 2 on 2. "Agreed. Metapod. Go." Samurai shouted and released the green bug. "Aha! Are you afraid now? I caught this Metapod just this morning." "As a Metapod?" Ember asked, dumbfounded. "Of course. Only the strongest Pokemon evolve in the wild." Samurai looked proud of himself. Ember facepalmed. "Only idiots caught wild bug types in their chrysalis phase, 9 times out of 10 they only knew Harden." "Sahara, please." Her Trapinch walked forward and eyed the Metapod. "Your small Pokemon won't do anything to my superior one." "Metapod, Harden." Samurai shouted. Ember was reassured in her assessment of the boy. "Just gust," Ember sighed. Sahara inhaled deeply and fired the blast of air at Metapod, slamming it into a tree and knocking it out instantly. "How could this be?" Samurai yelled. "No matter." He returned Metapod and released his second Pokemon. The Pinsir actually looked pretty intimidating. "Scared yet?" Samurai asked, puffing his chest out. "Charlie," Ember shook her head. Loud, stupid, and probably very inexperienced, this kid was going down hard. "Vice grip." Pinsir charged forward, snapping its mandibles. Charlie waited until it was close enough before firing a point-blank Ember. He sidestepped the Pinsir as it stumbled towards him and spat a smokescreen into its face for fun. "Urgh! Enough messing around." Samurai stomped his foot in frustration. "Hyper beam." "What?" Ember yelped. She watched in horror as the Pinsir gathered power between his mandibles. It was shaky and misformed, but it still reached the plasma form necessary for the attack. "Dodge!" Ember shouted. Charlie dove out of the way as the beam launched. Pinsir tried to follow him, but did have the finesse to do so. The beam carved into the ground, heading for Sahara and Ember as Charlie made to get away. He glanced back in time to see Ember protect herself and Sahara from the blast before a cloud of dust obscured his vision. "Ember!" Charlie shouted in rage. He felt his body heat up and a white glow envelope him. Ember released her protect, checking on Sahara before she searched for Charlie. This samurai boy was so going to get it for this. She heard a powerful roar and saw a bright flash of light. She felt an angry tug on her bond with Charlie before being washed in a surge of power she'd never felt before. Her own aura flared up as Charlie released another roar and she saw through his eyes. He charged towards the Pinsir, frozen from exerting itself, flames burning in his mouth. He latched onto the Pinsir's side and lifted it off the ground to shake it violently. Pinsir cried out as it was thrown away and smashed into the ground. Charlie roared again before turning his sights on Samurai. He growled threateningly at the boy and took one step forward, making him scramble away, hastily returning Pinsir as he went. Charlie growled and spat a small ember at the ground before turning to find his trainer. Ember blinked, her vision clearing, and she stared up at the large figure in front of her. Charlie had evolved. More so, he was now as tall as Ember and would only grow larger as he aged. "Well, that's awesome," Ember grinned, standing with Sahara at her side. Sahara eyed her teammate in interest, but didn't say anything. Charlie examined his trainer before relaxing and moving in to hug her. Ash is going to be so jealous, Ember snickered, hugging her starter back. She felt Sahara lean against her leg and grinned to herself. Chapter 4. The twins inspected the other's new Pokemon. After a brief explanation of their aura powers to Tropius, that is. For Ash it was more of a surprise to see Charlie evolved. Ember on the other hand. So you know Ember. I wonder if you can learn any other fire attacks, or if you lost one of your original types for fire, Ember said as she circled Tropius. The fruit Pokemon followed her by twisting his head back and forth and brought a wing closer for her to look at. How can he know you? You just met, Charlie asked innocently. Ember threw a pebble at him. Was anyone else in your herd? This color or differently colored? Ember asked. My great-grandmother was apparently different, Tropius said thoughtfully. She was said to sparkle whenever she arrived. Did she look like this? Ember held up her Pokédex, an image of a shiny Tropius pulled up. Yeah, that's it, Tropius nodded. I never knew her, but Mom described her like spring. Ember nodded and put the Pokédex away. She glanced back at Ash, who was suspiciously quiet, and saw him treating Gaia and Pikachu, talking quietly to the two of them. She turned back to Tropius. Your great-grandmother was probably shiny, Ember explained. It's a genetic condition that is very rare, but beyond the unusual color there isn't anything else special about it. You, on the other hand, aren't shiny, but seem to have another genetic change to give you the fire type, or something like it. Alright, Tropius nodded, I'm following you so far. That's about all I know, Ember shrugged. Professor Oak will probably be able to tell us more. We'll have to talk to him when we get to Pewter. I don't think I'll send you over to him, though, Ash said walking over, Pikachu on his shoulder and Gaia by his side. Not now at least. I want to get to know you better first. He held a hand out to Tropius who leaned in to nuzzle it. Your guy didn't see you use Protect, right? Ash asked Ember. I don't think so, Ember said. There was a lot of smoke and I think he was freaking over losing control. Yeah, same here, Ash nodded. We should still be more careful. I know it's not a big secret, but I get you, Ember said and placed a hand on his shoulder. This coming from the two who beat the snot out of each other every morning by doing things only Pokemon should be able to do, Pikachu pointed out. They do what? Tropius went a little wide-eyed. Oh, you're going to love it, Pikachu assured. Especially when one of them goes flying off in the distance then manages to stop and charge back. It's awesome. Tropius stared at his new teammate for a while before looking at the twins. There was obvious muscle tone that he'd never seen on the other human children he'd seen before, but they still looked like every other frail human. Then again, Ash did take that water move head on and apparently Ember took on a hyper beam. He was liking his decision so far. Anyways, Ash called attention, rubbing the back of his head. We should get moving. Thanks for packing everything. Lucky I did before that kid came and trashed the area, Ember muttered, scuffing her foot in one of the furrows created by the hyper beam. Charlie made a low growl, one paw holding Ember's hand as he scanned the area. Sahara nudged Ember's leg to get her attention. Can I keep this? Sahara dropped the broken blade of Samurai's katana at Ember's feet. Ember stared at Sahara, unable to speak, and opted to just nod. Will you carry it? Until I figure out what to do with it. Ember nodded again and reached down to pick it up. She stopped to pat Sahara's head before straightening up and placing the blade in a side pouch on her bag. They all started walking after that, except Pikachu, the lazy butt. Tropius stayed out of his ball for the time being as he and Ash worked out a very important matter. He had some trouble maneuvering through the trees, but he made do, walking behind everyone. Autumn? Ash suggested. Nah, I mean, I get it, but not really me, Tropius said. Maybe something with fire? Ash wondered. It's not normal for your species, so people probably won't expect you. They won't expect him, already, Ember pointed out, turning to look over her shoulder. True. Blaze. Ash tried. Tropius thought for a moment before shaking his head. I liked it better, but not quite, Tropius said. How about Scorch, Gaia suggested. Like the marks on your wings. Scorch, Tropius said it a couple of times. I like that. Scorch it is then, Ash nodded. Good job, Gaia. Gaia beamed at her trainer and patted her new teammate's leg. Any hard feelings about being beaten by him were forgiven. You know this means we need to find a new teammate, Ember murmured to her Pokemon. Can't let them be ahead of us. Her Pokemon nodded their agreement and made a show to scan the area for anything. They walked for a bit in relative silence. After a point the forest path became too narrow and Ash returned Scorch, promising to let him out as soon as he could. Ash kept to walking behind Ember, taking the time to converse with his Pokemon while she did the same up ahead. They enjoyed the relative peace after their frantic morning. It wouldn't last, as the numerous bug catchers started their prowl through the forest, but for now, it was nice. 2 days and many bug catchers defeated later. They were nearing the end of the forest, another day or two and they would be in Pewter. The twins were excited for a bed and a hot shower, while their Pokemon wanted center food. Scorch never had it before, but the others made him crave it. Scorch was currently in his Pokeball, the pathway too narrow for him to move around easily, as were Gaia and Sahara who were both tired from their morning battles. They were walking in silence, Ash with Pikachu on his shoulder and Ember with Charlie holding her hand. The fire type became a bit clingy since he evolved, but Ember didn't mind too much so long as it didn't get out of hand. Hey! Charlie suddenly tugged on Ember's hand. How did Pikachu get over there? He pointed in front of them where a Pikachu tail stuck out of a bush. They turned to check and indeed Pikachu was still on Ash's shoulder. Hey, Pikachu, check it out, another Pikachu, Ember pointed. The wild Pikachu backed out of the bush then, looking around to see who called him until his eyes fell on the trainers. His body tensed like he was ready to run before his gaze locked on Ash's Pikachu. Pikachu. No way. You're home. And you evolved, the wild Pikachu said. He ran forward then froze again when he remembered the other Pokemon and the humans. Do you know him, buddy? Ash asked. Pikachu went rigid on Ash's shoulder, but he managed a stiff nod in response. Are these humans holding you captive? Don't worry, I'll get Sire, the wild Pikachu declared. No, wait. Don't. Pikachu yelled after him, but the wild one already ran off. Oh no. What's wrong? Ember asked. Pikachu. Ash reached a hand up to check on him. We need to move, Pikachu said, urgently. Now. Ash and Ember exchanged looks before nodding. Charlie ran alongside Ember, sending cursory glances behind them while Pikachu stared straight ahead. Are we not going to question this? Charlie asked. Not now, Ember said. Not until Pikachu says it's safe, Ash said. Pikachu's tail twitched before standing up straight. Faster. Pikachu cried. Charlie, return, Ember reached for his Pokeball, but stopped at the growl from her starter. I'm not leaving you alone against whatever is coming, Charlie growled. It didn't matter after that. The air around them became electrified, the smell of ozone strong, before a blast of blinding lightning shot out from the trees in front of them. The twins twisted to slow their momentum and stop themselves from running headlong into the lightning. Ember tackled Charlie backwards as they all fell. Ash landed on his bottom, Pikachu still on him. A positively large Raichu leapt onto the path in front of them, his cheeks crackling with a ferocity. His orange fur stood on end and showed off his battle scars. His left ear had a piece missing from it and the lightning bolt at the end of his tail had a hole through the middle of it. His fangs were bared at them, but they weren't the real threat. No, that would be the copious amounts of electricity he was allowing to pour from his body into the air around them. Pikachu, come here, Raichu growled. Ash looked at his partner, who sat frozen on his shoulder, his body beginning to tremble. He started to shake his head and clung to Ash's collar, eyes screwed closed. Pikachu doesn't want to go to you. Ash shouted, placing a hand on Pikachu's side. Raichu's growl deepened as he sent a warning shot at Ash's feet. Ash scrambled backwards, hearing Ember shout, but he was focused on the Raichu. I won't let you hurt him, Ash declared. He moved Pikachu from his shoulder to his arms and held him against his chest. Pikachu stared up at Ash, his fear forgotten for the moment. Stupid human, Raichu growled. I'm not the one that's going to hurt him. Then who is? Ash asked, dumbfounded. Did you just? Raichu shook his head, doesn't matter, Pikachu, prepare to run. It's what you're good at. The last words were filled with more venom than the others. Pikachu shrunk further into Ash at that, making Ash scowl. He stood, securing Pikachu to him, and meeting Raichu's glare. Look, I don't care who you are, Ash snapped, but Pikachu is my friend and partner. He's loyal and kind, sure he might be stubborn sometimes but I know I can rely on him if I need to. You have no right to boss him around or threaten us. Now leave. Ember stood up just behind Ash, with Charlie slightly in front of her. Ember saw the way Raichu's body twitched and barely had time to grab Ash's elbow before they were all blasted with a full power thunder. Raichu sat back, satisfied with the damage he knows he's done. He would wait for the dust to clear, grab Pikachu from the dead trainers, and get back to the colony. They children may have lived had the boy not. The dust from the blast wisped around a large, domed, blue shield. Through it Raichu could see the trainers move to hold hands, the shield grew stronger as they stood tall, side by side. The red lizard moved forward, a murderous look on his face. Pikachu peeked over his shoulder to stare at Raichu in horror. Are you three all right? Ember asked. I will be, Charlie growled. He made to step forward, but Ember's other hand came to rest on his shoulder. I'm fine. Pikachu. Ash looked down at his Pokémon. He attacked. Pikachu's voice sounded distant. You protected me. Of course I did, Ash said, I told you from day one. When you're on our team, you're family. Family. Pikachu whispered. He nodded then squirmed out of Ash's grip. Put the shield down. Charlie, stay back for now. Charlie grumbled, but decided to listen for now. The twins didn't need to look at each other as they let the shield go for Pikachu. What? Raichu looked even more dumbfounded. Enough, Pikachu said, his voice wavered but he continued, I'm not being held captive. These are my friends. Friends? Raichu scoffed. Did you learn nothing from me? Humans will do nothing but use you until you're worthless to them. That's not true. Pikachu shouted. Maybe you knew a bad human, but mine are wonderful. Even before them, after I left this place I saw so many humans and Pokémon. I saw them work together outside of battles, building homes for others or keeping everyone safe, or even healing Pokémon. I met an old lady who fed me out of kindness. A little boy who made sure I was okay, even though he was lost. I found a ranch where Pokémon wild and caught could live and be secured in getting food and shelter. I made a mistake. I fed in the wrong place and got hurt so I was caught, but I don't mind. Because of it I got to meet a loud, big-hearted boy who would never abandon me or anyone. I got to meet his sister who's just as loyal and more level-headed. I got to know a Pokémon who will be larger than any of his species, who wants to be strong enough to protect his loved ones. A Pokémon that from birth had to make her way in the world on her own, but isn't jaded. A Pokémon so quiet we might forget she's there, but she's thoughtful and genuine. A Pokémon that just joined our team and is already becoming a reliable friend. Sure there are bad humans in the world, just as there are bad Pokémon. And I plan to see and meet all kinds of people from here on out. These humans aren't holding me captive. I'm going with them willingly. They're my friends. My family. I won't let anyone hurt them. Especially not you. Pikachu finished, breathing hard, but he held his gaze with Raichu, who hadn't moved. Ember was trying not to tear up, Ash was failing. Are you sure you want it to be that way? Raichu asked, his voice deadly serious. Yes. Pikachu said without hesitation. So be it. Raichu's cheeks began to spark again, but he didn't discharge. A horde of Pikachu and Piku ran out of the bushes or leapt down from trees to surround Ash's Pikachu. Did you really see all of those things? A Piku asked. How did you evolve? Was it from your trainer? Another Piku asked. How far did you go? A Pikachu asked. More and more started to ask question, much to Ash's Pikachu's discomfort. Enough. Raichu called. Everyone went silent, turning to face their final stage. No more of these questions. Why? A female Pikachu asked, stepping forward. Because you don't want a trainer. Because you're scared. Pikachu is right. This world has so much to see and we should be allowed to decide if we want to see it. Yeah, and we should decide if we want trainers or not, another Pikachu piped up. Pokemon can only truly grow by allowing them to make their own choices, Ember said. It's the same with humans. Our mom didn't want us to leave, but she didn't stop us either. That's right, Ash nodded, she knew it was better for us to experience life for ourselves. It's alright to want to protect your children, but you need to let them grow up too. Without these trainers. Pikachu looked at Ash and smiled, I would never be where I am today. I'm stronger with them than I would have ever been with you. The wild Chus turned to Raichu and looked at him expectantly. There was a moment of tense silence before Raichu stood on his hind legs, his tail curling around him. Do what you want, he said, then started to walk off. That was. Ash trailed off. Anticlimactic, Ember offered. The wild Chus turned back to Ash's Pikachu and started asking more questions. Hey, everyone, Ember clapped her hands to get their attention. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but maybe we should move off the main path and set up for lunch, Ash finished. That way you can catch up with your family. Pikachu smiled at Ash and nodded. There's a berry grove over this way, Pikachu pointed. The wild Chus got the hint and all headed for the grove ahead of the trainers. Only a few Pikus stayed back to walk with Pikachu. For once Pikachu actually walked to their destination, chatting with the Piku, who were apparently from the same hatch as him. The berry grove wasn't far off the trail. And had plenty of space for all of the Pokemon, including Scorch. The wild Chus gathered berries from the trees and brought them into a pile for everyone. Ash and Ember set about making a stew out of some of the berries, gaining the attention of a few Pikachu and Piku. The rest were busy asking Ash's Pikachu about everything he's done and seen. We've made lots, Ember said, so feel free to have some. She poured stew into a few extra bowls and sat them down. Hesitant bites were taken at first, then everyone was taking bites from the bowls. Ash grinned and joined in on the conversation with his Pokemon, using it as a chance to also bring Scorch up to speed with them. Sahara nudged Ember's knee until she got her attention, then indicated to a tree group. Ember closed her eyes to activate her aura sight before standing with a bowl of stew and slipping away from the group. She motioned for her two Pokemon to stay behind, feeling Charlie's disappointment, but he listened, keeping an eye on her. She placed the bowl in front of the tree and sat down. Pikachu really has grown strong since coming with us, she said. Ash is his trainer, but I've been there every step of the way. I get why he was nervous the whole time we've been in the forest. I think he was afraid to see you. Nobody responded, so Ember kept talking. Raichu aren't normally the type of Pokemon to get battle scars. I won't pretend to know what you went through, but I'm sorry. Sorry if you had a bad trainer or several, but I hope you'll let the others experience life for themselves. And if they're hurt, like me, Raichu's voice came from behind the tree. Then make sure they know, you're here for them, Ember said. Raichu walked around, giving Ember a look. She picked up the bowl and offered it to him. He continued to eye her before turning away to watch his colony. Most of them are still so young, Raichu said. I've never been a parent, so I have no frame of reference to work from, Ember shrugged, but Ash and I are still young too. Actually, the age limit for trainers has always bothered me, not that I would bring it up to any adults. Why ruin it for everyone, right? Raichu gave her another look, this one slightly bemused. Right, not the point, I'm just saying, everyone needs to leave the nest eventually. I never had a single trainer, Raichu said, there were many. I can never remember any of their faces now. Just black clothes and red letters. They pitted me against others to become stronger. Stuck sharp things in me and gave me weird liquids. I managed to escape with most of the others they held captive. He gave her a cold look. We did horrible things to escape and parted ways soon after. I don't know what happened to the others, but I made it here. Started my colony and kept most from humans. I guess that's come to an end. Ember felt at a loss for words. Sorry just wasn't the right word. Her hands clenched into fist, resisting the urge to touch him. I've heard stories of people like that. I want to become strong, so nobody has to suffer from people like that. She held a hand out to Raichu. I can't guarantee it'll happen all at once, but I will find a way to make this world better. Raichu looked from Ember's hand to her eyes. He held her gaze for a moment before resting a paw in her hand. I hope you do, he said. He turned his gaze to all of the Pikachu and Piku and smiled slightly. The twins stepped out of the forest after nearly 2 weeks and took in the open sky. Ash immediately released Scorch so he could stretch his wings. The Tropius lifted his head to the sky before he flapped his leaf wings and took off to soar above them. Both twins had to hold on to their hats to keep them from flying off from the draft created. Pewter City was in sight, as was the bright red roof of the Pokémon Center. They took off, making a beeline for the center. After dropping off their Pokémon with Nurse Joy and checking out a room each, they needed a break from the other, they went off to shower. They already planned to take the rest of the day off to rest then work out their strategy for Brock tomorrow. That night, after dinner and calls to home, Ash sat on his bed with Pikachu and Gaia. Scorch unfortunately was too wide for the room, not yet too tall as they found out, but he didn't fit comfortably. Pikachu moved over to Ash and placed a paw on his leg. I'm ready, Pikachu said. Ash blinked for a moment before he realized what he meant and felt a grin spread across his face. Gaia scooted to the edge of the bed, against the wall, to sit and watch as the boys took each other's hands paws. Deep breath, Ash said and let his aura flare. Pikachu closed his eyes and next thing he knew he was in a vortex of storm clouds and lightning. He felt a small cloud of bubbly joy, another of pure darkness, and another of solidity. He knew his aura, compartmentalized it and searched for one that wasn't his. It was easy to find as it reached out for him. It was kind, gentle, but patient to only an extent. In this moment, however, it would wait an eternity for Pikachu to meet it. There was no hesitation. Pikachu reached out and grabbed hold. Suddenly, Pikachu was a young boy who just ran face first into a glass door. His face hurt and he wanted to cry, but someone needed him more, someone was hurt worse. He was 6 and playing with another boy, they were declaring to the world they would be the best. Now 7 and learning about aura for the first time, excitement filling him as he made it appear himself. He was 8 and with the same boy, only this time they were angry, fighting over a pokeball caught on fishing lines. The ball snapped and so did their friendship. He just turned 9 and was hiding in a closet, holding a letter to his chest and trying not to cry. His sister slid in next to him, no words were spoken, but they didn't need them. They never did these days. 10 years old and excited to begin his journey. A yellow mouse appeared in front of him, snarky and cold, and he wanted nothing more than to befriend him. Ash found himself hatching from an egg as a Piku and emerging to the warm tongue of his mother. He didn't want to stay put for long and found himself running from her to see the rest of the family. His father towered above him, scarred unlike his mother, and intimidating to say the least. Ash was older, still a Piku, and he was showing off to his hatch mates. He took a deep breath and screamed, a pink haze coming from his mouth. One of his sisters giggled and tried to do the same, but couldn't get it. Ash screamed again, then felt something strike him. His father stood over him, glaring down. He was yelled at for using that move. He didn't understand why, but it only made him want to use it more. It was afternoon when he learned his mother had to leave. She had a trainer and he needed her back. His dad was furious. If she left, she could never return. She left. It was night and Ash stood on a branch, overlooking his colony. He bid them a silent farewell and took off. He was still a Piku, but there were things he needed to see. A different night and Ash was chewing through cables. He could smell the electricity in them and wanted it all for himself. It was too much. He felt his body explode with pain, trying to absorb the current. Something snapped inside of him, and when he woke up he was taller, and inside. He was caught. He emerged from a pokeball, free once more, and met eyes with a boy who spoke so honestly that he felt compelled to listen. It was worth a shot, he figured. He was right. Gaia stared with sparkly eyes as she watched the boys' auras flash before dying down. The boys opened their eyes and stared at the other before embracing each other for the longest time. She felt reassured now, that her trainer had a good soul. One she would open herself up to soon. The twins met up the next morning for a quick breakfast before finding a place to talk strategy. The training fields in the back were in use and they wanted somewhere to release Scorch as well. They gave up and went to Ash's room, flipped the desk so it leaned against the closet and sat on the bed side by side. Ash released Scorch, who folded his wings in and did his best to lay down without knocking into things. Charlie sat beside Ember, his tail held on his lap. Pikachu in his customary place with Gaia and Sahara at the headrest, sharing the pillow. "I'm so glad I opted for the pokeball last night," Scorch said. "We'll try to make it short," Ash assured. "Here's what we know," Ember started them off, ticking the points on her fingers. 1. Brock is a rock-type specialist. You literally can't spell his name without rock. "Well, you could, but you'd spell it wrong," Charlie said. Ember flicked his shoulder, then went back to talking. 2. For first badge challenges he normally does 2 aside. 3. His normal lineup is Geodude and Onix, sometimes a Rhyhorn, all of which are rock and ground types, so their weakness are all the same. She let Ash take over then. Fighting, steel, ice, and ground, Ash listed, with a serious weakness to grass and water. They resist fire, normal, flying, poison, and rock, and are immune to electric. He smirked, "Until we show up, that is." Pikachu used his tail to high-five Ash's hand. "For me, the best bet would be to use Gaia and Scorch, but..." He looked up at Scorch. "Sorry, buddy, we haven't battled much together and I'd rather get a feel for your style a little more." "I get it," Scorch nodded. He shifted a little before focusing again. "So Gaia and Pikachu will be my team," Ash said. "Gaia, you'll start first. Sandstorm won't have much effect on them, so boost yourself up with Iron Defense and hit them with Screech, then Iron Head and Dig, if needed, Bulldoze if you can manage one, and Pikachu, Iron Tail and Nasty Plot until there's an opening, then shock the living daylights out of them." His Pokemon nodded, eager for their first big battle, Pikachu with a wicked grin. "Sahara will be first for us," Ember said. "Essentially the same as Gaia, though try for the Whack-A-Mon technique if it works. You're faster underground than above." Charlie, Metal Claw, Smokescreen, boosting ancient power, go with your gut. Ember's Pokemon nodded their agreement to her plan. "We want you guys, and gals," Ash amended after a look, "to go into the battle knowing what to do. We'll call out if we see something or want you to change a technique, but the more we can talk without talking, the better." "The element of surprise," Sahara nodded. "Exactly," she spoke, Ash's jaw dropped. "She does that," Ember smiled and scratched her Pokemon. The twins stood outside the Pewter City gym. It was a monolithic stone building, but that was about the only outstanding thing about it. All of their Pokémon were returned except for Pikachu. With a deep breath they each took a door handle and pulled it open. A young boy sat at a desk. He was tan with spiked hair and his eyes appeared closed. "Welcome," the boy greeted, "I'm Forrest. Are you here to challenge the gym?" "Yes," they said together. "Your IDs please." He held out a hand and accepted their Pokédexes. A quick scan on his computer and he handed them back. Forrest smiled and motioned to a door behind him. "Go on through," he said, "Brock will be waiting for you." "Thanks," they said, then moved to the next room. A standard arena stood before them, filling them with a new kind of excitement and anxiety. Boulders and rocks littered the field. "Welcome," a new voice boomed out. A teenage boy stepped out onto the other side of the field. He looked like the boy at the desk, only taller. "I am Brock Slate, the Pewter City gym leader. Which of you will be challenging me first?" "I will." Both twins declared, paused, then looked at each other. "We worked out everything else," Ash said. "But not who goes first," Ember facepalmed. "Ladies first then," Brock called. Ember grinned and stuck her tongue out at Ash before stepping forward. Ash huffed and sat down on a side bleacher. Forrest came in with 2 flags and took the referee spot. "This will be a 2-on-2 match. The battle will end when either side is out of Pokémon. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute Pokémon," Forrest announced. "Begin. Geodude. Let's rock." Brock called as he tossed his first Pokeball. "Sahara, battle stance." Ember called. Sahara appeared opposite the rock with arms for only a moment before she dove underground. "Geodude, rock Polish and get ready to keep moving," Brock called. Geodude glowed a few times before he took off, moving faster than a rock should. Ember tapped her foot on the ground, waiting for. Geodude grunted. He'd gone around one boulder only to be grabbed in Sahara's waiting jaws. She shook him a few times then threw him towards Brock and went back into her hole. "Geodude, new tactic, follow him under, use dig," Brock called. "She's a girl." Ember told him and smiled with glee as Sahara popped out of the ground just as Geodude went under. She reared back and slammed her front feet down. Brock realized too late what was about to happen as his call for Geodude to come up was drowned out by the ground rumbling. Once the ground stopped shaking, everyone waited to see if Geodude would resurface. When he didn't, Brock recalled him. "Geodude is unable to battle," Forrest called, "the winner is Trapinch." "Very good," Brock nodded, "but let's see what you can do against Onix." The giant rock snake towered over the field, his roar like rocks grinding together. Sahara craned her head back to look at his face, her normal stare ever present. "Sand attack," Ember said. Sahara pulled one leg back and kicked it through the ground with great force and sprayed sand into Onix's eyes. The beast groaned, rearing back and slamming his tail where Sahara had been. Nothing was there, but a faint trace of light. Then he felt a burning sensation between his boulders. Charlie charged up the rock behemoth, glowing white rocks surrounding him and claws flashing silver. "Onix!" Brock called, "Thrash around." Onix tried to roll and knock Charlie off his body. The Charmeleon slashed and clawed his way up Onix, letting his glowing rocks fall away uselessly, one by one. He made a leap and landed on the rock snake's face. He grinned and spewed black smoke into his eyes before slashing away again. Onix shook his head then smashed it into the ground to rub him off. Charlie managed to leap off in time but couldn't land right and rolled across the field. He stood, roaring a challenge to Onix before firing a flame burst at him. Onix roared back and charged him. "Onix, wait!" Brock tried to call out. Charlie waited until Onix was close enough before leaping back onto his face and metal clawing him with all his might. Onix slammed his head into the ground again, but didn't see the boulder in time. His eyes crossed and he passed out. Onyx is unable to battle, Forest declared. The winner of the match is Challenger Ember. We won. We won. Ember cheered. Charlie roared and ran to his trainer. Sahara released herself before Ember could to join the celebration. The three embraced, Ember and Charlie cheering while Sahara made an equivalent to a purr. Congratulations, Brock said, standing beside them now. I must say I'm impressed with how well you've trained your Pokémon. Here, the boulder badge is yours. Ember stood and accepted the gray badge. Ash had to wait until the afternoon before his challenge. Brock needed time to heal his Pokémon. Ember tried her best to keep her celebrating to a minimum until Ash won, but DMN was it hard. Finally, it was time for his battle. He stood at the end of the field, Pikachu on his shoulder and Gaia's Pokeball in his hand. He focused on his breathing as Brock stepped up to his side. Now they were just waiting on Forest to call out the rules. Begin. Rhyhorn, let's rock. Brock called. The stone Pokémon appeared on the field, snorting and digging his front hoof into the ground. Gaia, I choose you. Ash called. Gaia growled and stomped a foot on the ground, pulling rocks into the air. Her body began to shine as she hardened her body. Rhyhorn wasn't standing still, he began to charge towards Gaia, ramming straight through the rocks on the field. Gaia watched him carefully, releasing a quick screech before lowering her head and letting it shine with steel-type energy. Rhyhorn's double edge connected with Gaia Iron Head with a loud clang, leaving both Pokémon struggling against the other for the upper hand. Rhyhorn had the size and weight advantage, but Gaia's center of gravity and heightened defense kept her from sliding back too far. The recoil mixed with slamming into a super-effective attack wore Rhyhorn down faster and Gaia managed to knock him to the side and break the stalemate. She screeched again as he tried to steady himself and kept it up until Rhyhorn was able to face her again. By that time, she was already charging at him and slammed another Iron Head into him. Rhyhorn groaned and collapsed. Rhyhorn is unable to battle, the victor is Larvitar, Forest announced. Brock recalled his Pokémon and readied his next Pokeball. Very good, but how will you do against Onyx? Go, he called. The moment Onyx appeared, the floating rocks Gaia set up at the start moved to slam into him. They didn't do much damage, but it was something. Gaia let out a screech before being returned and replaced with Pikachu. I hope you have a good reason for this, Brock called. Ash just smiled and nodded to his partner. Pikachu's own grin turned wicked as he started charging up, eyeing Onyx with great amusement. Onyx slammed his tail down on Pikachu, or where he had been, but the mouse was already in another spot. Pikachu called out to Onyx and put on his cutest act when the rock snake looked at him. Onyx blinked in confusion, but Pikachu's charm did the trick as the next attack came in with more restraint. He made to leap on Onyx and heard Brock curse as he raced up the snake's body. Not again. Onyx, get him off, quick. Pikachu used quick attack to boost his leaps from rock to rock, the black aura around his body grew darker and darker. He made it to the top and latched onto Onyx's horn and let his cheeks start to spark. You might want to call off your mouse, Brock said, electric attacks won't do anything to Onyx. No harm in trying, Ash shrugged. Pikachu, full blast. With pleasure, Pikachu snickered. Onyx didn't bother to move, assured in his resistance, and for the first time in his life, learned what electrocution felt like. Pikachu released everything he had, his thunder shock resembled more of a thunderbolt by this point, and complete engulfed the rock snake in electricity. Onyx roared in pain, drowning out Brock's shout of surprise. Onyx collapsed to the ground, spasming from the current still going through him. He was still conscious, so Pikachu smacked him with an iron tail between the eyes to knock him out, then walked back to Ash. What? Forest and Brock were stammering. Brock snapped out of it first and told Forest to call the match. Oh, Onyx is unable to battle, the winner is Ash Ketchum, Forest said. We did it. Ash shouted, jumping around. Pikachu did a small jump to tap Gaia's ball and released her. He grabbed her paws with his and danced in circles together. "I don't know what just happened," Brock said, walking over to Ash, "but here, the boulder badge." Ash took the badge with shining eyes and spun once to hold it to the ceiling. "We won, the boulder badge," he declared. Ember whooped and ran to him. They hugged and cheered together. They both passed their first milestone. It could only get better from here. Chapter 5. "Hey, kid. I challenge you to a battle." A young boy leapt in front of the twins, a finger pointed at Ash. It had been like this all morning. The twins were currently on Route 3, after a celebratory dinner the night before. Neither could wait to get moving again. Route 3 had trainers coming from and going to Cerulean City. None were much of a match for the twins' Pokémon. Most of the veteran trainers had no need to be in this area of Kanto unless they wanted to challenge the gyms. Most of them could just fly or teleport by that point. "Sure," Ash nodded and whistled to the sky. "Ha! Your flying type won't be any match for my sand shrew." The boy tossed a ball in front of him. A yellow Pokémon with skin like sand landed on the ground and growled, flashing his white claws. "Ground types are immune to flying type moves." You've got that backwards," Ember pointed out. "Ha! Shows how stupid you girls are." The boy puffed out his chest and crossed his arms. Ember, Gaia, and Sahara looked at each other with the same deadpanned expression. "Destroy him," they all said to Ash. Then Scorch landed. The ground trembled under his weight and the boy stumbled backwards as Scorch leered down at him. The boy's face paled and he looked ready to wet himself. His sandshrew wasn't holding up any better. "What's wrong?" Ember called, scared. The boy returned his Pokémon and took off without another word. "Well, that's a first," Ash laughed. Scorch had been doing most of the battles that morning, getting used to moving while fighting. Every time he would appear by dropping from the sky and scaring the opponent. Not a viable tactic for most situations, but still funny. "Should we break for lunch?" Ash asked, checking the time. "There's an oran berry tree over there a ways," Scorch said, indicating with his head. "Perfect," Ash nodded and they headed towards it, led by Scorch. The oran tree was in full bloom, its leaves a deep green, almost a blue that could match the berries hanging off the branches. Pikachu climbed up the trunk, made his way along a branch and started tossing berries down to Gaia and Sahara. Sahara held her mouth open to let the berries pile up to the point Pikachu made a game of trying to get them in her mouth. He moved to a new branch while Sahara dumped her load in front of Ember, Gaia carrying over the few that had fallen out, then both went back to the tree. Scorch warned Pikachu away from several branches, the berries not quite ripe, and directed him to the better ones. Ash made a fire pit while Charlie gathered wood for them. Ember, meanwhile, was staring into space. Her normally brown eyes were glowing a faint purple. "Ember?" Ash whispered. "We're being followed," she said, not looking at him. "Can't you feel it?" Ash closed his eyes, activating his aura sight. His mind was filled with glowing images of the world around him, expanding farther than his own sight would allow. He could pick out the wild Pokémon in the area, nothing spectacular, the trainers they've already passed and those they've yet to meet. Nobody was close enough to be following. He stretched to his limits, but couldn't find anything to cause alarm. He trusted Ember, though, and since she was never one to be overly suspicious like this, he knew something was triggering her. "It's been following us for a few hours," Ember said, "to the north. Can't you see it? Or, not see it?" "Not." Ash focused again. His mind focused to the north, scanning slowly this time. He almost missed it, but a bright flash, like a white beacon, drew his attention to a specific spot. He wasn't sure if it was exactly what Ember was seeing, but the beacon kept flashing as if calling him to it. "I'll keep an eye on it," Ember said, snapping Ash out of it, "but for now." She blinked her eyes clear and nodded to the fire Charlie started. "Lunch," Ash said, his stomach grumbling in agreement. Lunch went on without problem and soon they were moving again, now with a stash of oran berries. As they walked, Scorch and Charlie exchanged info on how to do certain moves, Sunny Day and Flame Burst respectively. Pikachu was actually walking as he was explaining to Larvitar Iron Tail. She figured it was the same as Iron Head just on her tail, but her tail wasn't as flexible or long as Pikachu's, so that posed a problem. Sahara was working on keeping a small gust going in front of her as she moved. Ember walked with a BLNDFLD over one eye, splitting her focus between regular sight and aura sight. Ash kept a lookout for more trainers to battle. Their trainer accounts were starting to build with all the battles they've won, and even buying their supplies they still had a good stash of money between them. Still, they could always use more, especially when they got to Celadon and could buy some TMs. It's still following us, Ember said, but at a distance. I think it's just watching. Any idea what it is? Ash asked. Ember shook her head. It took a few more hours of walking, and eventually all but Charlie and Pikachu were returned to their ball, but they finally made it to the Empty Moon Pokemon Center. The sun was setting, but there was enough light to make out the entrance to Empty Moon just a little ways past the center, Zubats spilling out of it. The twins went inside the center, dropping their Pokemon off with Nurse Joy for a quick checkup, then went to call home. The phone rang for a while before someone finally answered. Ketchum resident, a male voice spoke. Blue? Ash asked, bewildered. Ashy, the screen flickered and Blue Oak's face came into view. He looked a lot like Gary, spiky brown hair, green eyes, and cocky smile, but Blue had grown up faster than Gary and it showed in his eyes. Currently there were bags under said eyes. Well, I'll be DMN, hey Ashy, Emmy. Where you at? We're at Empty Moon, the twins said in unison. Blue shuddered. Man, that is still creepy, he groaned. What do you mean? They asked, pinged their heads to the side in sync. Red, tell your dorky siblings to knock it off, he shouted off screen. Red appeared a moment later on screen, a straight face on. He stared at the twins for a moment before nodding his head, a hint of a smirk on his face. He turned to look at Blue with a blank stare that made the boy shudder again. How is your mom so sweet and kind, but you three can be so creepy? Blue groaned and walked off. He's fun to mess with, Red smirked fully at the twins. I heard that. Blue shouted. The twins started laughing while Red's smirk grew. You two safe? He asked them. Once they calmed down. Yep, just giving an update, Ember said. When did Blue get in? Ash asked. Yesterday, and he's still cranky, Red said. Heard that too. Blue shouted again. Until yesterday, the eldest Oak sibling had been in the Kalos region for a research project. Mom's out tonight, she promised all her Pokemon a special dinner, Red said, but I'll tell her you called. Be careful of Zubats, and if you see a Clefairy, photo or it didn't happen. Got it, Ash snorted. Thanks, Red, Ember smiled. Have fun with Cranky. There was a muffled shout in the background. Red nodded to them once more and ended the call. The twins snickered with each other a bit more before heading back to the front desk. Nurse Joy wasn't there, but a Chansey was. Hey, Chansey, Ember said, can we rent a room for the night? Of course, Chansey nodded. I can do it, but I can't tell you your room number. We can understand you, Ash assured. Chansey blinked, but decided to roll with it. She hit a few buttons then handed them their key. Room 22A, up the stairs, first door on your left, Chansey said. They thanked her then headed for the cafeteria. After a quick dinner, they grabbed their Pokemon and went to bed. Ember took a little longer to fall asleep as she focused on what was following them. Ash described what he saw to her earlier, but what she saw was different. There was a patch of nothing, like whoever was following them was devoid of aura or at least very good at hiding it. It made her a bit uncomfortable to say the least, but it kept its distance and for that she was a bit relieved. It took a bit, but eventually she drifted off as well. They stood at the mouth of Empty Moon's tunnel, all but Scorch out with them. Ash took the lead as they stepped in. Inside was about 10 degrees cooler than outside and the ambient sound seemed to fall away instantly. There were several paths they could take, but only one was clearly marked. Since Empty Moon was regular traverse, the League ensured the most straightforward path was marked, clear as day. The twins looked at the marked path, looked at each other, and went down a different path. Charlie walked slightly in front of them to light the way. Ember kept one aura eye on whatever was following them, seeing how it didn't move from last night to when she woke up. Part of her wanted to try and trap it, but something told her that wouldn't work. So she left it to trail behind them, always the same distance, no more no less. Gaia was having an absolute field day, munching on different rocks every few minutes. Sahara tried one and let it drop out of her mouth immediately. "This is not a forest," Pikachu said and recoiled a bit when his voice echoed off the walls. "Reminds me of where I was hatched," Charlie said, his voice a bit quieter. "Me too, sorta," Gaia said, roomier. There were a few light snickers as the group continued through the mountain. They spotted a few Geodudes and a few, thousand Zubats, but nothing really stood out to them. There were no signs of trainers down this path either, which at first felt understandable, but soon became eerie. They passed through several wider areas where there had been signs of humans, at one point recently, but a quick scan of their area showed nobody. After the 9th opening, the group found a small alcove to settle in for lunch. It was hidden and out of the way, but just large enough for 2 humans, a human-sized Charmeleon, and 3 2-feet-tall Pokémon. Charlie went in first and curled his tail around him so the flames sat in the center of everyone. Ember and Ash sat opposite each other, leaning against the wall with Gaia, Sahara, and Pikachu sitting with their backs to the opening. Ash passed out the Pokémon food while Ember grabbed their pre-made sandwiches. "Are we still?" Ash trailed off. Ember nodded. Whatever was following them was still there, taking every twist and turn they did. It was getting annoying, especially since the walls of the mountain were so thick it was difficult to see through even with aura. She was about to say more when Sahara suddenly shuddered. Bad vibrations," she muttered. "What do you mean?" Ember asked, placing a hand on her Pokémon's head. "Something's not right," Sahara shivered and moved closer to Ember. A shadow fell across the wall outside the alcove. The twins ushered their Pokémon closer and Charlie curled over his tail to block most of the light. What light there was in the cave still showed the long shadow moving closer. "Screw this," Ember muttered and crawled into the open. Ash whispered for her to come, while thinking about how he was supposed to be the reckless one. Ember stood, crossed her arms over her chest and used her most commanding voice. "Come out, now," she ordered. There was a little whimper and a small pink Pokémon peered around a rock. "Oh," Ember gasped and fell to her knees, "I'm sorry. We sensed something bad and saw your shadow. We panicked." The Pokémon eyed her cautiously. Ember shifted to sit cross-legged as she continued to talk, she could feel everyone watching her. "You're a Cleffa, right? I'm Ember. My brother, Ash, and our Pokémon were just having lunch. Would you like some? If not, it's okay. I promise we won't hurt you, or try to catch you." Cleffa thought a moment and looked ready to accept before suddenly shaking its head. "I can't, have to find help," it said. "Help with what?" Ember asked. Cleffa's eyes widened a moment before seeming to realize something. "Aura Master," Ember determined, said. He bounced to her and threw himself into her arms. "Help please. There are humans, bad humans, destroying our home. Her Lunar Majesty cannot leave our sacred place lest the humans find it. Please, we need help." "Okay, calm down," Ember soothed, "of course we'll help." Ash and their Pokémon came out, ready for whatever they needed to do. Ember held a hand out to Ash and closed her eyes, Ash took her hand and did the same. When they sparred, the twins never used full power, keeping their aura to the most basic form, a blue color. Now they need more than that. On her own, Ember had no problem tapping into her natural, true aura, but Ash had issue without several minutes of concentration. Together, like with everything they do, they were better and stronger. Ember's deep purple aura flared to life and entangled itself with Ash's golden aura and radiated power between the two. The mountain came to life in a whole new way. Every Pokemon glimmered into view, from the gray-brown auras of Geodudes to the light sandy glows of Sandshrew. Too many Zubats to count were clustered together everywhere, and the pale green of Paras climbing about. Violently pink auras glowed around an empty spot in a cavern not too far from them and the many-colored auras of people moving around just ahead of them. Ember spotted their follower and tried to focus on them for a moment to find there were 3 different aura, one the intense black that felt like a missing spot, a bright white that she figured was what Ash saw, and a faint blue directly between them. She couldn't make a shape take form for any of them, but they were all powerful auras in their own right. Help if you want. Hide if you're a coward. Ember sent towards them, hoping to draw them out. Before she could do more she had to pull her attention away when Ash suddenly squeezed her hand. She could feel his anger rolling off of him now, and focused on what he was looking at. Her own anger joined his. There were 4 people on the floor, tied up and guarded, and they knew one of their auras. Leaf was being held captive and neither twin would stand for that. They opened their eyes and shared an angry look. Cleffa, Ember spoke first, go back home. We'll handle this. Cleffa nodded, amazed, before hopping back the way she came. Sahara, will you dig underground and check out the people 2 caverns over? Sahara nodded so Ember continued. Just observe and come right back, see if there is anything that stands out about them. Sahara disappeared into a small hole and Ash nodded for everyone to go back into the alcove. They waited for her to come back, it wasn't long, but it felt like an eternity. There are a lot of humans wearing black, Sahara reported. They all have red R's on their shirts too. Team Rocket, both twins whispered. They knew of the infamous crime syndicate, watching news reports almost daily about them before leaving on their journey. On one hand, they weren't people to mess with, not for 2 rookie trainers at least, but on the other, more important, hand, they had Leaf and that was unacceptable. Pikachu, I want you to go with Sahara, boost yourself up underground and get ready to attack, Ash said. Charlie, Ember made sure to meet her starter's eyes before continuing, I'm going to return you, but be ready. When I send you out next we may be in an intense battle. Charlie nodded begrudgingly and allowed himself to be returned. Instead of placing his Pokeball back on her necklace, she placed it in a hidden pocket inside her jacket. Ash did the same with Gaia and whispered to Scorch's ball before hiding both of them in his own jacket. Pikachu hopped into Sahara's hole after her and the 2 tunneled away. Do you have your fake ball? Ember asked. Why would I bring that toy with me? Ash sighed and dug in his pack until he found a shrunken Pokeball. Ember pulled out an identical one and both flipped a small switch on the underside. A light went on indicating the ball held a Pokemon then clipped them to their belts. It was a toy meant for kids to pretend to be Pokemon trainers, but now they served a new purpose. With one last look and a deep breath, the twins let themselves walk into Team Rocket's hands. It wasn't hard to get captured, not resisting and acting helpless were the hard parts. The grunts that grabbed them took the toy ball from their belts, but didn't bother patting them down for more. Ash and Ember were split up, Ash put with the other 2 boys and Ember with the 2 girls. Both areas were enclosed by crates stacked on each other to form makeshift cells. They set to work. Ash looked at the 2 boys with him. One had purple hair and a harsh look to his face, the other was brunette and looked almost scarily like Ash. A grunt was guarding them, so he kept his voice low. I'm Ash, he started. The boys introduced themselves as Paul and Richie. My sister and I are going to get everyone out of this. Just follow our lead and we'll get out safely. And why should we trust you? Paul asked. Well, for one, Ash held up his now unbound hands, I can untie you. How did? Richie started, but stopped at Ash's wink. Ash scooted closer to Paul first and undid his binds, whispering for them both to still act tied up for the time being, then set to work on Richie. Ropes were easy to untie when you use aura to slice through it instead. "Do you have any Pokemon on you?" Ash asked. "They took 2 of mine," Paul said, "but I still have my Magby. I have my Butterfree and my Pikachu is hiding somewhere close by," Richie said. "So is mine," Ash said. "Wait for my sister's signal then release your Pokemon, we're going on the offense." "Found, other Pikachu," Ash heard a voice at the back of his head. He recognized it as Pikachu using their bond to talk. It was still difficult at this stage, so he was a bit surprised his partner figured it out. He grinned and sent happy feelings towards Pikachu before focusing on preparing the boys. Ember was shoved to the ground between 2 girls, one she knew, of course, the other was a bit older with long red hair and a kind face. Leaf gasped and tried to help Ember up, forgetting her binds for a moment. "Ember, I'm so happy to see you," Leaf said then looked sheepish. "Sorry, that sounds horrible." "I get it," Ember grinned and sat up. They were yelled at by the grunt guarding them, so the girls lowered their voices. The other girl introduced herself as Soledad, a new trainer from Pewter. "Do you have any Pokemon?" Ember asked them both. "I managed to hide my Mankey's Pokeball, but they have my Ivysaur and Sandshrew," Leaf said. "I only had my Slowpoke on me and they took her," Soledad said. "I saw them take the Pokeballs into a tent on the other side of the room." Ember could feel their sadness roll off them in waves, but under that was anger and she knew they could use that. She checked the guard wasn't watching before releasing herself and moving to the other 2. "Leaf," Ember cut her off before the other girl could speak, "you are about to learn something about Ash and me that you cannot tell our mom about. Got it?" Leaf nodded, wide-eyed as she watched Ember's finger turn blue and felt her binds slice off like they were nothing. Ember did the same to Soledad then told them to sit still and quiet. She got to her feet, a bit of aura sent to her feet to muffle sound, she snuck up behind the grunt. The glow on her fingers went from blue to purple. She was directly behind the grunt when she struck, her first 2 fingers on each hand slammed into the sides of his neck. The grunt started to collapse without a sound, Ember catching the back of his shirt before he hit the ground. She dragged him backwards and sat him against the wall. She patted his cheek once with a smirk. "Night, night," she said. "Stay low and stay behind me," she ordered the 2 girls. "Ash," she focused on her connection with her brother. "I have the girls and we know where their Pokemon are. Stay put will be over in a minute." "Gotcha. Only 1 guard for us and both boys have at least 1 Pokemon with them," Ash sent back. Ember tapped her foot 3 times on the ground. A second later the dirt fell away and Sahara poked her head out. "The tent over there," Ember said, one eye closed. There was a Golbat guarding the front of the tent, but nothing inside. "Dig in from underneath, there are Pokeballs in there. Grab them and find us." Sahara nodded and closed her hole up behind her. "I have so many questions," Leaf said. She and Soledad crouched down at Ember's command and followed after her as they slipped along the edge of the cavern. Most of the grunts were focused on one area, using machines to dig into the walls. A few were going through the crates, talking loudly about their haul. Apparently, Team Rocket was mining for fossils and having great success. The girls slipped around some boxes when Ember motioned for the 2 of them to wait. She crept out, the grunt guarding the boys was starting to doze off from the boring job, so when he noticed Ember it was too late. "How will we know what the signal is?" Paul asked. The grunt collapsed to the ground. "That's how," Ash said and stood up. He pulled the grunt out of sight while Ember motioned for the girls to come over and the 6 gathered close. "Everyone get your Pokemon ready," Ash said. The ground crumbled in the middle of them, startling the other trainers. Sahara pulled herself out of the hole, a fanny pack in her mouth, followed by 2 Pikachu. While nearly identical, Richie's Pikachu had a long tuft of hair on his head that spiked outward. Sparky was his name. Paul, send out your Magby, Ember said, plans formulating in her head. How did? Paul started to ask before deciding to do as he was told. The little fire type looked ready to battle. We'll save a lot of time if nobody asks us questions, Ash said. Everyone dug through the fanny pack for their Pokeballs. Richie and Soledad had the easiest time. Richie had put stickers on all of his while Soledad's ball was blue instead of red. Pikachu and Sparky sniffed the remaining and handed them to Leaf and Paul, picking off their scents. Ash and Ember pocketed their toys. Paul, Richie, your other Pokemon? Ash asked. Spearow and Sentret, Richie answered. Turtwig, Marill, and Nidorino, Paul said. Okay, Ember said, if this turns into a violent fight Ash will be at the forefront of it. All of you return your Pokemon and get out of here. I'll take out as many grunts as I can before they can attack back, but you all need to be ready. Here's the plan. A bright ball of light flashed into existence in the cavern. Shouts came from all over as the grunts tried to figure out what was happening, then the floor became electrified. More confusion came when random grunts began to collapse for no reason, then the real attack began. A loud groan roar filled the cavern as a red Tropius took flight, the ceiling high enough for him to move freely. Zubats and a lone Golbat were sent to take care of it. The moment they were in the open 2 bolts of electricity shot out and engulfed the swarm. Tropius roared again and shot an energy ball downwards. Grunts scrambled to avoid being hit, the more experienced of them were regaining their senses and sending out more Pokemon to fight. Koffings, Ekans, and Rattatas joined the fray. More grunts collapsed in all the confusion, but the reason behind it had yet to be seen. It was of little importance as 2 strengthened fire attacks blasted forth, igniting the gases produced by the Koffings. One managed to escape the first blast, only to get struck by an ember attack from above. The resulting explosion knocked out several other Pokemon and left many grunts burned and unconscious. Rattatas were running towards the origin of the attacks. Only 2 made it. The rest had either fallen into holes or were dragged halfway into the ground by Sahara and Gaia. The 2 Rattata made to attack when Charlie stepped in front of them, a feral grin on his face. There was the distinct smell of urine as the 2 rats ran back to their trainers. Gaia leapt out of the ground and pulled large rocks up from the ground. They floated in place for a moment before more Pokemon were sent out by the grunts. The rocks slammed into every new Pokemon, knocking the new Zubats to the ground instantly. The remaining Ekans got to know what windmills felt like as they were spun around by Ivysaur's Vine Whip and Slowpoke's confusion. Turtwig and Nidorino were smashing into everything they could find, including grunts, and tossing energy ball and sludge bombs left and right. Marill and Sentret worked together, luring Pokemon in and smashing them with physical attacks. The sunny day weakened Meryl's water moves, but she wasn't a one-trick Pokemon, her tail shining with steel power. The few flyers that managed to avoid the barrage of electric attacks blasting their way were easily picked off by Spearow, swooping down from his perch on Scorch then returning. Everything looked like it was going well, then all at once everything fell apart. A loud screech, far stronger than anything they've heard before, encased the cavern. Everyone fell to their knees clutching their ears. Scorch hastily landed in an attempt to not crash. Ember lost her grip on her aura, her position revealed as she screamed in agony. A Crobat swooped into the room, cutting its screech, but looked ready for another one. Well, isn't this a wonderful surprise, a voice said. The speaker hardly had to raise his voice to convey the power behind it. A man stepped into view near Ember, casting a look at her that could read mild interest. He wore a Team Rock uniform, though his was more like a suit than a uniform. The top of his shirt was open a little farther than necessary and long white gloves covered his arms and hands. His hair was green in color and his eyes were a deep brown. He stared at Ember a moment longer before turning back to the battle. Ember made to attack him, but found her body unable to move. She looked to the floor to find 2 red eyes staring back at her from her shadow along with a malicious grin. Dear children, so. Misguided, the man spoke, he sounded almost bored. I could give you a lecture on why Team Rocket is the only way to go, but honestly, I don't feel like it. Ember felt the hold on her body tightened and held back a scream. She would not give this man the satisfaction. Kill the children. He ordered. He met Ember's eyes again. Keep her alive, he said, we could use an aura wielder. So much for that secret. The crowbat dove towards the first kid he saw, Ash. It dodged the bolts of electricity that lashed out and made to sink its teeth into Ash's shoulder. It did not expect the full force punch to the body from the boy. Ash's body trembled, his eyes glowing gold. His hands were clenched tight into fist as he directed his attention to the man standing over Ember. Get away from my sister. Ash bit out before charging forwards. Pikachu took the moment that Crobat was stunned to shock the living daylights out of the bat. Grab him, the man waved his hand lazily. The shadow under Ember stretched out towards Ash. Ember tried to scream a warning, but it wasn't needed. The shadow tried to grab Ash and instantly recoiled, screaming in pain. Ember managed to break away in that moment and put space between her and the man. A Jengar floated out of the ground, snarling as he favored one hand. Ash had an aura sphere charged up, it was large and unstable as he infused it with his true aura. It would survive a throw, but that wasn't his intent. He planned to smash it into the DMN rocket's face. Ash, wait! Ember screamed. The rocket tossed a pokeball just as Ash reached him. A wheezing was released. In an instant it turned from purple to white as it prepared to explode. Ember leapt forward, tackling into Ash as he released his aura sphere. A shield glowed around the two as Weezing's explosion blasted outwards into Ash's aura sphere. The resultant blast sent the twins flying, holding tight to each other as they slammed into a wall. Their shield lasted until then, but it didn't completely prevent injuries, just severe ones. Ember swore she saw a flash of pink before a new roar echoed around them and she passed out. When Ash woke next, it was to a man wearing a surgical mask hovering over him. Mr. Ketchum, welcome back to the waking world, the man said. He helped Ash sit up slowly and waited for him to take in his surroundings. He was still in the cavern, but the battle was long over. The rocket grunts were rounded up and being taken away by what looked like League officials. Ember, Ash said, moving to search for her. The medic pointed next to him and there his twin laid, pale but intact. Charlie was curled next to her, glaring at anyone that got too close. He glanced at Ash and gave the boy a curt nod before going back to guarding Ember. Sahara sat next to her head, her eyes closed. My Pokemon. Pikachu ran into his line of sight then and latched onto his trainer. Gaia followed after hugging him from the side and Scorch leaned his face down to rub against Ash's cheek. We're fine, Pikachu assured, they had healers check us all over, but we were never far from either of you. Ash sighed, closing his eyes and just holding his Pokemon for a moment. It didn't last long as another man called for his attention. Ash cracked an eye at the man and felt his heart stop. Crouching in front of him was none other than Elite Four member Bruno. You're Ash Ketchum, right? Bruno asked. Ash nodded, dumbly. Here. Bruno handed Ash a video phone, and Ash realized the Elite member looked a bit shaken. Red's face peered at him through the phone. Are you hurt? Red asked. A little bruised. How did you know we were here? Ash asked. I didn't, but I asked Bruno just in case, Red grumbled, pinching his nose. Ember? Asleep, or not? Ash turned to check on Ember again to find her and her Pokemon gone. What the hell, the medic said. Where'd she go? Ash shrugged and turned back to Red. She'll be back, he said. Red had ended the call in Ash's distraction. Bruno, sir, Ash looked up at the giant man, holding the phone out to him. Be honest with me, kid, Bruno said, taking it back. Ash was amazed it didn't shatter in his hand. Your brother, has he always been, like, he's behind me, isn't he? No, Ash said. Bruno sighed with relief until Ash spoke again. He's beside you. True to word, Red stood beside Bruno, seeming to appear out of nowhere, but really he was teleported in by a legalism. Bruno's eye twitched slightly before he decided to roll with it and slapped Red on the back. Red just gave him his patent apathetic stare. Ember? Red asked again. Ash shrugged, holding a hand out for Red. His brother took it and hauled him up, checking him over really quick before letting go. Dismissed, Red said to the medic, who took the order for what it was. Red released one of his Pokemon, a Blissey named Jackie, and she set to work on checking Ash. Bruno pulled Red to the side to talk with him in private for a moment. Ember came to stand by Ash a few minutes later, smirking. Jackie moved to check her over, sking every now and then at their injuries. Red walked back over, eyed Ember for a second before crossing his arms. There was silence between the siblings for the longest time until Bruno grew bored and went to check on everything else. The moment he was out of sight, Red let his face fall. What the hell, you two, Red said. What in your right mind made you think you could take Team Rocket on at your current level? Didn't realize an admin was around, Ember shrugged, her voice sounded a bit raw. You said, current level, when you could have stopped before that, Ash pointed out. I'd be a hypocrite then, Red muttered. At the twins' looks he elaborated. I took them on too when I was still a rookie, but I had a few months under my belt, not a few weeks. So, we agree then, don't tell Mom, Ember said. Well, duh, Red sighed. Unless you guys do this again before you're strong enough. The admins are no joke. Yeah. I noticed, Ember muttered, glaring at the ground. The one you met was Proton, Red informed. Bruno failed in apprehending him, but he should go into hiding for a bit. So activity will be low on his side. Why tell us this? Ash asked. Because I know you both, and I know you'll look for more info any way you can, Red said. I'd rather it come from me. At least you'll know it's reliable. The twins nodded, giving their older brother similar small smiles that had him rolling his eyes. Also I'm accompanying you to Cerulean, no arguments, he said. Fair, Ember. Nodded. What happened to the others? Ash asked. Bruno told me they were let go a few hours ago. Leaf apparently had a fit, but she eventually left with the other girl, Red said. Jackie chirped her approval to Red and he nodded his head. He looked at the twins and they understood what he wanted. Yo, Bruno. Ember called. Several heads whipped around to see who addressed the elite member like that. Red says, peace out, home skillet. Bruno laughed and waved to the siblings before dealing with a few of the remaining rockets. Red gave her a deadpan look. Hey, learn to speak up, Ember shrugged and started for the exit. Where did you go, anyways? Ash asked. Ember didn't answer, only smiled. The siblings didn't make it to Cerulean that day. They opted to camp out instead, Red wanting to meet their teams. Ash went first. Where did you get a Larvitar? Red asked. Gift, Ash shrugged. Red narrowed his eyes but didn't ask anything beyond that. He looked Scorch up and down. Professor Oak mentioned him, he's excited for the day he can see him in person, Red said. As for Ember's Pokemon, Charlie already received a once-over, having refused to be returned. He held Ember's hand the whole trek and refused to leave her side for a second when setting up camp. Sahara received the same question as Gaia and the same answer was given. Then Ember took out a dusk ball. You caught something? Ash asked. Aha, Ember hummed. She pressed the button and in a flash of dark energy out came a Cleffa. Meet Star. She said pulling out her Pokédex. She smirked at her brother's gaping faces. Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokémon. Cleffa and their evolutionary line are believed to have come from space. On starry nights Cleffa can be seen staring at the sky as if thinking of home. This Cleffa is male and has the abilities, Cute Charm which allows it to infatuate members of the opposite sex upon contact, Magic Guard which prevents all but physical damage, and Friend Guard which protects allies and reduces the damage they receive in battle. He knows the moves, Pound, Charm, Encore, Sing, Sweet Kiss, Copycat, Magical Leaf, Present, Metronome, Amnesia, Belly Drum, Splash, Mimic, Wish, Fake Tears, Covet, Aromatherapy, Stored Power, Tickle, Misty Terrain, and Heal Pulse. Everyone blinked at the list. Well, you're definitely my most versatile Pokemon, that's for sure, Ember said. Oh, Red, does this picture count? She held her Pokédex up to her brother showing a picture of her taking a selfie with Star on her shoulder, a horde of Clefairy behind her, and a few Clefable behind them. She managed to snap a photo of Red's face as he took in the fact that his sister met practically every Clefairy in Empty Moon. Also, she dug in her pack and pulled out a shiny black stone, tossing it to Ash, from the Clefairy clan, as thanks. I kinda wish I could keep traveling with you too, Red said. You're definitely going to have a lot of adventures. Chapter 6. The Pokemon Center in Cerulean was rather large compared to the last few the twin had seen. The room they rented was spacious enough for Scorch to be released, his leaf wings spread out and emitting a spicy, fruity smell. The twins laid on their respective bunk bed, Ember below and Ash on the top bunk. Scorch rested his head on Ash's bed with Pikachu and Gaia curled up on his pillow. Ember had Charlie curled around one side of her, Sahara cuddled into her side and Star next to her head. Red had seen them there, but left muttering about not being seen by the gym leaders. He teleported away using his Espion and left the twins to their thoughts. They made sure to call their mom before going to lay down. She was happy to see them and proud of their accomplishments so far. It was a quick call, they were tired. We should go eat, Ash murmured. Ember's stomach answered for her. Scorch was returned and everyone else took up their customary places by their trainers. Star saw Pikachu jump onto Ash's shoulder and did the same to Ember. Ember smiled at him, rubbing her cheek into him as they headed for the cafeteria. They made to the lobby when they were accosted by Leaf. There you two are. Leaf said, throwing her arms around both of them. She squeezed the life out of them before backing off. Come on, we're all in the cafeteria. She grabbed their arms and dragged them behind her. Charlie held Ember's other hand, bewildered by the girl in front of them. Leaf led them to a table near the back of the cafeteria, where Richie and Soledad sat, chatting. What about Paul? Ash asked, talking a seat across from Richie. He split once we were released, Richie answered. We saw him earlier. He was going off to train for his gym battle. Said if we saw you guys to say thanks and he would like a battle. Huh, weird kid, Ember muttered. She eyed the food being served before excusing herself to grab some. Was that a Cleffa on her shoulder? Soledad asked. I'm more concerned with what she feeds her Charmeleon, Richie said. Don't ask her that, Ash warned, chuckling, she has become very annoyed with it. Ember came back with 2 plates, sliding one to Ash. We wanted to thank you both, Soledad said. You saved us from, well. I don't want to think about what they'd have done to us after. You two were awesome. Leaf was telling us some stories of your childhood. Did you really ride a wild Sharpedo? Richie looked at Ash. Oh yeah. I wanted to surf, but there were no waves. The Sharpedo lived around the area for a while and he's really friendly, so he took me out, Ash said, a grin on his face. Professor Oak's Dragonite grabbed me and brought me back to shore. Apparently there was a passing pod of mating Tentacruel that had been attacking ships left and right. We almost ran into them. And you really rode a Tauros just to break through a few boulders? Soledad looked at Ember. They were blocking my way to my favorite spot. There was a large storm and a rock slide happened. The Tauros agreed to help, and I wanted to see what it was like to ride a charging bull, Ember said. She took a bite of her pancakes, sending a quick glance to her Pokémon, now socializing with everyone else's, eating their own food. Charlie kept looking back to check on her. Some of the rock shrapnel hit me. I had to go to the hospital for stitches. Everyone laughed. There was a weight lifted off everyone in that moment, a reassurance in knowing everything was over. They chatted over breakfast, telling stories of childhood, sharing their goals for their journeys, and talking about what Pokémon they wanted on their team. There was an unspoken understanding, Team Rocket will not be discussed. Whose Charmander is that? Ember asked, looking over the group of Pokémon. Mine, Richie said. His name is Zippo. We had a rocky start. He held up his left arm, covered in bandages, but he wanted to apologize. I got permission from the league to take him along. Zippo was currently looking up at Charlie with sparkling eyes, trying to mimic everything he did. How did your Charmeleon get that big? Richie asked. He has giantism, he was born big, Ember said. Pikachu and Sparky were talking through electricity, which nobody but them could understand. They were very invested in their conversation. So. Leaf called attention to herself. She poked at the remaining eggs on her plate. The three of us, well. I mean, I know what I said before we started our journey, but after what happened, we all kind of talked and, well, we asked Paul too, but he said no, and you guys can as well. I'll totally get it, but. Leaf, the hell. You have beat around the bush this much since Professor Sycamore came to visit, Ember said. Leaf's face turned bright red and she slapped Ember's arm. We've decided to travel together, Soledad said. There's safety in numbers, after all. Would you two like to join us? Thanks for the offer, Ember started. But we prefer it just being the two of us, Ash finished. I figured. Leaf slumped forward. Just, promise me you guys will stay safe. Of course, Ember said. I mean, we already had to promise Red and he scares us more than you, so, you know. Red? As in Red Ketchum? Richie asked, sitting forward. The last champion? Soledad looked bewildered. He's our older brother, the twins said. Ever hear of Green Forest? Ember asked and Leaf groaned. Well, yeah. She's one of the top 5 trainers of her generation. Soledad said, becoming excited. She's just behind Red Ketchum and Blue Oak. She's my sister, Leaf said. And we know Blue and his younger siblings, Ash said. Wait, your name is Leaf Forest. Richie looked at Leaf. Don't ask, we still don't know what our parents were thinking, Leaf sighed, far too used to it. I mean, our older siblings are named Red, Green, and Blue, and they were friends with a girl named Yellow, Ember said. Actually, come to think of it, Ash said, what is the name of the number 5 top trainer? I don't know. Ken or something, not color related, because he, you know, had normal parents, Leaf said. Actually, when you think of it. Gary is the only one without a name theme, Ember said. Yeah, Daisy, Ash, and Ember, all natural things in a sense, Ash said. Plus your mom named her kids Red, Ember, Ash, which can all go together, Richie pointed out. Green Forest and Leaf Forest, Soledad giggled. Pallet Town is a weird place, Leaf, Ember and Ash said together, smiles on their faces. The 5 continued to talk long after they finished eating and eventually decided to leave. The twins said goodbye and went back to their room. They took a moment to look at everything, before wordlessly grabbing their stuff and leaving. Route 24 was their destination now. A quick stop at the Pokemart to restock on their supplies and they were off. The only way to the route was to cross Nugget Bridge, so they had quite a few battles on the way. Ember took it as a chance to see how Star battled. It was terrifying. Most people underestimated him as a cute little baby Pokemon and immediately regretted it as he annihilated opponent left and right. By the end of the bridge, all of the trainers had a bit of fear towards the little pink Cleffa and they both received a gold nugget. They hiked further into Route 24, finding a nice clearing near the river and set up camp. Rain, Ash nodded at the clouds moving in. Half of their Pokemon shuddered. Wait it out for tonight and do stuff tomorrow? Ember suggested. Everyone nodded their consent and followed their respective trainer into their tents. Scorch was returned and Charlie made sure to keep his tail up until he could rest it on his fireproof blanket. That night, Ash did not sleep well. So cold. A voice cried through his dream. Ash found himself in the rain, his body numb and shivering. Can't go on, so cold. He started walking towards the voice. Hang in there. Ash called out. The cold won't hurt you. Can't warm up, the voice grew weaker. Cold, cold. Father was cold. Cold. Ash started running. He could feel a fading life force pulling on him. Be like your father. Ash shouted. I'll save you. Just think about your father. Cold. The temperature plunged further. A glow appeared in the distance, flickering between red and blue. The blue spiked the life, the red drained it. The glow tried to decide which to be. A cry woke Ash. Ash shot up in a panic, rain drumming on his tent. He didn't stop to think as he unzipped his tent and started running. The rain was falling hard and a mist was forming on the ground. He closed his eyes, letting himself be guided by his aura sight, and instantly locked on to the fading life. Their aura was flickering between the same blue and red he saw in his dream. Blue. Choose blue. Ash shouted as he ran faster. His eyes shot open when he was close enough and took in what was in front of him. A Charmander was curled on a rock, his body shivering as the orange color began to drain away into a white. His tail flame was low and flickering between red and blue. He heard Ash plead for him to choose blue, soothing waves of aura washing over him as Ash covered his body from the rain. Charmander looked up at Ash, dark blue eyes clouded with fatigue. He exhaled, a cold chill poured from his mouth, and his tail flame settled on blue. Ash reached for a pokeball, wanting to put Charmander into stasis, but only groped at his wet PJs. Ash. Pikachu skidded to a halt beside him, a small bag slung over his back. Pikachu huffed as he glared at his trainer. Dang, you're fast. I wasn't sure where you were going, so I grabbed some things and followed you. Did you bring a pokeball? Ash asked, crouching to take the bag. Turned out Pikachu brought the perfect ball. Ash turned to Charmander, ball in hand. Charmander, I need to catch you, Ash said, I can put you in a static state so you won't be hurt further. Have, trainer. Charmander said. Ash chewed his lip. I still have to try, he said and tapped the heal ball against Charmander's head. He was immediately SCKED in, the ball dinging without a struggle. The yellow marks on the ball began to glow, showing. The healing process was happening. Ash and Pikachu ran back to camp, the rain beginning to peter out as they got closer. Ember was already up and waiting for them, their gear packed up. A protective bubble surrounded Ember and the Pokemon, protecting them from the rain. Ash and Pikachu passed through it, panting hard. Where did you learn this? Ash asked between breaths. She's doing it, actually, Ember pointed at the Abra sitting at the center of the bubble. Wah, Ash was cut off. No time, my friend needs help. Return everyone and prepare for teleportation. Abra pathed. Ember returned her Pokemon and Ash did the same, grabbing his Pokeball belt from Ember. Abra's eyes glowed and suddenly they weren't in the clearing anymore. The twins stumbled as they appeared in the lobby of the Pokemon Center. Ember fell to her knees and dry heaved a few times, teleporting never sat well with her, and Ash scrambled to the front desk and slammed the bell. After several aggressive rings, a very tired Nurse Joy came out, casting a glare at Ash. Do you have any idea what time she was cut off? Help this Charmander. Ash moved the ball into her hands. Found him in the rain, he might be dying. Nurse Joy's demeanor instantly changed as she grabbed a scanner and ran it over the Pokeball. She gasped and rushed off to the emergency room. Ash sighed and turned to Ember. Chansey was patting her back and helping her up. "Thank you," Ember smiled. "Can we get a room, please?" Of course. Chansey moved behind the desk, typed a few things into the computer, then handed Ember a key. It was for the same room they were in earlier. "Abra," Ash turned to the yellow fox, "why don't you come with us? Nurse Joy will take good care of Charmander." "Very well." Abra pathed and followed the twins down the hall. All Pokémon were released once they were settled on their beds, Ember taking the top bunk this time so Scorch could sleep next to Ash. Ash took a moment to change clothes, chucking his wet clothes into a corner to deal with tomorrow. Abra waited for everyone to settle, and a quick explanation given, before teleporting herself to the foot of Ash's bed and settled against the wall. Nobody slept well that night. Ash was up first the next morning and slipped out of the room with Abra to check in on Charmander. Nurse Joy was behind the desk, looking tired and drained, but her smile when she saw Ash was reassuring. "Charmander will be just fine," Nurse Joy assured. "I'm not quite certain what happened to him, to be honest, but he'll make a full recovery." "Do you know why he was out there?" "The betrayer told him to wait there until he returned. Charmander is extremely loyal and believed the betrayer. Abra explained to them, I knew his true intent and destroyed my confinement. Charmander refused to listen to me, so I stayed close by, but he soon rejected me and my help. I think this will help him understand. The betrayer is cruel. I'd ask for your trainer's name, but you won't tell me, will you?" Nurse Joy said. Abra shook her head. "Why the hell not?" Ash asked. "He needs to be punished. It's against the code of psychics," Nurse Joy explained. "They can't name names out of spite." Ash scowled, but let it go for the moment as Nurse Joy retrieved Charmander's heal ball. "He's yours, all things considered," she said. "He'll need at least a week of rest and plenty of nutrients to regain his strength." "Thank you," Ash smiled and nodded to Abra to follow him back to the room. Everyone was up and waiting for him, odd since he was only gone for a few minutes and everyone was sleeping when he left. Ember had Pikachu and Star on each of her shoulders, Sahara and Gaia rested their heads on her thighs, Charlie sat on the floor between her legs, Tail in his lap, and Scorch rested his head on the bed beside Gaia. "Charmander is okay," Ash said. There was a collective sigh of relief. Ash held up the ball and tapped the button, releasing Charmander. The first thing everyone noticed were his snow-white scales, followed closely by his light icy blue flame. He blinked up at everyone with gray-blue eyes until he locked onto Abra. They stared at each other for a long moment before Charmander broke down. Abra was by his side in an instant, holding him close. Nobody moved or spoke while the two held each other, rocking slowly. Ash felt his eyes prickle with tears as the two began to affect him. He began to feel their pain, their sorrow, their betrayal. He felt helpless, useless, a failure. How could anybody want someone as weak as? Ember's presence washed over him, calming his mind. "Charmander," Abra, Ash's voice cracked some, but he gained their attention nonetheless. "If you'll have me, I would like to be your trainer. I promise to care for, love, and protect you both. You'll be part of our family." He held out his hands to them. Abra rested her forehead against Charmander's. They had a mental conversation before Abra spoke for them both. "We will give you a chance," she said. "Charmander has never been wild and I do not wish to be away from my friend." Her eyes glowed as she levitated several different Pokeballs from Ash's pack. She selected a heal ball to match Charmander's and caught herself. The ball clicked instantly, a second passed and Abra released herself and tossed the ball to Ash. "Do you mind if I scan you too with my Pokédex?" Ash asked. "Will it hurt?" Charmander asked. "Not at all," Ash smiled reassuringly as he held up his Pokédex. "I'll go first." Abra stepped forward. Abra, the Psy Pokémon. Abra sleeps 18 hours a day and can still sense danger. They will teleport around to eat even while sleeping. This Abra is female and has the abilities, Synchronize, which allows the Pokemon to inflict status conditions on the Pokemon that caused it, with some exceptions, and Magic Guard, which prevents all damage except direct attacks. She knows the moves, Teleport, Power Trick, Guard Swap, Skill Swap, Guard Split, Psycho Shift, Ally Switch, Barrier, Psychic, and Thunder Punch. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. From the time they are born, a flame burns on the tip of their tails. Their life would end if the flame were to go out. This Charmander is male and has the abilities, Blaze, which powers up fire attacks when health is low, and Water Absorb, which replenishes health when hit by a water attack. This Charmander knows the moves, Scratch, Growl, Smokescreen, Ember, Ice Shard, Freeze Dry, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Ice Beam, and Frost Breath. Note, the unusual color combined with the abnormal moves suggest this Charmander has undergone some form of adaptation. Further studying is required. Am I an ice type? Charmander looked himself over, taking in his changes for the first time. His claws on his feet had a faint glitter to them, and his scales reflected light in a way that made them almost light blue in color. And immune to water attacks, Ember said. Charmander seemed to actually take in the room then and locked eyes on Charlie. The Charmeleon gave a low growl and Charmander bowed his head to him before the growling stopped. Charlie pushed himself to his feet and placed a hand on Charmander's shoulder. "Welcome to the family," Charlie said. "Meet your teammates, we'll go get food." He motioned for Ember and the other two to follow him as he left the room. "I guess we're leaving," Ember said and stood up. Pikachu and Sahara hopped to the floor, Pikachu going to meet his new partners and Sahara to follow her team out. Ember and her team made their way to the cafeteria and stood in line for food. "That's quite the collection, Damien," Ember heard some girls say. She glanced over to a table to see a boy with several Pokeballs in front of him. The boy had blue hair and wore a pink shirt under a fringed vest. Ember felt her face sour at the sight of him, his aura just radiated nasty. He had a girl draped over him, practically in his lap, and few other people gathered around his table. "Weren't there more the other day?" a boy asked. Yeah, but I released that worthless Charmander the other day," the boy, Damien, said, looking proud of himself. "DMN thing didn't get it and kept following me." Ember's hands curled into fists, "so I told it to wait on this rock for me to come back. I bet it's still there." His laughter made her snap. "And that pathetic excuse for an Abra broke its own ball. I have no time for cry." Ember yanked him out of his seat, grabbing him by the front of his shirt and holding his face close to hers. The girl on him yelped as her support left her, and Damien was bewildered before he snapped back to reality. "What the hell?" he yelled and met Ember's eyes. "You abandoned Charmander?" Ember growled, her teeth bared and her eyes glowing purple. "He almost died, you a-hole." "So what?" Damien sneered. "One less worthless Pokemon in the world. Punch him." Ash's voice rang through Ember's head. Charlie stepped closer to Ember's side and joined her snarl while Star hopped off her shoulder. A faint purple tint formed in Charlie's eyes as he shared in Ember's rage. "Punch him." Ember released her left hand to slam her fist into Damien's face, followed closely by a knee to his groin. She released Damien, letting him collapse to the ground, blood gushing from his nose. "What is going on here?" Nurse Joy's voice rang out. "This crazy beach just attacked Damien for no reason," one of the boys at the table said. "Tell her," Ember growled. She pressed a foot onto Damien's arm and let her aura flow through him. "Tell her the truth. Now." "I abandoned my Charmander and left it to die," Damien shouted. "I feel no remorse." Nurse Joy gasped as Ember stepped back from the boy. He got to his feet and wiped at his nose. "I didn't mean to say that," Damien stuttered out. She did something to me. She's a Ketchum," a new voice said. Ember glanced back to see three beautiful women walking over to them, one blonde, one blue-haired, and one pink-haired. The blonde placed a hand on Ember's shoulder. And she holds far more credibility than you do, the blonde said. Your trainer card, please, the blue-hair girl said. No. Damien reeled back and looked ready to bolt. If you're innocent then you have nothing to hide, right? The pink-hair girl said. I said no. Damien shouted. Got it, a fourth girl said. She was shorter than the other three with orange hair done into a side ponytail. She had grabbed Damien's backpack in all of the confusion and held up his trainer card. Nice work, are you? Misty, the blonde one said. Misty smirked and tossed it over. My pleasure, Daisy, Misty said. The names clicked in Ember's head, the other two must be Violet and Lily, the sensational sisters of Cerulean City, aka gym leaders. Nurse Joy passed over a handheld device to Daisy, who swiped the card through the machine and watched the screen light up. She scrolled through a few things, her expression slowly becoming a scowl. Damien Fitzgerald, you under arrest for Pokémon negligence, abandonment, and the illegal obtainment of Pokémon from a Pokémon mill, Daisy said. By the authority given to me by the United Leagues of the World, I hereby stripe you of your right to have Pokémon and sentence you to a correctional facility for your age. Officer Jenny arrived then, Lily waving a Pokénav in front of her with a pleased smile. Ember stepped back as Officer Jenny led Damien out of the Pokémon Center, berating him the whole way. Violet and Daisy stepped forward to collect Damien's Pokeballs. The others around the table began to slink off before any of them became the new focus of rage. Foul, Misty muttered as she scanned her eyes over the device Daisy had. She pressed a few buttons before nodding to herself. I sent word to the League forces, they should be able to track down those mills within the area he obtained them. Any near Cerulean? Violet asked. One, about 10 miles north, Misty said. The four sisters shared a look between them before smirking. Daisy turned to Ember, who was calming herself and Charlie down. Your red sister, yeah? She asked. Ember nodded. Thought so, though his hat was a dead giveaway, she said. He sent us an email saying you and your brother were in town. You two are going to want a battle soon, right? Yeah, Ember nodded again. But not yet, Ash came walking up beside Ember. His expression was neutral, but Ember could feel his rage. All but Scorch were with him, Charmander and Abra hanging back some, holding hands. Charlie walked over to the pair and started talking to Charmander, reassuring him. Ember smiled some at that before turning to the gym leaders. We want to train more first, she said. What's going to happen to his Pokémon? Ash asked, eyeing the Pokeballs. Most of them will go to rehab centers, we're going to take the water types, and the rest will be sent to nature preserves or fostered out. I'm afraid we can't offer any of them to you just yet. Not until we know all of their temperaments, Violet said. That's okay, we understand, Ember said. We'll come by and challenge you later in the week. We'll look forward to it, Lily said. By the way, Daisy leaned in some, your brother is way hot. Ew, he's 10. Ember made a face, glancing at Ash. Ash's face had gone beet red. The three older sensational sisters reeled back in disgust. Misty snickering quietly on the side. We meant red. Lily said. Oh, that makes more sense, Ember nodded to herself, but still. Gross. The girls laughed before they excused themselves. Ember and Ash both grabbed food for both them and their Pokémon then headed back to their room. Was kneeing the groin necessary? Ash asked. Ember smirked. Always, she said. They both relaxed as they started to laugh and settled on the bottom bunk to eat. That night, after taking the rest of the day to get to know their new partners, Ash was sitting on his bed, thinking of names for Abra. She had decided that she would like one, but had to be the pickiest Pokémon in the world. Gaia broke him out of his thoughts with a paw to his knee. Ash, she waited until he had her attention. I would like to bond. Ash blinked back his surprise and felt a grin break across his face. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes," Gaia said without hesitating. "I was planning to ask for that as well," Scorch said, raising his head from the bed. "Funny, Sahara just asked too," Ember said. "Oh. Me too." Star bounced across Ember's bed. "Okay, settle down," Ember smiled. "One at a time, yeah." "Gaia first, then Scorch," Ash said. Pikachu found himself smiling too as he watched everything. Abra and Charmander sat at the corner of the bed, watching as well. Aura had been explained to them earlier, but not the actual bonding process, so Pikachu took it upon himself to explain while the trainers bonded. Ash took Gaia's paws in his hands and closed his eyes. He let his aura mingle with hers, allowing her to accept or deny him. They connected and were swept away in the other's memories. Ash was in the dark, the instinctual urge to move up, and so he did. He ate his way through dirt and rocks and emerged into the world above where his mother waited. He was raised knowing he'd one day be taken away and given to a human. His mother wanted him to be strong, so he swallowed his fears and steeled himself. The human caregivers came one day, his mother told him not to struggle. He was sucked into some kind of ball, he remained still. Next time he was released, he was with a stern human, a giant cat Pokemon beside him. He looked Ash over then returned him, seeming to approve. He was ready for what training was to come, but didn't expect what happened next. He was released again to find a young boy. He looked in many ways like the stern man, but his eyes were kind and he spoke as if they weren't different species. Ash grew to be a part of a team that at first made him wary, especially the Pikachu team leader, but soon he was home. His trainer cared for him, protected him and all of those in his life. Ash watched as his trainer charged forward to save his sister. He feared for his trainer and screamed at the explosion. A blast came from him as he unleashed a newfound power. Then everything shifted and he looked at his trainer with so much love, he wanted to bond, to be closer with this selfless boy. Gaia was a human, looking up at her mom. There was so much love in her eyes as she held her child. Her kindness rubbed off on her child and every act of selflessness came hurtling past. Saving caterpies from a flock of Spearow, calming a frightened Ponyta, carrying a wounded Poliwag, helping a flock of Psyduck cross the road. Gaia thought of others before herself, loyal to a fault, especially with her sister. She saw her sister fighting with a childhood friend, both rolling on the ground screaming and pulling hair. She didn't think as she rushed in and fought alongside her sister. She would take on the world for her sister, for her family. She saw her family, her mom, sister, brother, and all of their Pokemon. She saw the day her life changed when she was taught about Aura by a man and his Pokemon. The day he would begin to become stronger, be able to protect everyone near and dear to her. There was a flash and Gaia and Ash opened their eyes as one. They smiled and Ash leaned in to hug his Pokemon. He missed the looks Abra and Charmander gave him, but Pikachu didn't. His starter smirked at the two new members and walked back to Ash's side. Scorch. Ash yawned, "Can we bond tomorrow? I forgot how tiring it is." Of course, Scorch nodded and rested his head on at the foot of the bed. On the top bunk, Ember and Sahara were doing their own bond. Ember found herself in a sandy area, her parents stood before her, as did her many siblings. Ember tried to get their attention, but the two Flygons were too busy and she was too quiet. Eventually she gave up and left the group to go drink at the pond. There was never anyone there, just herself and silence. She found a shiny rock one day and brought it home to show her mother. The reaction was less than ideal. She was told not to bring junk home, there wasn't space for it. Her mother tossed the rock away. She didn't say anything to that, just returned to the pond. She was caught then and taken away. She knew of trainers from her parents, so the man that released her was of no concern to her. The man didn't care for her blank stares and spoke about releasing her, if she weren't so rare. Had he seen the size of her family? The girl that released her next was different. She didn't care that she just stared and didn't speak. She still talked to her like she was everyone else. Her trainer let her keep the metal thing from the forest, praised her for battling well. Ember grabbed a shiny rock from the pewter gym and slipped it into her trainer's bag, and again an empty moon, gaining permission from the head clefable and placing a small shard of the moon stone into the same pouch. Souvenirs for the good and bad times, she wanted to remember them all. Sahara was human and the only female child in her family, but that didn't matter. Her twin never saw her as anything but his partner, and her older brother was wrapped around her finger. She refused to go unheard on her best days and find ways to disappear on her worst. She could find hiding places everywhere she went, sometimes disappearing within plain sight. She wasn't outspoken like her twin, but also not nearly as silent as her older brother. She picked her moments and chose her words when it was called for. She let her anger get to her once, attacking an old childhood friend with her words, and he lunged at her. She fought with him for what felt like an eternity, barely acknowledging her twin joining. She didn't stop even after the three were pulled apart by their older siblings. He'd called her a waste of space, a nobody, easily interchangeable with her twin, and she picked at his biggest insecurity, his inferiority. Sahara didn't care, she only needed her family and her future Pokemon. A part of her knew she was wrong, but she didn't listen, not yet. Sahara met her second Pokemon and instantly fell in love with the silent ground type. She was different, but she didn't care, they'd be friends in no time. A second flash for the night and Ember and Sahara opened their eyes. Sahara lifted her front legs to rest on Ember's stomach and pressed her head under her trainer's chin. Ember held her close and whispered, "Your voice matters." Charlie and Star moved closer and curled up beside the two. Ember yawned and scooted to lay down while Sahara cuddled closer to Charlie, loving his heat, and the four fell asleep together. Ash held his first two Pokemon as he dozed off, and Scorch shifted so his head rested next to Ash's. Abra and Charmander sat together in the corner of the bed, speaking through telepathy. "The Savior will be good for us," Abra pathed. "He's human," Charmander thought. "One human has hurt us, why not another? The Savior shows no ill thought and the others hold him and the other in high regard," Abra responded. "The other?" Charmander gave her a look. "I have yet to ascertain an adequate concept of the other. She will receive an appropriate name once I do." Abra shrugged. "If you think of name for me, please let me know. The Savior is horrible at names." "Honestly, magician. Why would he think that would be good?" Charmander snickered and cuddled closer to his friend. "I'm sorry," he thought to her, "for how I treated you. You were trying to help, and I didn't." "Shoo, sleep now," Abra hugged Charmander, "all is forgiven." Chapter 7. We're coming to you live, just outside of Cerulean City, where our very own sensational sisters have just raided an illegal Pokemon mill. Hundreds of Pokemon have been rescued and are currently being taken to rehabilitation centers. The cameraman panned over to focus on the building behind the reporter where Cerulean gym trainers were carting Pokemon into waiting trucks. Many of them were clearly malnourished and several had visible wounds. Daisy and Violet could be seen with two of their own Pokemon by their side, an Empoleon and Kingdra respectively, as they talked to an officer Jenny. As you can see, the sensational sisters live up to their name. They have beauty, they have grace and... "What happened to that guy's face?" the cameraman asked. He zoomed in on one man being led away by an officer, his face covered in blood. "Misty punched him in the face," Lily said, stepping up beside the reporter, a smirk on her face. Ash and Ember snickered at that as they finished their breakfast. The reporter went on to interview Lily and her Pokemon, Milotic. Their own Pokemon ate with them. Ash's Charmander growled lightly at the TV while Abra hunched in on herself. Ash rested a hand on each of his new Pokemon. "You came from there, huh?" he asked, quietly. "Or somewhere like it?" "Yes, the conditions were not ideal." Abra telepathed. "We were in the same one before the betrayer came." The tormentor subjected many Pokemon to harsh breeding and would refuse food should we not perform right. My sire, a Mr. Mime, passed from hunger. My mother told me, should I ever escape, never to return no matter what. She was not, well, when I left. I fear she may no longer be. Abra cut off, clenching her fist. Abra. I'm sorry, just doesn't feel right, Ash said. I am fine, Abra said, all is well now. We are safe. Charmander, Ash looked at his other Pokemon, what about your parents? If you don't mind my asking. My mother had many hatches, she was treated better than most, Charmander said, still staring at the TV. I never met my sire, but I was the only survivor of my hatch. He went mad and managed to destroy much of the place, including my siblings. I heard he was called a Lapras. Really? Ash said, stunned. He looked at Ember, who seemed to be thinking about something else than him. How? Ember asked, staring at her hands with concerned eyes. That doesn't. I mean, I know they're compatible, but how does? Lapras is just so, and Charizard is, so how would they? How? Should we be concerned? Abra asked. No, just let her work it out, Ash shook his head. I was thinking, though, Lapras are ice types and they have the ability water absorb. Maybe, something triggered in you that tapped into that part of your parentage. Star hopped up to Ember, gently placing a hand on hers. Stop trying to make sense of it. It's a Pokemon thing, Star said. Ember felt her eye twitch but nodded nonetheless. Moving on. Ember decided, I think you're on to something there. Maybe the same goes for me. Scorch spoke up. My sire was a fire type, actually. Really? Ash asked. What kind? Mother didn't know, exactly. He wasn't native to the area. He had a large shell with spikes and a hole in his stomach. Both twins were scrolling through their Pokédexes for a Pokémon that fit that description. Ha! Ember exclaimed and turned her Pokédex to Scorch. Like this? Yeah. Scorch nodded. How'd you find it so fast? Ash asked. I looked for Pokémon compatible with Tropius, Ember shrugged and pushed the button on her dex. Turtonator, the blast turtle Pokémon. The shell on Turtonator's back are chemically unstable and explode under the smallest provocation. The hole on its stomach is its weak spot. They're dragon types as well, Ember said. You'd think that'd be the type you inherited. Unless, did something happen to you? Like with Charmander. A situation that required you to either adapt or die. She missed the flinch from Charmander, Ash, and Abra at her last word. Yes. Scorch nodded, excited. A flock of Skarmory were migrating through our area. I had to protect my little sister and I guess, something just clicked. Nothing I knew would affect them, I was thinking of my sire, wishing he was there or that I was like him. I was angry. I wanted them to go away. You turned red after that, Ash filled in, and gained the fire type. Scorch nodded his head, in awe of his realization. That's something we should talk to Professor Oak about, Ember said. Maybe he can do more research on it, or direct it to another professor doing research on something like it. But more importantly, we should discuss today's training plans, Ash said. Ember raised a finger to point out that wasn't more important, but decided she kind of agreed at the moment. I'm guessing the gym will be closed for a day or two, so that gives us plenty of time to work on moves. Right, Ember looked at her 3 Pokemon, sadly, we are very weak to water types. Charlie, let's work on Thunder Punch, Pikachu if you wouldn't mind helping. Pikachu nodded before Ember continued. Star, you'll be my other Pokemon, you have Magical Leaf and numerous other attacks. Sahara, if it's 3-on-3 then you'll be last, or if they have a Psychic Pokemon out, since you have Signal Beam. Star will be first. Her Pokemon all nodded, though Charlie looked a bit put out. For us, it's a bit easier, Ash said. Scorch, even with fire typing you should still resist water enough, plus you have some great grass moves. Pikachu is obvious for this gym. Ash looked at Gaia and both winced. You'll sit this one out. As for you two, Ash looked at his newest Pokemon. Would either of you be willing to go? You're giving us a choice. Charmander asked, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Of course. I wouldn't force anyone to fight, Ash said. He speaks the truth, Abra assured. I know Thunder Punch, if I may join the leaders in the lessons I should be able to perfect it. The leaders? Charlie and Pikachu exchanged looks and decided they approved. However, Ember got the attention back on her. Ash and I also wanted to do some solo training with just our teams. So the new moves will wait until after dinner. Finish up your food and we'll head out. The twins parted ways outside of the Pokemon Center. Ash planned to head back to Route 24 while Ember planned to use the field behind the center. Ash had all of his Pokemon out with him, so everyone could warm up on the walk. Scorch flew overhead, high up so as not to cause any drafts on them. Ash noticed Abra was rather active for her species, only seeing her sleep when everyone else did and actually preferring to walk rather than levitate. They just reached Nugget Bridge when an all-too-familiar voice called out. Well, if it isn't Ashy Boy, Gary Oak swaggered his way over, a Wartortle by his side. He eyed Ash's Pokemon with a smirk, though he froze some when he saw Gaia. Where'd you get a Larvitar? He asked. She was a gift. Ash crossed his arms and waited for the inevitable. Whatever, probably a defect, Gary scoffed and flicked his hair from his eyes. Ash placed a foot in front of Gaia who started growling at Gary. I see Gramps gave you Charmander, didn't know he had an albino one, Gary said, eyeing Charmander now. Obviously you aren't a great trainer if you haven't even evolved it yet. Ash reminded himself to breath evenly. Pikachu joined Gain in growling. And I see Emmy isn't around. So who ditched who? Emmy figure out she was better off without you? Or did you take the last Pokemon and leave her in the dust? Even Abra was getting angry now. Anyway, Gary didn't wait for an answer. How about a battle? I've already caught over 20 different Pokemon, but I guess I can do 4-on-4 just for you. I have 5 Pokemon, actually, Ash said. He looked at Abra and Charmander. Are you two up for a battle? I am, Abra said, her telepathic voice displaying her annoyance. Charmander merely nodded and stepped forward as Gary's Wartortle did the same. You sure, Charmander? Ash asked. I want to test my new abilities, Charmander said, glancing over his shoulder before squaring up with Wartortle. 5-on-5 then, Gary said, his smirk never leaving. Water Pulse. Gary made the first move. He felt assured in an easy match, especially when Charmander made no move to dodge. The Water Pulse struck and did no damage, the water just absorbed into Charmander's skin. Ash and Charmander smirked as Ash called out the next attack. Neither were sure if it would work, but it never hurt to try. Freeze Dry. He missed whatever comment Gary made as Wartortle released another Water Pulse. Charmander let it wash over him again as he inhaled deeply, acting on instinct more than anything else. Wartortle charged forward in a tackle and Charmander waited until he was close before releasing a blast of cold, dry air. Not perfect, but very much effective as Wartortle cried out in pain and stumbled back. Charmander dove in with a scratch on Ash's call and ended the fight. It felt a bit easy, but then again they had surprise on their side. What the hell was that? Gary cried. Ash just smirked and called Charmander back to his side. Pikachu leapt off his shoulder and took to the field. Gary's scowl turned back to a smirk as he tossed a Pokeball. A Graveler slammed to the field, flexing its arms and sneering at Pikachu. Pikachu, Ash focused on his link with his starter, start with Nasty Shock to gain an idea of power then work up to Thunderbolt. I'm going to make him mad. Got it, Pikachu sparked his cheeks, a gleam coming to his eyes. Ash turned away, closing one eye to watch with aura sight, and started talking to his other Pokemon. What? Already know you can't win? Gary asked. Graveler crushed that rat. Gary laughed at Pikachu's initial shock and tried to taunt more, but, for all he could tell, Ash wasn't paying attention. Graveler stomped the ground for Bulldoze and Pikachu managed to jump before the shaking started, using Iron Tail for a boost. In the air he charged himself further, focusing on his cheeks. With a shout, Pikachu released the largest, brightest bolt of electricity he'd ever managed. It slammed into Graveler, who hadn't bothered to dodge, and the large rock Pokemon screamed in pain. Gary shouted his surprise as Pikachu finished it with an Iron Tail. Pikachu did a flip away from Graveler and ran back to Ash. "Oh, done already?" Ash asked, trying not laugh. Gary scowled and released a Mach-Hop. Gaia stepped forward. "Strike with every fighting move you have," Gary called. Gaia set up a sandstorm immediately and disappeared from view. Mach-Hop coughed and spat sand from his mouth as he tried to find Gaia. He didn't expect her to appear beneath him and slam an iron head into his gut. The air knocked out of him, he didn't recover in time for follow-up Stone Edge that slammed into his back. The moves weren't very effective on their own, but the follow-up headbutt was enough to knock Mach-Hop out. Gaia brushed herself off as she cancelled her sandstorm and returned to Ash. She gave Abra a high five as the psychic Pokemon took her place. Gary's face began to turn red as he threw his next Pokeball, releasing a large Raticate. He ordered a crunch. Raticate took 2 steps forward before being flung into the air and slammed to the ground several times, then tossed back to Gary. Abra turned back around and went back to Ash's side. Gary was more stunned than angry with that one as he returned his thoroughly knocked out Pokemon. His final Pokemon, a Poliwhirl, waved at everyone, grunting a greeting. Ash smiled at him before releasing a sharp whistle. Scorch had been circling overhead for the time being, knowing exactly what Ash wanted him to. The moment he heard the whistle, he shot downward, losing height for speed, until he was close enough to ground. A harsh slap of his wings slowed him enough so when he slammed to the ground it wasn't with as much force as it sounded like. Nevertheless, the ground shook as the Tropius touched down and roared his arrival. Red leaf wings fanned out behind him. Scorch formed an energy ball. Poliwhirl had a split second to get over his shock before he knew what was coming. One-hit knockout. Gary returned his Poliwhirl and left without another word. Ember worked out with her Pokemon, doing laps around the field before stretching out for their training. They were just about to start when someone called for their attention. Paul made his way over to them, his trademark sneer in place. "Where's your brother?" he asked. "Hi Paul, how are you?" "I'm fine, thanks for asking," Ember said, rolling her eyes. "Whatever," Paul scoffed. "I wanted to challenge him, but you'll do." "Gee, I'm flattered," Ember said. 4-on-4, Paul said, taking up a spot across the field. "I only have 3, Ember said. Paul sneered and tossed his first Pokeball. "Grotle, stand by for battle," he called. "Who wants?" Ember asked her Pokemon. "The Charmeleon," Paul called. Ember and Charlie exchanged bewildered looks before shrugging. Charlie took to the field, rolled his shoulders a few times, then bared his fangs. "Withdraw and Razor Leaf," Paul ordered. Grotle pulled his head into his shell-like body, the bushes on his back glowed before releasing a series of leaves. Charlie shot a flame burst into the leaf cloud and the fire caught instantly. None of the leaves made it to him as he shot another flame burst forward, then charged after it. His claws glowed silver as he slashed down at Grotle. The grass Pokemon retaliated with a bite just as Charlie swiped down. He caught the attack and received a flame burst to his face for the trouble. Grotle held on tight despite the pain and tried to throw Charlie. It didn't work as planned, Grotle being used to smaller opponents, and only managed to slide the Charmeleon over a little. He received another flame burst to the face before he let go. Grotle took a few steps back before slamming a foot into the ground. An earth power traveled toward Charlie, whose eyes began to gleam. Charlie pivoted away from the attack and moved his claws forward, sending several glowing rocks into Grotle. He followed up with a stronger flame burst and finished with an ember. Paul nodded and returned Grotle, switching pokeballs instantly. Magby, stand by for battle, he called. Charlie yawned and walked back to Ember and nodded to Sahara as she took his place. Sahara blinked at her opponent once before sinking into the ground. She'd really mastered Dig, though it was natural for her species, she made it look effortless. Magby shot off several purple-tinged smokescreens and waited for Sahara to resurface. When she finally did, it was beneath Magby with a powerful, ground-type infused slam. Sahara coughed as she inhaled the smoky air before slamming a feint attack into Magby. The fire type was down for long as he leapt out of the cloud he'd created, inhaled deeply and charged back in. He slammed his own feint attack into Sahara before she could get back underground and followed up with a mega punch. Sahara used quick attack to dodge and gust to clear the air. Magby smirked and released a thin stream of fire that began to swirl around Sahara. She retaliated with another feint attack, landing the attack despite the fire following and spinning around her. She finished with a bite that turned into a close-range signal beam and knocked Magby out. Poison, Sahara told Ember. She was returned to her ball and released beside Ember, who treated her instantly. Maril, stand by for battle, Paul tossed his last pokeball. Hurry up. Ember glared at him and nodded to Star. She fed a Pecha berry to Sahara before spraying her with a super potion. Star skipped onto the field and giggled at Paul's disgusted face. Destroy it, Paul said. Meryl's grin turned wicked as his tail glowed silver. He leapt into the air ready to slam into Star and was met with a barrage of attacks. Many magical leaf, a few pounds, a covet and several metronomes later saw Maril knocked out and Star not having broken a sweat. Guess you are strong enough, Paul said. Ember raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything as she checked on Sahara and fed her a few oran berries. Nice trick with the poisonous smokescreen, Ember said once she was satisfied. How long can Magby hold his breath? Nearly a minute now, Paul said. It still needs work if your Trapinch survived it. Can I bite him? Sahara asked. Not in public, Star patted his teammate's side. Paul nodded to Ember as he turned to walk off. He stopped after a few steps and glanced over his shoulder. Get more Pokemon, I want a better challenge next time, he said, then left. JRK, Ember muttered before grinning at her Pokemon. Good work everyone. Let's get you healed then we'll go back to training, she said. Ember, Ash's voice spoke through their bond, guess who I just battled? Gary? Ember guessed. Cheater, Ash's mental voice grumbled. We wiped the floor with him. I kind of figured, he caught so many Pokemon and switches between them. So he doesn't focus enough on just one, Ember nodded to herself. We just battled Paul. He was tricky, and a huge JRK. Keep to the original plan? Ash asked. Yeah, see you at dinner, Ember said, and their conversation clicked off. They could still detect each other, but their bond was to the point they could, in a sense, turn it on and off to a degree. True to word, the twins met up at dinner, though Ash arrived later, dirtier, and hungrier, as did his Pokemon. None of his team spoke as they shoveled food down. By the time they finished they all looked ready to food coma. Long day? Ember asked. Ash nodded around a bite of food, but managed not to speak until he swallowed after the look Ember shot him. We battled a bunch of trainers and worked out moves for everyone. Charmander and Scorch worked on fire attacks together and their embers are becoming more concentrated. They may be close to figuring out Flamethrower. We also tested more of Charmander's moves to see what needed work. He can manage freeze-dry so long as he has time to charge it, and Ice Shard seems as simple and natural to him as Ember. I figured he and Charlie can work on Dragon Pulse together. Abra worked on her moves, most are status moves so she would teleport in and out of everyone's training and switch things up. Oh, and we found out that Gaia learned Stone Edge and Anti-Moon after we, you know. Ember nodded along as he went. Pikachu was the only one not mentioned. His starter had been working on Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, and Aura moves, so nothing changed there. She waited a moment to make sure he was done before giving her own account. Charlie has made progress with Flamethrower, not quite the full power attack it could be, but getting there. We can see if those three want to work together on that later. Sahara started working on Earth Power after watching Paul's Grotle use it as well as Crunch. Star decided to learn Flamethrower too. It's kind of fun watching him. He's more independent with training. I mean, he knows all of the moves a Cleffa can learn naturally, so we worked out what he can learn through TMs and well. Both twins looked at the little Cleffa releasing the occasional puff of fire onto his meal. Star, Ash called, how do you know all of these moves already? Well, I have been alive for 700 moon cycles, Star said. Everyone was silent for a moment. Other species use Earth's cycle around the sun, Abra said. Oh, right. Star tapped a paw to his mouth. Ember pulled out her Pokédex to look it up. Let's see, the moon goes through 14 full cycles a year, divided by 750, you're 50, Ember said. How long does it take to evolve? Oh, I could have done that at any time, I just haven't found a happy enough moment to release that energy, Star said. Though. I feel closer to it now, being with you, than I ever have before. Ember awed and scooped up the small Pokemon, hugging him close. Charlie joined in a few seconds later and Sahara pressed herself against Ember's leg. After dinner, everyone settled back in the room where aura training would commence. They decided to do the group training tomorrow instead. Pikachu was having the most luck with creating an aura sphere. Removing his electrical aura from the sphere was the hardest part. Charlie was close behind, he mainly lost focus before the sphere fully formed. Scorch and Gaia were working on combining their main aura energy, Grass Flying Fire and Rock Ground respectively, to add more power to their attacks. At the same time, they worked on separating them to make certain attacks more pure. Star was focusing on bring his aura to the surface, and judging by the light sparkles forming across his fur, he was getting close. Ash was walking Abra and Charmander through the initial procedure, helping them feel their own aura before they started working alone. Ember was meditating on her bunk, Sahara on her lap, focusing her own aura to the front of her mouth and nowhere else. Ember was focusing on the group stalkers. Whoever they were, they had grown closer, sitting just outside of Cerulean. Ember had to focus hard as she tried to pick at the stalker's aura. After Empty Moon, she knew there were 3 aura signatures, the void she saw, the bright light Ash saw, and the normal blue aura in the center. She felt the latter flare and push back on her, confirming whoever they were, they knew how to control aura. The dark void felt like it was calling her to it, while the blue aura pushed back some more. The light was nearly invisible to Ember, without Ash's help, and it felt indifferent to her presense. Who are you? Ember felt sweat on her brow as she imposed her voice. Soon, child, a soothing voice returned. Ember felt a whine come from the void before her aura sight disappeared. Ember. Ember. Ash shouted and slapped his twin's face. Ember yelped and shot up, a hand over her cheek. She tried to glare at Ash, but her vision blackened at the edges and everything spun. Thankfully, Charlie supported Ember from behind so she didn't collapse, or fall off the top bunk. Ash sat on his knees near the bunk's ladder, a look of concern on his face. You passed out, he said. I think I overdid it, Ember rubbed at her eyes. She smiled as Star leapt up, like only a Cleffa could, and used Heal Pulse on her. I caught you before you fell off the bed, Charlie said. And I pressed you back, Sahara added. Thanks guys, Ember said. I think I should sleep, sorry Star. No problem, we can bond tomorrow, Star assured. Are you sure you're fine? Ash asked. Yeah, it's like when we first started learning. I just overdid it. No worries, Ember gave Ash a smile. He wasn't reassured by it, but he knew better than to push it. Ash climbed off the top bunk and settled on his own bed. He listened to Ember shift around for a bit until she finally settled and whispered goodnights to her Pokemon. Scorch nudged Ash's leg and gave him a curious look. "I understand if you want to wait," Scorch said. Ash shook his head and smiled, placing a hand on Scorch's head. "If you're ready, then so am I," Ash said. Scorch nuzzled his head into Ash's hand, closing his eyes as the process began. He was in his own mind for less than a second. Rolling fields, open skies, and contained fires melted away as he became a young human boy. Scorch was different. Where most kids would run from rampaging Pokemon, he would run out to save those who couldn't get away. He threw his own body in the way of a charging Rhyhorn to protect an injured Rattata. His only thoughts were about saving the Rattata and hoping the Rhyhorn was okay. He braced for pain, but none came. Rhyhorn was calmed by no means beyond calming herself. The scene changed and Scorch felt anger course through him as he fought with another boy. The boy turned away from him, calling an insult over his shoulder as he left. Scorch saw red as he stomped his foot, then something flashed white. A Gyarados roared to life, as angry as Scorch felt. He recognized it right away, he knew it as a Magikarp. Scorch was scared, but his friend was hurting, so he swallowed that fear and stepped forward with a smile, all his anger forgotten. Before his eyes he watched Gyarados go from thrashing rage to blissful peace. Forward again, he was standing before a man dressed in a strange blue outfit and a jackal Pokemon. He learned about Aura, how his was so deeply entwined with his emotions that it could affect those around him. He used this for good, to keep the peace, to help others, now fully conscious of his gift. It came to aid one day as he meditated and heard the cries of distressed Pokemon. He charged off to help without second thought and, fueled by fury towards the attacker, defended the Pokemon in need. Ash came into the world, the only egg of his mother this year. His sire wasn't around, but he was told stories about the massive fire dragon. He wanted to be like him, going so far as to master Sunny Day before any other move. It was the only fire move he could really learn, but that was going to stop him. By the time the next egg season passed, he had a little sister to watch over. Her sire was part of their herd, but she looked to her brother with admiration as he tried to learn moves he shouldn't be able to. The herd began their migration 3 months after the eggs all hatched and found themselves attacked by a flock of Skarmory. Ash watched the scene described to him earlier unfold before him. He felt a sudden flare of aura from within that unlocked a hidden part of himself. Then things changed and he was in a forest. His herd was migrating in a different path this year. He watched over his herd with the other males, though most kept their distance. He was recognized as a strong ally for the herd, but most were afraid that he could harm them should he choose. They were attacked by fire and only Ash resisted it. He tried to draw the attacks to him as the herd took off, but the young ones weren't fully able to fly. They needed time. He bought it for them, as did another trainer that jumped in to help. He'd seen many trainers, some that aimed to catch him, others that caught part of his herd, but none were right. This boy wasn't like the others. He was what Ash wanted. Brave, selfless, and after they battled, strong. The flash of a bong completed filled the room. Ember grumbled from her bed, but Ash and Scorch didn't care as they grinned at each other. Pikachu patted his teammates with pride, while Gaia moved over to Abra and Charmander. "How are you two?" she asked. "Quite fine, thank you," Abra said. "They seem happy," Charmander mumbled. "It's an experience," Gaia said, "one that makes you feel closer to someone than you ever thought possible. Not to mention everyone else bonded to that person." "Trying to convince us?" Charmander gave a low growl. "Not at all," Gaia shook her head and smiled at the two. "Ash would never force anyone to bond with him, and I would never push someone to do it. You're part of our team now. I just wanted us to be friends. Any questions, just ask." "We shall." "Thank you, kind one," Abra said. "Do you have a nickname for everyone?" Gaia asked. Abra nodded and motioned to everyone. Savior. Ash. Our leader. Pikachu. Kind One. Larvitar. Protector. Scorch. Friend. Charmander. She motioned to the top bunk. Quiet One, their leader, and Elder, were Easy, their trainer, the other. I do not yet know. Other is not a name to be kept on someone I'll be around a long time. She is odd, however. Abra finished. Why not use our names? Gaia asked. It's not the way of psychics. To use a true name has power and only those we trust and trust us will we use the name of. All here have my respect, but I do not wish to hold such power over them. Abra explained. Charmander had settled closer to her side and was starting to nod off, though he kept a wary eye on Gaia. Rest, friend, Abra assured. There are no ill thoughts here. Gaia nodded to Abra and grabbed a blanket, tugging it over to the duo. Abra saw the intent and aided her in covering herself and Charmander. Do you mind? Gaia asked, motioning to Abra's other side. Abra lifted the blanket some as an invite and Gaia settled beside Abra. The psychic Pokemon made sure both her teammates were tucked in, Charmander's tail kept out and rested on a fireproof blanket. Good night, my team, Abra pathed to her teammates only. Everyone smiled as they settled in for the night. Chapter 8. After a long morning of training, the twins and their teams broke for lunch, planning to hit the gym after a quick rest. Charlie was making leaps and bounds with Thunder Punch, after Abra helped him understand how to form electricity for a non-electric type. Pikachu helped them raise their charge and all three were nearly perfect with the move. So, Pikachu and Scorch are definite, Ash said, slurping down some noodles, but I need one more if this is 3-on-3. He looked his team over. Gaia was out due to her quad weakness to water, and she was fine with that. Abra and Charmander were the contenders. Abra with Thunder Punch and speed would be good, but Charmander with his surprise ability and determination to master Freeze-Dry would be an excellent surprise. I want to fight, Charmander said, standing from his food bowl. Alright, Ash grinned and patted his head. Charmander flinched at first, but eased into the touch. As for me. Ember stared at her team. They stared back. Can I go last? Sahara asked through their bond. I'll go first, Star offered. I do have Magical Leaf and no weakness to water. That'll be best, Ember agreed. Charlie, are you okay going second? Charlie nodded. After last night Charlie had been a bit clingy to Ember. Currently, he had his back pressed to her leg as he ate. During training he'd been fine when Ember was in eyesight, but when she'd leave to help Sahara or Star, he became very distracted and often started to follow her. It was beginning to concern her. I need to make a call to Professor Oak, Ember said, sliding out of her seat. Charlie moved to stand as well. Wait here, buddy, I won't be long. Charlie looked ready to protest, but Ember pressed a kiss to his head and Sahara climbed onto his lap to hold him down. She wouldn't be that effective if Charlie really wanted to get up, but he got the message nonetheless. Ember sat in the corner phone booth and dialed the Oak Labs number. Professor Oak answered after a few rings. Ember. Great you hear from you, Professor Oak said. Hi, Professor, Ember nodded, I was hoping to ask you a few things. Anything, my dear. Are you having trouble with one of your Pokemon? Or is it Ash? I've been excited to see that Charmander he caught. Professor Oak would have kept rambling if he did notice Ember's look. Right, ahem, your question. It's about Charlie, actually, Ember said. I've noticed more and more. Each day he's been getting a clingier. I thought Charmeleons were temperamental and liked to challenge their trainers, but, did I do something? Professor Oak sighed heavily. No, it's nothing you've done, he said. I should have warned you about this, but Charlie is actually quite young for a starter Pokemon. Due to his size, He was weaned off his mother far earlier than most and brought from the nest sooner than normal. Charlie didn't have the time to grow with his siblings or create a solid bond with his mother. If I were to guess, I'd say he imprinted on you as a sort of surrogate mother. If it's too much of an issue, I'll understand. No. Ember shot forward in an instant. No, she sat back, blushing slightly. That's just good to know. I think I can talk to him about it. We can probably work it easily. Thank you, Professor. Of course, Professor Oak nodded. Now, about Ash's Charmander. You may have a long wait on that, Professor. We're still working on making sure Charmander's comfortable with us, Ember said. I understand, Professor Oak nodded. I suppose I'll have to be content with the notes you're keeping for Ash. What? Ember stared at him, confused. I've been meaning to ask, why are you two keeping notes for each other? I really can't see the benefit of it, Professor Oak asked. We aren't? Ember said. Professor, have you ever read any of our papers from school? No, why? He blinked, looking just as confused as Ember felt. You should find some. Ash and I don't write for each other, he's just more coherent on the page than me. Ember scratched the back of her head. Is that Ember? Blue's voice came from off-camera. He pressed himself into the frame, much to his grandpa's displeasure. Ember. Blue grinned. Glad to see no twin act, he kept talking before Ember could think of something creepy to do. I already told Gary, but an old friend of mine, and Red's, named Bill lives close to Cerulean. You should go visit him. Tell him you're Red's siblings. He's awesome. Alright, Ember nodded. We'll go after our gym battle. Send me the directions. Sure thing. Blue pulled out his Pokédex and started pressing buttons. Sensational sisters, right, he said as he typed, I remember them. His grin said everything he didn't. Professor Oak smacked the back of his head as he reclaimed the camera. You should get going, Professor Oak said, and good luck with your battle. Thanks, Professor. Blue. Ember smiled and ended the call. Her Pokédex buzzed as she received an update from Blue. Ash. Ready to go? Ember asked through their bond. Coming, Ash responded. The Cerulean City Gym, they came to find out, was also an aquarium and water theater. Quite a few families were milling about inside the gym. A school was on a field trip being given a tour by an employee. The twins had to take a moment to marvel at the building and some of the more exotic Pokémon they had. Ember was interested in a Pokémon called Toxapex, from Alola, while Ash marveled at a Sharpedo passing overhead. It took them a few minutes of wandering before they found a door that had the gym symbol over it. An attendant sat at a small desk beside the door, flipping through a book. Trainer cards. The attendant held out her hand without looking at them. They passed over their Pokédexes. The girl blinked at the unexpected wait before shrugging and slotting each dex into her computer. After it beeped, she returned the Pokédexes. Go on in. You'll be after the current challenger. The door was buzzed open before she returned to her book. The current challenger turned out to be Richie, and he was just wrapping up. Leaf and Soledad sat in the stands cheering him on. Richie was using his Pikachu, Sparky, against Daisy's Goldeen. Both looked tired, but one more shock from Sparky and Goldeen was out. Hey, Ember waved to Leaf. Hey, about time you guys showed up. Leaf crossed her arms and eyed them critically. I've already won my badge and Richie's done. What about you, Soledad? Ash asked. I want to be a coordinator, remember? Soledad said. Really? Lily came up to sit with them. And what Pokemon do you have so far? Just a Slowpoke right now, Soledad answered. Lily nodded and looked away, deep in thought. All right. My turn to battle. Misty announced as she took her side of the field. Which of you is going first? She stared at the twins, tapping a foot in her impatience. Ember gestured for Ash to go. I went first last time, she said. Ash's grin nearly split his face as he charged out to take his spot. The battlefield was mostly water with a few circular floating platforms for non-swimmers. This battle will between gym leader Misty Waterflower of Cerulean City and challenger Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, the ref called out. This will be a 3-on-3 match, furthermore only the challenger will be allowed to substitute. Battle begin. Pikachu, I choose you. Ash called. He moved one hand forward, allowing Pikachu to getting a running start and leap onto a floating platform. Misty smirked. I figured you'd use your Pikachu first. Misty calls Chinchou. Misty spun as she released her first Pokémon. A small blue Pokémon appeared on a platform with two antennas atop its head, each with a bright yellow light at the end. Doesn't matter if you expected it or not. We're still going to win. Ash shouted. Pikachu sparked his cheeks in agreement. Nasty shock. Pikachu charged and released a thundershock. It struck Chinchou head-on and did nothing. Chinchou bounced a bit before sending a water gun at Pikachu. So electric attacks won't work, Ash said, then nodded as Pikachu leapt to another platform. Pikachu, Ash concentrated on their bond. Get in close and use Aura Sphere. Don't let them see you build it. Got it. Pikachu responded before taking off in a quick attack. It's going to take more than that to beat us. Misty called. Chinchou, spinning bubble beam. Chinchou chirped and began to spin, a concentrated stream of bubbles shot from her mouth. Pikachu had to react fast in order to dodge most of the bubbles, a few clipped him, but he powered through. He formed what looked to be an electro ball on his tail. Misty just smirked and told Chinchou to take it. She didn't expect the yellow ball to suddenly turn blue just before Pikachu used his tail to slap it at Chinchou. The Aura Sphere slammed home and sent Chinchou flying out of the arena and into a wall. Chinchou is unable to battle, the ref called. Pikachu hopped back to Ash's side, panting some but otherwise fine. I'll admit, I didn't expect, whatever that was, but don't think you'll have an easy time of this. Misty said as she pulled her next Pokeball out. Misty calls Starmie. A large purple double star Pokémon took the field, a red core flashing at its center. Ash smirked. Starmie were far more common in Kanto and he knew several at Oak's Ranch. Scorch. I choose you. Ash released his largest Pokémon. The Tropius let loose a roar that caused a few gasps. You should see his normal entrance, Ash heard Ember say to the others. He smirked as he watched Misty's face go from confident to terror to concerned. Starmie versus Tropius. Battle begin, the ref called. Sunny day then spam energy ball, Ash told Scorch. Scorch's leaf wings glowed for a moment as a red ball formed off him and floated to the ceiling, acting as a substitute sun. He then began to charge up for a barrage of energy ball. Starmie wasn't waiting around, however, and began to harden their body and building up light screens. Scorch released his first energy ball and Starmie moved into a rapid spin, taking the hit but also sending it back at him. A pale green beam followed shortly after and struck Scorch in the leg, only as a mild annoyance. That should have done more damage, Misty realized. Try Signal Beam again then Power Gem. Get in the air. Ash called. The second Signal Beam hit, doing as little damage as the first. The Power Gem charged next and narrowly missed as Scorch glided to the side last minute. Ash hurriedly dug through his backpack while Scorch dodged and shot Energy Ball. Starmie was busy shooting at him with Power Gems and Psy Waves. A Power Gem clipped his side and Scorch roared in pain. His eyes crossed as he lost focus and another Power Gem slammed into his chest, downing him. Scorch crashed into a platform, sending water splashing high into the air. Catch! Ash called as he found what he was looking for. Scorch craned his neck back, mouth hanging open and snatched the berry Ash threw out of the air. The next moment a black beam shot from his mouth and struck Starmie and their light screens. The light screens cracked under the dark-type energy and shattered. With the sun still blazing above, though dimming every second, an Iapapa berry grew under Scorch's chin. He tossed his head back, the berry dissolved into him and another dark-type beam shot forward and struck Starmie. The water-type was sent flying and tumbled behind Misty. Starmie's core started blinking and Misty returned them with a sigh. Starmie is unable to battle, the ref called. I'm not much better, Scorch said looking back at Ash. Return, Ash said and returned Scorch. He pressed a kiss to the ball and whispered his thanks. He felt Scorch's pleasure through their bond. I forfeit Scorch, he's in no condition to continue, Ash said. The ref acknowledged and called for both of them to send out their next Pokemon. You're a good trainer, Ash, Misty said, but let's see how you do against my last Pokemon. Misty calls Quagsire. A dopey-looking blue Pokemon landed on a platform. Charmander. I choose you. Ash called. Misty looked slightly offended. Quagsire versus Charmander. Battle begin. Water pulse, Misty sighed. Charmander snarled as he took the hit and retaliated with a small ember. Quagsire, hop in the water and get in close, finish him with water pulse, Misty said. Quagsire followed orders and powered through the pool towards Charmander. Ash waited, keeping an eye on the moving water and shouted just before Quagsire surfaced. Behind you. Ash called. Charmander whipped around, his mouth opening to reveal the icy energy he'd been building. Quagsire fired his water pulse and Charmander released his freeze-dry. The two attacks met with a deep creaking noise, like breaking ice, and a misty haze formed around the two Pokemon. Ash instantly closed his eyes and activated his aura sight, ignoring Misty's yell of surprise. Charmander was at the edge of the platform and Quagsire had slipped back into the water. Quagsire swam back to the surface with another attack readied. Same direction. Ash called, his eyes opening. The haze disappeared as Quagsire shot into the air and fired another water pulse at Charmander. The water move struck him on the side, including his tail, and everyone watched in amazement as the fire at the tip froze over like a crystal. Quagsire didn't make it back to the water before he was struck by a freeze-dry. Quagsire went flying backwards, but managed to land back in the water. He surfaced for a quick breath. Charmander twisted and flicked his tail, the ice shattered off the flame and flew out to strike Quagsire in the face. Quagsire dove back under and stayed there for the time being. Ice beam the pool. Ash called. What kind of Charmander is that? Misty asked. My kind, Ash smirked as Charmander shot the ice attack. He began to freeze the surface of the pool just before Quagsire resurfaced. Mud shot. Misty called. She finally caught on, but it was a bit too late. Charmander followed Quagsire with the ice beam, running the length of his body before hitting the water type in the mouth. Quagsire landed hard on one of the platforms, spitting out the ice in his mouth and fired a mud shot. The attack hit Charmander and pushed to the other side of his platform. Charmander roared and shot off embers before switching to ice shards. Quagsire could only take so much before he finally fainted. Charmander let loose a roar as Abra released herself and began applauding him. I am strong. Charmander thought to Abra. Damien was wrong about me. I'll keep getting stronger. I won't stop. I won't. Charmander's body began to glow. Awesome. Charmander, you're evolving. Ash cheered. The light faded and a Charmeleon stood in place. He roared again, freezing air coming from his mouth. Aside from his coloring, Charmeleon looked like his species, with just a few differences. His fangs, claws, and head spike turned to crystal blue and gleamed under the light, and his tail had crystal ice shards spiking out of it. Way to go, Charmeleon. Ash cheered. Charmeleon nodded at him and hopped off the platform over to Ash. Ash went to scratch his head and found the scales releasing a slight mist of cold air that numbed his fingers the closer he got. He pushed Aura into his hand and was able to rub his Pokemon comfortably. Good job, Abra praised. Well, Misty had walked over during all that, I must say that was impressive. Your Charmeleon is something else. Thanks, Ash grinned, I'm really proud of all my Pokemon. Here, the Cascade badge. Misty handed over the raindrop-shaped badge and a CD, and this is the TM for Scald. I didn't use it in our battle, but it's really useful. Basically it's a hot version of Water Gun. It's the permanent copy too, so use it as much as you want. Thank you, Misty, Ash grinned before spinning and holding the badge out. We won the Cascade badge, he cheered and his Pokemon joined in. Good job, Ash, Ember said clapping him on the shoulder. Now beat it so I can battle. Can't I have my moment? Ash griped. Ember stuck her tongue out as he left for the stands, grumbling good-naturedly. Violet took the opposite side of the field, tossing a Pokeball in the air. This will be a 3-on-3 battle between Cerulean City Gym leader Violet Waterflower and challenger Ember Ketchum of Pallet Town, the ref announced. Furthermore, only the challenger is allowed to substitute. Battle begin. Finneon. Take the stage. Violet called, tossing her ball forward. A little blue and pink fish Pokemon splashed into the water, butterfly wing-like tails gently stirred the water. Ember tossed Star's ball and letting the baby Pokemon take the lead. Boost. Ember called. Star proceeded to use Amnesia and Belly Drum. A tiny star flew off from him as he boosted himself. Rain Gun. Violet called. Little storm clouds formed over the field and it started to rain. Finneon shot an enhanced water gun at Star who drifted lazily to the side. The belly drum wore him out, but it wasn't for long as the little star returned and his wish came true. Energy restored, Star got a very evil glint to his eyes. Don't let her attack. Violet called, attract. Finneon twisted in the water, a glowing pink heart drifted off and hit Star. There was a moment where everyone watched the Cleffa in anticipation. Star blinked, confused, before using stored power. Finneon was blasted out of the water and returned before hitting the ground. Finneon is unable to battle, the ref called. Is your Cleffa a boy? Violet asked. Yeah, why? Ember looked just as confused as Star felt. They're just so, feminine, Violet shrugged. And? Star asked, glancing back at Ember. She just shrugged and nodded as Violet released her second Pokemon. A tentacle splashed down and turned a glare on Star. Tentacle vs Cleffa. Battle begin, the ref called. Poison jab. Violet called. Decrease. Ember called. Star started hopping around the platforms to avoid Tentacle. He stopped behind Tentacle and when the jellyfish turned around it was met with a doe-eyed baby Pokemon wiggling in place. A slight blush formed over Tentacle's face as he began to wiggle with Star, holding still long enough for Star to kiss its head and hop away. His eyes hazed over as he continued his wiggling. Tentacle, what's wrong? Sweet kiss, Violet sighed. Work through it, Tentacle. Poison jab. Tentacle seemed to make sense of her words as one of his tentacles glowed purple. He lifted it up, staring at it before jabbing himself with it. Violet facepalmed. Star laughed and hopped back over to Tentacle and proceeded to tickle him. Tentacle began to laugh, ignoring Violet's calls for him to attack. Star finished the onslaught by forming a white box in front of himself and handing it to Tentacle. He hopped away as Tentacle opened it and the box exploded. The rain stopped. Tentacle. Toxic spikes. Try to land one poison jab. Violet called. Tentacle shook his head, his eyes clearing up as the confusion faded. He was badly hurt but he managed to produce spikes that landed across the platforms, some landed in the water and floated at its surface. Misty terrain, follow with magical leaf. Ember called. A pink haze emitted from Star, overtaking the field and making all the toxic spikes effects null for the time being. The glowing leaves that he produced next didn't have far to go as Tentacle popped up in front of him. The leaves exploded on him but not before he managed to hit Star with a poison jab. Tentacle floated to the surface and didn't move again. Tentacle is unable to battle, the ref called. Your Cleffa is strong, Violet said, but why aren't you switching out? I trust Star to handle it, Ember said. And Charlie and I are really bad choices for this gym, Sahara said through their bond. Ember smiled as she felt Charlie's agreement. Her smile grew when she locked eyes with Star, a confident smile on his face. Well, this next one won't be so easy, Violet said and tossed her final pokeball. An orange otter landed on a platform, twin tails lashing. Bizel versus Cleffa. Battle begin, the ref called. Rain Dance then Iron Tail. Violet called. It started to rain again. Magical Leaf and Keep Away, Ember called. Swift. Violet called. Bizel quit her attack run to release glowing stars from her mouth. The two homing attacks collided and exploded, creating a cloud of smoke. Boost. Ember said as she closed one eye to watch the battle. Don't let him. Growl. Violet called out. Razor Wind to clear the smoke. Copycat. Two gusts of winds formed on either side of the field, whipping the smoke around. Bizel was growling and baring her teeth at Star, who had a dazed expression on his face. The winds reached their peaks and both Pokémon released them together, letting them collide in the center. A miniature tornado formed, dragging water into it and skinging the two Pokémon off their platforms towards it. Star, being so light, flew right into it. Bizel continued her growl as she dug her claws into the platform. Star took a chance and started applauding. Encore! Encore! Star cheered as he continued to swirl in the vortex. He was starting to feel sick. Bizel found herself unable to use any move besides growl. Try metronome. Ember called. Star did his best to wave his little arm nubs the right way, without vomiting. The attack finished and Star tucked into himself in a withdrawal. Annoyed, Star tried again as the winds died down. He grinned as a green ball of energy formed in front of him and he shot it at Bizel. Bizel managed to activate Iron Tail just in time and took the brunt of the attack on her tails. She retaliated with a set of swift stars. The attack hit after flowing in the wind for a few seconds. Star gritted his teeth and used Wish. Another metronome and Star became annoyed as he used Misty Terrain. It replenished his original, but still, that was annoying. As the winds died down, Star tried to aim for a platform to land on, but Bizel wouldn't have it. She shot forward in an aqua jet and struck Star out of the air. Use. Splash. Ember called, hoping her idea would work. Star, trusting his trainer, used the useless move as he hit the water and managed to skip himself across the water's surface. He skid to a halt on a platform and grinned at Ember. Star, focus on the electricity lessons Pikachu gave you. Ember said. Focus on that and use metronome. Star gave it a shot, though Bizel made it very difficult. His Wish Star returned and reinvigorated him as he tried to focus on the electricity lessons. Bizel took to swimming through the water, popping up at random to attack. She was far faster in water than out and would use Swift more often than not. When Star finally stopped moving to use metronome, feeling the beginnings of electrical currents forming under his skin, Bizel charged him. Iron Tails glowing, she leapt from the water and twisted to strike just as Star finished his setup. Star's eyes twinkled. Bizel, get back. Violet tried, but it was too late. A corona of electricity surrounded Star before exploding off him. The Zap Cannon, at close range, had no chance to miss, especially as it was conducted through Bizel's tails and into her body. Bizel yelled in pain before crashing onto the platform Star was on. She tried to stand, but was hit with a pound to the back of the head, knocking her out. We did it. Ember cheered. Star was tired and breathing hard, but he was just as thrilled. He turned to face his trainer and launched himself at her. Ember caught him and spun them around. She felt her aura flare with his and didn't realize the bond forming until it was too late. Next thing she remembered was a searing headache. For Star, the bond was simple. It went as it always did. He was placed in Ember's shoes to witness key memories himself. He was at Oak's lab learning how to treat injuries on small Pokemon. He was playing in the field with his brother and a few other kids. They were playing hide and seek and he stood in plain sight, under the shadow of a tree, and no one could find him. He was learning about aura and shocked their teacher when he disappeared into the shadows. He watched his teacher leave, and promised, alongside his brother, that they'd make him proud. He was in Empty Moon, meeting a small pink Pokemon asking for help. He thought it was innocent and young, but that all changed once the Cleffa joined his team. The not-so-baby Pokemon became his powerhouse. He felt joy, excitement, and love for his Pokemon as he watched it persevere in their gym battle, all the way to the end. Ember was another matter. She'd never bonded with someone older than her. Ash was the oldest, and the two of them knew each other better than anything before then, but this was different. 50 years worth of memories slammed in her mind and moved far faster than normal. Some blurred together while others slowed to the point of feeling glacial. All of it left her in pain. Countless ceremonies surrounding the moonstone blurred past. Dancing, singing, and evolutions took place in a stream of lights. She thought she was having a fever dream. Cleffas evolved before her eyes, but she remained the same. Her lunar majesty blessing all those who evolved. Years of training, playing, and growing without growing, passed in one continuous loop. Stargazing slowed to an infinite crawl as she watched the stars shimmer and move through the sky all night long, every night. Countless trainers passed, never knowing they were being watched. One or two may have spotted her, but she was too fast to be caught. Things slowed to focus on one trainer. He was lanky with dark hair and eyes that were almost red, an Ivysaur at his side. He stood out like no other, but he soon moved on. They all did. But not her. She focused in on the Aura Guardian that came through. She tried to be threatening, but softened at the sight of the small Cleffa. Her and her brother were just the people to reveal herself to. She needed to find help for her colony and here it was. Even better when she made the decision to go with the Aura Guardian. Her lunar majesty gave her blessings and she left with her new trainer. It was so worth it. The moment they bonded, the moment the two became closer, she felt ready. Ready to release the overflowing energy inside of her. The flash of light was brighter than normal and didn't fade immediately as the light of evolution took over. Star doubled in size, little wings growing from his back along with a curly tail. When the light faded he blinked to find himself on top of Ember, who appeared unconscious. Charlie and Sahara were on either side of Ember, watching with her in concern. Star heard Ash and the others coming over, so he did the only reasonable thing. He used the new move he'd just learned and smacked Ember across the face. Charlie looked murderous, while Sahara was torn between shock and amusement, but that changed the moment Ember's eyes flew open. "Whoa," she said, taking in her surroundings. Her vision pulsated some from the migraine she was developing, but that meant nothing to the joy she felt for her newly evolved Pokemon. "Ember. Are you okay?" Ash asked. He ran over to his twin and skidded to a stop on his knees. He eyed her quick before hugging her close. She felt him smirk before whispering in her ear. "Karma. Should have let me have my moment," he said. Ember snorted and thumped him with the side of her fist. "Is everything all right?" Violet asked as she made her way over. "Yeah," Ember grinned up at everyone, "just got blown away by Star's evolution." "Heh, sorry," Star grinned at his trainer before hugging her. "Well." Violet looked uncertain for a moment before she continued. "For your victory you have earned the Cascade Badge." Ash helped Ember to her feet, Charlie supporting her side, and she accepted the Raindrop Badge. This is also the TM for Water Pulse, it's the permanent copy as well. Violet handed over the TM and Ember stashed it in her TM case. I see why you wanted to hold off on using your other Pokemon, Violet eyed Charlie and Sahara with a small smile. I would suggest diversifying a bit more for the future. I will, thank you, Ember said. Soledad, could I ask you to stay? They heard Lily say. I want to see a few things before you go. If you'll excuse us, Ember said, finding it difficult to keep her left eye open. I think I need to lay down for a bit. Ash and Charlie supported Ember on the way out. Star hung off her back, his paws glowing with pink energy as he used Heal Pulse on his trainer. Pikachu made it easier for Ash by walking with Sahara. After a short nap, several Heal Pulses, and an aspirin from Nurse Joy, Ember was feeling well enough for them to head to Bill's house. They had to cross Nugget Bridge again, but sadly the trainers were the same and none wanted to battle the twins again. They crossed through Route 24, into Route 25, where some new trainers were waiting for a challenge. The twins took the time to battle the ones they crossed paths with, using the Pokemon that didn't get a chance to battle at the gym. Abra was main participant as she volunteered for nearly every battle, each time she'd win and look down at herself in slight disappointment. Ash and Ember also took the time to scan Charmeleon and Star. Charmeleon, the flame Pokemon, and the evolved form of Charmander. Charmeleon mercilessly attacks foes with its sharp claws. If fighting a strong foe, it turns aggressive. In this state it is able to raise the surrounding temperature to unbearably high levels. Upon evolving, Charmeleon has learned the moves, Dragon Rage, Scary Face, and Body Slam. Clefairy, the fairy Pokemon, and the evolved form of Cleffa. On nights of the full moon these Pokemon gather in large groups to dance. The surrounding area is enveloped in an abnormal magnetic field. Due to their cute appearances they are adored by all types of people. Upon evolving, Clefairy has learned the moves, Follow Me, Bestow, Defense Curl, Wake Up Slap, Minimize, Cosmic Power, Lucky Chant, Body Slam, and Moonlight. You just have to have the most moves, huh, Ember said, smiling at Star. The path they took to Bill's followed alongside a river, one with many Magikarp splashing about. The trainers became scarce until they eventually stopped running into anyone at all. A few minutes after entering a spacious field they were confronted by a Jolteon. The spiky yellow Pokemon growled a warning to them, electricity crackling through his fur. A radio hung around his neck and someone started to speak through it. I'm afraid you are trespassing, please turn around now, a male voice said. Sorry, Ember said, we were looking for a man named Bill's house. Our friend Blue Oak sent us. Blue Oak. Your names please, the voice asked. Ash and Ember Ketchum, Ash said. Red siblings. Oh, I've heard so much about you. I'm Bill. Please, follow Jolt, he'll bring you to the cottage, Bill said. Jolteon barked and showed them to Bill's cottage. Along the way they passed numerous evolutions, pawns with Vaporeons, Espeons, Flareons, and Leafeons basking in the sun, a few Umbreons lurked in the shadows with even fewer Glaceons escaping the heat, and finally Sylveons looking after young EVs. There were a few other Pokemon lingering about as well, mainly flying types taking a rest and grass types enjoying the sun as well. Needless to say the twins were in awe of all the EVs and their evolutions. Hello, a lanky man with messy brown hair waited for them outside his cottage. His clothes were wrinkled and a bit disheveled as if he'd just woken up, but Ember had to admit, he was kind of cute. Wow, look at you two, you look just like Red, Bill said, clapping a hand on each of their shoulders. Thank you, Jolt. He tossed a treat to the Jolteon who bolted off, heading back the way they came. Come in, Bill ushered them inside, you must be hungry. Let me put something together. He led them through the cottage, small and a bit cluttered, but comfortable nonetheless. Several odd machines were settled against walls, some didn't seem to be on while one was making a low whirring noise. Oh, Sylvia, thank you. A Sylveon came over, a tray being held up by her ribbon feelers. 3 glasses of iced tea sat on it and she handed them out to the 3 humans. Professor Oak has told me some about you too, especially your unusual Pokemon. I was hoping to have a look at them, Bill said. I mean, I may be the leading inventor in Pokemon transporting, I am also deeply interested in Pokemon evolution. Not just the spontaneous one that most Pokemon go through, but also the ones that happen over time. Like in Alola, there are Pokemon there that have changed to adjust to their environment. Yet the Pokemon you have seem to have undergone some form of rapid evolution to adapt to a life or death situation. This just proves that there is so much we have yet to learn about the mysterious creatures we call Pokemon. Bill might have continued had his Sylveon not placed a ribbon against his lips. Bill colored some as he spun to look at the twins. "My apologize, sometimes I get caught up and forget myself," he chuckled. "Let's have a snack." Bill and Sylvia worked together in making a few sandwiches for everyone. They refused the offer of help from the twins and had them and their Pokemon sit at the table. Bill continued to have a one-sided conversation as he went. Thankfully, years of being around Professor Oak had left the twins used to people doing this, and merely let him go on. "Now, Ash," Bill sat down with a plate stacked with sandwiches, "I was hoping you'd let me take a look at your Pokemon and read any notes you have kept on them. Nothing invasive, I assure you. Just simple measurements, perhaps a few samples if you'll permit me." Really it's up to them," Ash said. He looked at Charmeleon, who seemed a little uncomfortable at the moment. Scorch, through their bond, claimed to be fine with it. "Well, while you ask, Ember," Bill focused in on her. Ember looked up after taking a huge bite of a berry sandwich, crumbs fell from her mouth and yogurt on her cheeks. "I was hoping you'd mind helping me with another matter. You see, I've noticed what I believe to be a black EV wandering the premises. I've never gotten a good look, but it's the basic shape and same fluffy tail. I keep track of every EV born here, but that one was never recorded. Would you mind tracking it down for me?" "Sure," Ember gulped down her food, blushing as Sylvia used a napkin to clean her face. "Excellent, here, take this with you." He passed over an all-red Pokeball. "This is a Cherish ball, I use them for all of the Pokemon here. I'd appreciate it if you caught it with this." "Sure thing," Ember smiled and took the ball. Ash looked a bit put out on missing the chance to explore, but he wanted to stay with his Pokemon. Abra was making good work of calming Charmeleon and Ash assured him he could say no at any moment. Everyone went outside after finishing their snack. Ash let loose 2 sharp whistles and Scorch came soaring down, landing gently in front of them. Bill marveled over him, as did a few EVs. Before Ember went off in the direction Bill indicated, he gave her a small charm. "This emits an odor every Pokemon around here knows to mean friendly, so none of my guards will attack you," Bill explained. "Oh, and please don't stay out too late. I wouldn't want you to get lost." "I'll be fine," Ember assured. She nodded to Ash before leaving with her Pokemon. They ended up hiking through a forest that rested on the side of a mountain. There were no clear paths and the terrain was pretty loose, but they took their time. Ember would constantly check the area with Aura Sight. There were quite a few Leafeon in the forest, several laying around a strange rock that emanated grass-type energy. A Jolteon was following Ember and her Pokemon at a distance, probably assuring they weren't up to anything. Their stalkers were nearby as well, but at a midway point between Ash and Ember, so she didn't bother with them for now. Instead she focused on the Dark-type Aura up ahead. It was too small to belong to an Umbreon, but it was as pure as one. They rounded a large tree where they found a regular EV, sitting on a root and looking adorable. "Hi there," Ember said, keeping her voice gentle. "Are you lost?" "EV, the EV said. Ember blinked and rubbed her ears. Guys." She glanced at her Pokemon, who were just as bewildered as her. "No, you heard that right," Charlie said. "She literally just said EV," Star said. "EV?" Evie pet her head to the side and blinked in confusion. I can understand Pokemon," Ember explained. why aren't you actually talking? You can, the Eevee asked in a voice that was definitely not Eevee. In a puff of smoke, Eevee disappeared and was replaced by a black fox Pokemon with red tufts of hair on her head and paws. Yeah, Ember said, pushing her surprise to the side as she sat down. She motioned for Charlie and Star to do the same, Sahara already close to the ground. My name's Ember. This is Charlie, Sahara, and Star. We were actually asked to find you by the owner of this area. The Pokemon's ears flattened and her tail drooped. Am I in trouble? She asked. Not at all, Ember assured. He actually thought you were an Eevee and wanted to make sure you were okay. She pulled out her Pokédex as she talked. Do you mind if I scan you with this? Ember asked. It won't hurt, I promise. The Pokemon nodded, a bit hesitant, but curious all the same. Zorua, the tricky fox Pokemon. To protect themselves from danger they transform into Pokemon and people. Their illusions can be so strong that they can acquire the attributes of what they are disguised as, such as flying or breathing underwater. Wow, Ember grinned, that's so cool. Zorua had made her way over during that time to examine the Pokédex. She sniffed it curiously and admired the image of a Zorua on the screen. That's what I am. Zorua asked. You didn't know? Ember blinked in surprise. Zorua shook her head. I hatched here about 3 weeks ago, she explained. I tried to approach the, EVs, but the parents thought I was wild and dangerous. I disguised myself to eat, but one wrong move and my disguise would disappear. I was just hungry. It's okay, Ember assured, running a hand through Zorua's fur. Zorua tensed for a second before relaxing into the touch. Charlie, meanwhile, dug through Ember's bag until he found a can of Pokemon food and a bottle of Moo Moo milk. Here, this will help, he said handing it to Ember. The group watched Zorua scarf down the food and lap up every drop of milk before doing anything else. Hey, Zorua, would you like to come with us? Ember offered. We're on a journey to be the strongest ever, but to also build a close family. How about it? Will there be food? Zorua asked. Of course, Ember assured. Zorua let loose a large yawn before nodding her head and climbed into Ember's arms. I'm going to catch you in this ball, okay? I'll let you out right after. Zorua nodded sleepily as Ember tapped the cherished ball against her head. Zorua was absorbed into it and it clicked instantly. Ember released the little Pokemon immediately and let her curl into her arms to sleep. This Zorua is female and has the ability Illusion, which allows it to disguise itself as other Pokemon or people. She knows the moves, Scratch, Leer, Pursuit, and Extrasensory. Ember put her Pokédex away and nodded to her other Pokemon as they followed her back to Bill's cottage. She ended up calling for the Jolteon to come out and help them back. After a brief musing of how Zorua's egg came to be here, Bill agreed that Ember should be the one to keep her. After a nice dinner, delivered in from a popular Cerulean City restaurant, the twins spent the night. The next morning, Bill saw them off. I'm sorry I can't offer either of you an EV, he said. Right now they're too young to leave their mothers, and there aren't any eggs to hand out at the moment. That's all right, Ash assured. But thanks for the consideration, Ember added. Of course. Bill said. Red's Espion was one of my EV and look how far he's gone now. Next batch I'll keep the two of you in mind. Good luck in Vermilion's gym. Bill had told them the night before about Lieutenant Surge being cut loose by the League for a short time. He was giving out tickets to a luxury cruise on the Saint Anne, and only the strongest, or richest of trainers would be allowed on. That was their next destination once they beat Lieutenant Surge. They bid him farewell and started down a path, he'd indicated to them, as a faster path back to Cerulean City. Zorua had taken position on Ember's left shoulder while Star hung off her right, floating along with the power stored in her small wings. They were just out of Bill's property line when both twins tensed up. Their Pokemon were concerned as the trainers slipped into a battle stance, auras flaring. An aura sphere came flying towards them, far larger and faster than what they could do. Thinking fast, the twins grabbed each other's hands and moved their free hands outwards to form a protect shield. The aura sphere ground against it, pressing hard before finally dissipating. Ash and Ember were sweating hard as their shield broke, but they stayed on guard. They felt the strong aura coming towards them. A Lucario appeared before them then, a cocky grin on its face. "Hello Ash, Ember, been a while." Chapter 9. Lucario, the twins cried and ran to their old mentor. The aura Pokemon grinned as he hugged the kids, careful of his chest spike. Ember was the first to pull away as she smacked Lucario on the chest and glared at him. "You're our stalker," she accused. Lucario tried to look sheepish, but his amusement shone through. Ash stepped back to join Ember's glaring, but his was ruined by the smile he was fighting. "I apologize, but Riley asked me to until I felt you were both ready," Lucario explained. "Ready for what?" Ash asked. His glare forgotten as he stared at Lucario with wonder. Their Pokemon gathered around them, slightly confused, but those that had bonded vaguely knew Lucario. Zorua had no clue what was happening, but followed Ember's example and tried to glare down Lucario as well. She was far too cute to be effective. "Wait," Ember closed her eyes. She saw Lucario's aura as she knew it, but the other one she'd been seeing was further off. "Who's with you?" She opened her eyes to see Lucario's smirk before watching him speed away from them. He returned at a much more sedated pace, 2 bundles of cloth cradled in his arms. "Which of these call to you?" Lucario asked. The twins glanced at each other before closing their eyes. Instantly they were each pulled to one of the bundles. Ash reached for the one on the right, its aura beckoned him forward like a glowing beacon. He pulled it to him, a warmth pulsating through his body as his aura melded with the one in his arms. He felt happiness wash over him and knew all was right at that moment. Ember reached for the left one, its aura sucked her in like a black hole, reaching for her as much as she reached for it. Pressed against her chest, she felt an otherworldly chill, an uncertainty within it. A jolt of joy passed through her then as auras mixed. When the twins opened their eyes, their hands moved reflexively to undo the cloth and look at the identical blue eggs in their arms. They stood in stunned silence as they realized what this meant. Riley had explained to them once what it meant to be entrusted with Riolu eggs. Such honors were only given to those that had earned the trust of the species. Most Aura Guardians received one at some point. It was the best way for them to continue their training by taking on a pupil of their own. For the twins to receive these eggs now meant Riley and Lucario thought highly of them. These two were bred special, Lucario explained. The Lucario Kingdom in Sinnoh has been working on unlocking auras before the children hatch. All done safely, I assure you. These two were the first success, but the moment it happened, the egg keeper received a vision from these two. She said the eggs showed her 2 kids on a journey. The description fit you too, so I volunteered to bring them to you. Lucario. Ember whispered. Of course, Riley gave me a few guidelines as well, Lucario smirked. He wanted to ensure you two were progressing in your training and showed skill with your Pokemon. I have seen both displayed, and although there was the incident of the accidental bond, he shot a look to Ember and Star, both looked sheepish. I feel you two are ready for this responsibility. Thank you, Ash whispered, as he took in everything that was happening. But... Ember chewed her lip as she stared at her egg. Yeah. Ash agreed with her unspoken concern. Zorua didn't understand the situation, but found great fascination in the egg. She leaned as far forward as she could from Ember's shoulder to sniff the egg. So I'm going to have a little brother or sister, Mama? Zorua asked. Ember sputtered. Her eyes bugged out as she tried to turn her head to stare at Zorua. Ash's snickering didn't help, and even Lucario looked amused as she tried to find her ability to speak again. Mama? Ember finally croaked out. Star began to chuckle as he floated off Ember's other shoulder. He bounced in front of her and Jump floated to give the egg a gentle pat. That's right, Zorua, Star assured, and Mom Ember is going to need all of our help. Mom. Ember squeaked. All right. Zorua bounced a little before almost losing her balance. She managed to catch herself and scooted further up again to perch on Ember's shoulder. She gave Ember's ear a quick lick. I'll help, Mama. I'll be the best big sister ever. Ember could only blush and smile down at her egg. Charlie patted her on the back and gave a reassuring nod. Sahara just pressed herself against Ember's leg. Ash looked at Pikachu on his shoulder, then to his other Pokémon. I don't know about them, Pikachu said, but I'm not calling you Dad. Ash smiled in relief at his starter. I don't know. I kind of like it, Gaia said. She tapped her paw against her chin as she stared up at Ash. He stared at her in bewilderment before she finally nodded. Dad it is. Save your dad, has a ring to it, Abra said and smirked as Ash began to sputter. Charmeleon began to snicker by Abra's side. Scorch had landed near them by this point and agreed with the sentiment. He's definitely Dad, Scorch said. I believe all of your Pokémon have spoken, Lucario said, hiding a smile behind his paw. We blame you, Ember sighed and sent a half-hearted glare at Lucario. Regardless, you'll also need to find another fighting type. It helps them grow to spar with their own type. Anyways, Lucario waved his paw at her when she tried to talk, the other matter of business. I've decided to stay with you two for a while. What, really? Ash asked. What about Riley? I informed him of my intent. He plans to break in the recent main fu we've added to our team, so he was all for me ensuring you two were keeping up to snuff. Lucario gained an evil glint to his eyes. The twins took a step back, recognizing the look. Besides, I noticed you two have grown a little lax in your training, the twins gulped, you've missed 7 mornings worth of training. I plan to have you make up those days. Lucario's grin sent chills down their spines. A few Pokémon snickered at their trainer's expense until Lucario turned his grin on them. Oh, this will include you as well, he said. It was a funny sight, seeing Pokémon hide behind their trainers, especially the larger Pokémon, when all there was a blue bipedal jackal with an icy smile. After a little coaxing, the twins managed to get back to Cerulean before nightfall, and before Lucario could truly start them on his training regime. They made a quick stop in the Pokemart to stock up on their supplies, and trade in the nuggets they both won. The amount they got stunned them, even more so when Lucario passed a third nugget over, smirking at the bewildered looks of the twins. They split the money of the third one and bought a few extra treats for themselves and their Pokémon. They handed their Pokémon over to Nurse Joy, once they arrived at the center, then turned to Lucario. Nurse Joy gave a quizzical look at Lucario, but didn't ask as she took the Pokeballs to the back. The twins quickly discussed travel plans with Lucario, planning to leave early tomorrow morning and head for Route 5 to Saffron City then down to Vermilion City. Until then, a few phone calls needed to be made. First was Mom. Ash. Ember. Oh look at you two. Delia gushed. I think you gotten taller. Ember if your lady time comes along just call and I can walk you through it. Mom, Ember blushed and held her face in her hands. Ash was torn between snickering and gagging. There is absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about, Delia lectured, and Ash you better be fully supportive of your sister when the times comes. Yes, ma'am, Ash grinned. Now, are you two eating enough? Are you remembering to wash behind your ears? She leaned closer to the camera. Are you remembering to change your underwear? Mom, both of them groaned in embarrassment. Delia giggled at her kid's expense. Was that Kangaskhan? Ember asked deciding to change the subject. The parent Pokémon strolled past the camera, carrying a load of laundry. Oh, since all of you have gone out, I offered a few more of my Pokémon to come live in the house with me, Delia explained. As if to prove her point, her Mismagius popped up and waved at them. Did Red leave? Ash asked. He smiled and waved back at Miss Magius. From the corner of his eye he noticed Ember tense some. He left yesterday with Blue, Delia said with a giggle. I bet they're just happy to see each other after their year apart. You should have seen them this last week. I'm pretty sure Blue slept here more than his own house. Ember, are you all right? Delia's smile fell as she scrutinized her daughter. You look awfully pale. Fine, Ember grinned. Just tired is all. Delia pursed her lips, but didn't push it. I won't keep you two then, Delia said, off to bed now you two. They exchanged goodbyes before hanging up. Ash eyed Ember as she kept her gaze set on the video phone and dialed Professor Oak's lab. Hey, Professor, Ember greeted. Ah, my favorite twins, Professor Oak smiled at them. How are things? Ember, I saw you caught a Zorua. Very rare in Kanto. Yeah, she only hatched about 3 weeks ago. Bill wasn't sure how she got on his property, but I'm not complaining, Ember smiled fondly, her hand reaching up before she remembered Zorua was being checked over. If that's the case, you should hold off on training her too intensely. The Zorua line grow quickly in the beginning, so perhaps a month or two, Professor Oak instructed. Yes sir, Ember nodded. Also, sir, Ash brought the attention to him. Ember and I recently received eggs and were wondering if there was anything you could tell us. Ah, I was wondering if Bill would give you a couple of EV eggs, Professor Oak smiled fondly. Ask Nurse Joy, she should be able to provide you with incubators, if Bill didn't have any. Make sure they get plenty of sunlight and stay warm. Polish them often, it'll help build a bond before they hatch. Speaking of, make sure you call me once they hatch, I'll increase your carry limit if needed. Temporary, of course. The twins had huge grins on their faces for a split second. It was rare for carry limits to be increased before placing in a league, even then it took special permission. Despite the offer being temporary, they were still excited for the prospect. Was there anything else? Professor Oak asked. I believe my pizza is here. No, that's all. Thank you, Professor, the twins said together. Wait, Ember tried to look around the professor through the camera. What Pokemon is that? Professor Oak glanced behind him before having a spastic moment to cover the camera. Oh, just a wild Skiploom, have to go now. Farewell. The screen went dark. I don't think that was a Skiploom, Ember said. Ash shrugged. Pallet Town. A little warning would be nice, Professor Oak sighed before smiling at his old friend. Apologies. I arrived 5 seconds too early. A Shalebi floated over his desk, a pizza box behind her. I picked this up before coming. I wanted to see how things were progressing with the Chosen. Judging by it, they are doing well. Professor Oak grabbed a slice of pizza. Speaking of, Professor Oak chewed thoughtfully before speaking again. I've been meaning to ask, my memory of that day has grown fuzzy. Things have progressed differently. Only time will tell if it's positive or not. Well, you'd know, Professor Oak smiled as he and the legendary caught up. Cerulean City. Should we have told Professor Oak that we didn't get EV eggs? His fault for assuming, Ember said, pulling out her Pokédex. Wanna grab dinner? Ash asked, moving to stand up. Actually, I was hoping to make one more call, Ember said. Ash furrowed his brow as he settled back on the telephone's bench. He watched Ember type in a number he'd never seen before. She read it off her Pokédex, her finger hesitating over the call button. Ash pressed it for her and waited. The call was answered, but no video. Viridian City Gym, how may I direct your call? A woman answered. Realization dawned on Ash, followed by uncertainty. Giovanni, please, Ember said. The gym leader is very busy, is this a scheduled call? The woman asked. Can you let him know it's Ash and Ember Ketchum? He's know us, Ember said. Please hold. Classical music started to play. He might not answer, Ash said. He glanced at Ember to see her chewing her lip. Be prepared for that. His voice was gentle as he placed a hand on Ember's shoulder. The screen flickered as the music clicked off and Giovanni appeared. I must say, I didn't expect you to call, he said. I didn't expect you to answer, Ash thought bitterly. We wanted to let you know how we were doing, Ember said, deciding to ignore Ash. Very well, Giovanni sat back, his iconic Persian slunk to his side. He rested a hand on the large feline's head. Well, yesterday we won our second badge. Gaia, Larvitar is close to evolving. Her scales have grown significantly darker, so any day now. Same with Trapinch, but I think she has just a little longer than Larvitar. We're heading for Vermilion for our next badge. We heard Lieutenant Surge is handing out tickets for the SS, and so we want to win those. There's supposed to be a huge tournament and one of us plans to win it. Ember got progressively more animated. Ash gained a small smile. For his sister. Our first 2 gym battles were amazing. We both basically used Brock's Onyx's size against him. Oh, Charlie, that's my Charmeleon, he evolved in the Viridian Forest. Ash's Pikachu has grown so powerful too. Ash caught a Tropius in the forest and I caught a Cleffa in Empty Moon. We got caught up with Team Rocket while we were there, but we're fine. Cleffa evolved after our gym battle, he swept Violet's Pokemon. Ash also caught a Charmander, he evolved after the gym battle as well, and an Abra. Oh, and I have a Zorua now, she's still young, but she's going to be amazing. How've you been? How's Silver? Ash caught the tension in Giovanni at the mention of Team Rocket, it almost mirrored his own at the mention. When Ember finally stopped talking, Giovanni had a bemused look on his face. Everything is fine here, he said. Silver is progressing well for his age. I think he'll be an adequate trainer. He'll be awesome, Ember assured. As for the SSN, Giovanni looked pensive for a brief moment. You two are set on this decision? Of course. Ash said a little louder than necessary. Giovanni raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment further. He typed something into his computer before turning his attention to the twins. Good luck then, he said. Call me once your Pokemon have evolved. We will, Ember smiled a little wider. Bye. Dad. She hung up before he could respond and grinned at Ash. See, he answered, she said. Yeah. Ash muttered, standing up. Ash and Ember Ketchum to the front desk please, your Pokemon are ready. Viridian City. Giovanni sat back in his chair as he ran a hand through Persian's fur. He considered what Ember had told him, quite a bit if he was honest. Proton had failed to mention any children during the mission. He'll have to revisit that issue later. His cell phone began to ring. Archer, Giovanni answered, there's going to be a change of plans regarding the SSN. Route 5. The next morning didn't go as the twins expected. It started with a rude awakening at 5 a.m. by Lucario. After several gripes and a second splash of icy water and everyone was up, dressed and ready to go in record time. It was followed by a 2-mile run that left everyone winded. If someone started to lag behind, Lucario was there to encourage them. The only exception was Zorua, who remained asleep in Lucario's arms. After the run, Lucario drilled everyone through a series of exercises. It was easy, at first, until he made sure Scorch couldn't use his wings and added weights to the Pokemon having too easy of a time. The 2 Charmeleon were given the weights, and both met each other's eyes before pushing themselves harder. Charmeleon's evolution sparked a bit of a rivalry between the two. Star was quickly getting used to his new form, only for Lucario to come around and settle weights on his back. Star groaned as he was unable to use the moonlight energy he stored in his wings to lighten himself. They finally stopped at 7 a.m. when Zorua woke up. Mama, I'm hungry, Zorua called with a yawn. She busied herself with stretching and gave Lucario a sleepy grin when she realized where she was. Break. Lucario called. Everyone collapsed on the spot with a groan. No, the word is breakfast, Zorua said. She patted a paw against Lucario's chest. That's okay. Mama is teaching me lots of words too. That's right, Zorua, Ember said, pushing herself to her feet. She helped Ash remove the weights from their teammates before moving to pick up Zorua. Uncle Lucario just forgot the full word. She nuzzled her youngest Pokemon. Want to help me make breakfast? Yeah. Zorua's tail began to wag as Ember sat her down and watched her pull food from her backpack. Ember pulled out 4 new food bowls, 3 of them had her Pokemon's names written on them. Where's my name? Zorua asked, sniffing the blank black bowl. I wanted to nickname you first, Ember said. She opened 4 cans of Pokemon food before pouring each into a bowl. She glanced up to see Ash doing the same with similar bowls. Charlie and Charmeleon shook claws before heading to their respective trainers and settling in for food. It was Gaia, however, that caught everyone's attention. Gaia was moving far slower than everyone else, even during the morning run Lucario had gone noticeably easier on her. Instead of heading to Ash for her food, she leant forward and scooped her claws through the ground to munch on rocks. Sahara watched her for a minute before using Dig. She was underground for a few minutes before surfacing with a bunch of rocks in her mouth. She dropped the rocks in front of Gaia, tapped her on the arm with her head, then headed over to Ember. Gaia made an appreciative noise before munching on the rocks. This was a one-time thing, right? Ash asked. He chewed slowly on a sandwich as he tried to keep his eyes open. No. Lucario grinned as he bit into a berry. He was met with general groans. Don't worry, it'll only be in the mornings. After it'll be up to you two to do your normal training. Okay, but ground rules, Ember said. At Lucario's questioning look, she held up a hand to stop him from talking. No more waking up at 5, 6 is fine, but most of us are young and need our sleep. If you're going to do this, can we at least add aura training into it? Ash asked. Everyone would benefit more from it. Also, leave Zinnia out of it, Ember said. Zinnia? Lucario asked. Do you like that name? Ember asked Zorua. Zorua yipped and began to bounce around before pouncing on Ember to lick her face. Alright, Ember giggled. Charlie, Sahara, and Star moved closer to join the odd celebration. After breakfast, they did a light training session to loosen everyone up before setting out. Route 5 wasn't large, just a couple of days to make it to the Saffron City border. During their time on the road, Lucario kept to the terms of the twins' conditions and didn't wake them until 6. They started with stretches followed by shorter runs than the first day and ending with intensive aura training. Lucario drilled everyone in the basics first, ensuring the twins did their job right before assisting everyone with control. By the end of the first morning everyone had a better grip of forming aura spheres, including the twins, who received a long lecture on why they were doing it wrong. The rest of their time was spent traveling and working on mastering their current moves along with learning new ones. The evening became a time for a different type of training. You have to feel the fire within you. Pikachu coached Ember. It relates to everything you're passionate about, that angers you, that makes you feel. Feel that warmth inside of you, let it build. His paw caught fire as he watched Ember closely. She exhaled slowly and a light glow formed over her own fist. Across from them sat Ash and Charlie. Electricity is energy, not just in us but around us. It's everywhere even if you can't see it, so call it to you. You can't control it, but you can direct it. Direct it into your paw, or hand. Charlie let his fist crackle with lightning. A small corona of power began to focus on Ash's hand. Both twins had been working with the other starter to learn the move taught to the Pokemon by their own starter. If you think that's confusing you should have heard Ember explain it to Ash. They both managed to make progress, building the right aura over their hands. The next step was to increase it to the full-fledged type. Both starters were found it easy to teach moves that weren't their type as it wasn't instinctual for them. The other Pokemon would sit in from time to time for pointers before moving on to their own training. In all actuality they were about an hour away from Saffron, but decided to stay one more night outside before taking the day tomorrow to explore the city. All of them were excited and apprehensive as no one but Lucario has ever been to a city as large as Saffron City. "Hey! You little kids," a cracking voice shouted. A boy, maybe a year or two older than the twins, balanced on a rock to look taller and pointed a finger at them. He was wearing a white karate gi with a black belt wrapped around his waist and a yellow headband over his forehead. He had a cocky look to him that made Ember want to punch him. The twins lost their concentration as they focused on the boy. "I challenge you to a battle of fighting-type Pokemon," the boy announced. "We don't have any," Ash said. "Then what is that Lucario right there?" The boy pointed at the meditating aura Pokemon. Ember glanced behind her before giving the boy a confused look. "That's not a Lucario," she said. "It's not?" The boy became uncertain. Ember shook her head. "Then what is it?" the boy asked. "He's a Golduck," Ember said before lowering her voice. "He's very sensitive about his appearance, so be nice please." That's." The boy's face colored when he realized he was being messed with. "There is no honor in lying." "Then I have no honor," Ember shrugged. She stood up, patting the grass off her pants and moved toward the boy. "He's upset," Ash told her. "There's no malice, but he's really cocky." Ember smirked as she began to eye the boy critically. "That's making him uncomfortable." She could hear the snicker in Ash's mental voice. If you have no fighting types then you are not worth my time," the boy shouted, forcing down a stutter. Ember snorted. "That's fine," she said, turning away, "we have no time for second-rate yellow belts anyways." More was probably going to be said when Ash suddenly yelled. Ember turned to him before doubling over in laughter. Ash had been bowled over by a wild Mankey. It was currently wearing Ash's hat and dancing around. Charlie and Pikachu joined Ember's laughter. "A Mankey," the boy shouted. "I shall catch it." He threw an empty Pokeball at the pig monkey Pokemon. It was thrown back at him with a flick of Mankey's tail. Mankey snorted at the boy before going back to dancing on Ash, adjusting his hat to stay on better. Ember laughed harder. "Mankey," Ash groaned, "please stop. I've got a new hat. I've got a new hat." Mankey sang. Another Pokeball went sailing through the air and Mankey slashed it to the ground. All joy left Mankey as he turned a furious glare at the boy. The boy seemed oblivious as he primed another ball to throw. Ember was in tears. Mankey lunged forward, using Ash as a springboard and rammed into the boy, knocking him off his rock. Mankey's fist began to glow white as he swung his arm back. Before he could make contact, however, Mankey was thrown backwards with blinding speed. He went tumbling across the ground, stunning him but not doing much damage. Lucario stood over the karate boy, straightening after his toss, and gave the boy a critical look. Ash crawled over to Mankey to ensure he was all right. Ember was gasping for breath. "You have much to learn about the basics of battle," Lucario said. He bent forward and took the black belt from the boy before padding back to his meditation spot. He stopped beside Mankey and gave a small bow. "Apologizes, but attacking a human is never wise," Lucario said. "While physically weaker they are capable of much and harming one can result in many coming after you. I believe my pupil is concerned for you." Mankey blinked at the aura Pokemon before turning to Ash. Ash grinned and held out a hand. "Can I have my hat back?" Ash asked. "It means a lot to me. If you want, I can find you one in the city we're going to." Mankey took the hat off and stared at it before handing it over. He felt inexplicably calm, his mind fully clear for the first time ever, and he knew the boy was doing it. As Ash took it, Mankey leapt backwards and moved into a fighting stance. "You want to battle?" Ash asked. He ignored the boys shouting behind them. "Show me your strength." Mankey shouted. Ash's grin looked like it hurt as he called Pikachu forward. Mankey started it off by leaping forward with a glowing hand. His karate chop hit the ground where Pikachu had been. The little mouse had sped away in an instant before charging back with sparking cheeks before turning last minute to slam an iron tail into Mankey's back. Mankey released a grunt before swinging around to smack Pikachu aside. He missed again as Pikachu sped away. Annoyed, Mankey gained a faint black aura around his body and charged after Pikachu. Pikachu tried to fake right, but Mankey's body changed course immediately to follow Pikachu before slamming into him with dark-type energy. Pikachu cried out in surprise more so than pain and regained his footing. Mankey tried to capitalize on it, his claws glowing for fury swipes before he froze, unable to move a muscle. Ash's Pokédex pinged. Ability unlocked, static. This ability can paralyze a Pokémon that makes physical contact with the possessor of the ability. Alright, Pikachu. Ash cheered. Pikachu knew exactly what to do as he spun up an electro ball on his tail and slapped it toward Mankey. The fighting type screeched in pain as it collapsed. Ash primed a Pokeball, but before he could throw it, Mankey got back up. A red aura surrounded Mankey's body. His gaze slowly lifted to lock onto Pikachu before he charged forward with an enraged screech. His fist glowed white as he caught Pikachu by surprise and struck him under the chin, sending the electric type flying. Pikachu! Ash called in shock. His starter, not out of the fight yet, flipped in the air and released the largest bolt of electricity he could. Mankey shrieked in pain before collapsing. Not wasting a second, Ash tossed his Pokeball then ran for Pikachu. New teammate, very strong, Pikachu muttered as Ash picked him up. What was that? That was my Pokemon. How dare you catch it? Get off of me. Ash and Pikachu looked over at the boy they'd forgotten was there, to see Ember sitting on his back, one of his arms twisted back. At Ash's look she shrugged and said. He tried to catch Mankey the first time he went down. Get off me you stupid girl. When my sensei hears about this you'll be sorry. The boy kicked his feet uselessly against the ground. Ember leant back with her free hand and jabbed two fingers into the back of his right thigh, a small flicker of purple aura left her fingers. The boy's right leg froze, the other kicked once more before it stopped too, this one from his own doing. What did you do? I can't feel my leg, the boy sobbed. Oh relax, Ember sighed. It'll wear off in like 10 minutes. She stood up, accidentally, kicking the boy's arm as she did and moved over to Ash. Congrats, who'd have thought you'd get a fighting type so soon, she said. Ash grinned as he picked up the Pokeball and scanned it with his Pokédex. Mankey, the pig monkey Pokemon. It can spontaneously become enraged. Everything in the surrounding area flees when one becomes angry, making Mankey lonely, causing it more anger. Its anger wears it out until it passes out, however, the anger persists in its dreams, waking it up and angering it all over again. Trainer warning, handle with extreme caution. Many Mankeys cannot differentiate between its own trainer and enemies when in a blind rage. This Mankey is male and has the abilities Anger Point, which increases the attack stat to full power if critically hit, and Defiant, which increases attack if its other stats are lowered. He knows the moves: Covet, Scratch, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Karate Chop, Pursuit, Seismic Toss, Reversal, Meditate, and Beat Up. Nice, Ash said before releasing Mankey and spraying him with a super potion. Welcome to the family, Ash greeted. My name is Ash and I plan to be a Pokemon Master. I will work hard alongside my Pokemon to make them the strongest they can be. Will you join me on my team and in my family? He held a hand out to Mankey, who instantly took it. Would you like a nickname? Ash asked. He heard Abra mutter about that being a bad idea and Charmeleon snickering, but decided to ignore it for now. Mankey nodded and looked at him expectantly. How about Harry? Ash said. Do you just list off the first thing that comes to mind? Ember asked, pinching the bridge of her nose. Yes, Abra said. His first ideas for me were Saya, and Fox. I like it, Mankey said. It's simple. Harry it is. Ash declared, clapping a hand on Mankey's back. The sound of hands slapping foreheads resonated through their clearing. The boy, who Abra found out was named Jonathan, recovered feeling in his leg and ran off promising revenge for dishonoring him. Lucario responded by making the black belt into a bow for Zinnia. They all had a quick dinner after that before turning in for the night. Everyone was mentally prepared for the inevitable running they would be doing tomorrow morning. An hour walk to Saffron City became a 30-minute run that left everyone a sweating mess by the time they arrived at the gates. The guard at the gate station took pity on the trainers and passed over bottles of water after their Pokémon were returned. Charlie, Zinnia, and Pikachu were the only ones to stay out, Lucario excluded. Thank you, Ash said after taking several gulps. No problem, the guard said. He had taken their Pokédexes to scan while they rehydrated. The guard stations had an issue with heat a few years back. Thanks to a nice trainer we were able to get drinks, so after that the city installed refrigerators for all of us. That's smart, Ember said, her bottle crinkling as she drained it dry. Alright, you're all clear, the guard passed their Pokédexes back. Please keep an eye on your Pokémon that stay out of their Pokeballs. Enjoy Saffron City. The moment they stepped into the city, their breath was stolen from them. Saffron was enormous and they were only seeing a small part of it. They could see the skyscrapers on their run, but it was a whole other matter to stand beneath them. The buildings all loomed over them, windows gleaming under the sunrise. People were already out and about, most talking on Pokegears and some Pokénavs. Cars were going on the streets, far more than the twins have ever seen in one place. In the other cities they've been to on their journey had less cars and people combined than Saffron did in this one area. Zinnia huddled closer to Ember's head, a bit shaken by the noise, while Charlie held tight to Ember's hand. Pikachu leaned forward from his spot on Ash to really take in the city. Out of habit the twins grabbed each other's hand, finding more comfort with the other. Lucario hovered close behind them, no more comfortable than them. Barely a second passed from the moment the twins began to hold hands did their aura senses spike in warning. A woman suddenly appeared in front of them, cool red eyes staring at them. If it weren't for Red having similar eyes they would have been unnerving to look at. Instead the twins stared back, unflinching. The woman was tall and lean, with shoulder-length black hair that had a blue sheen to it. She wore white jeans and a red tank top that cut off above her stomach. 2 black and green bracelets were on her wrist, a faint glow coming from the green parts. Aura users, the woman said. Psychic, Lucario stepped forward to bow. Sigh, oh my Arceus. You're Sabrina. Ember's eyes widened as a grin split her face. And you? Sabrina's eyes flashed green for a moment. Red siblings. She gave a small smile. He thinks fondly of you both. Didn't mention you were aura users, never mind. I see he doesn't know. Whose mind are you reading? Ash asked, pressing his free hand to his temple. Yours, Sabrina answered, before glancing at Ember. Your mind feels like a dark type. Not a place I should go. Sheet. I am. The evil twin, Ember muttered. That was a question. Ash glanced at his twin in disbelief. Ember shrugged, careful of Zinnia. I felt your presence the moment you entered the guard station. When it suddenly increased I felt I needed to have a closer look, Sabrina answered the unasked question. Blue. Really, Ash? Ember gave him a look, having heard his thought of what color was he thinking. Lucario, Sabrina addressed the Pokémon directly, I assume you are their teacher. One of them, yes, Lucario nodded. I'm traveling with them for a short while to ensure their training is going well. Yes, I can help you, Sabrina turned her gaze back to Ash. Her eyes flashed again and suddenly the group was no longer on the street, but outside the Pokémon Center. The building's red roof was a nice contrast to the buildings surrounding it. The teleport was far smoother than Abra's had been as Ember realized she didn't feel the need to vomit. The fighting dojo should be your next stop, Sabrina said. We'll meet at a later date. Your Abra has already requested it. What? Ash couldn't finish his question before Sabrina disappeared. Heal, food, dojo. Ember suggested. Everyone agreed, deciding not to question the mystery that was Sabrina.